Dragon Clan. Mingfei Returns from Warhammer 40,000. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyright or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 251, Fish Charm and Compass. Bang! On the Monarch, the sound of gunfire drowned out the thunder. FK. I'm beginning to like the equipment of those crazy guys in the equipment department. Professor Mann's figure was shaken a little by the huge recoil of the L115A3 sniper rifle. The cold blue light shot out of the barrel was very eye-catching in the dark wind and rain. The bullets carved with ancient patterns hit the remaining deck pools on the deck one after another, knocking them to the ground. There were not many people on the ship with combat power. After Mingfei accidentally fell into the water, Professor Mans took up the banner of the executive department of Castle Academy and ran out of the cabin to fight those dead pools. But the athletic girl waving the 8-sided handsword surrounded by thunder on the deck seemed to be the real protagonist. None of the dead pools besieging her could hurt her, and none of them could take the girl's second sword, because when the first sword hit, the ugly body of the dead pool exploded with the lightning. Mans could not find the specific word spirit system that matched the girl's performance from the periodic table of word spirits known to the secret party, and he knew that these dead pools were slaughtered not because they were too weak but because the girl was too strong. Just like Curry can shoot 3-pointers with his eyes closed, but it doesn't mean you can do it. Especially not long ago, he was saved by the girl. A dead pool lurking under the side of the ship launched a swift sneak attack on him. Before he could even react, the dead guard was killed by the girl's sword. Mans suddenly remembered an idiom he learned when reading Chinese martial arts novels and learning Chinese by the way, which was called "the world is unparalleled." It was appropriate to use it to describe this girl. These are the death warriors guarding the dragon tomb. Under normal circumstances, they should be guarding in Beta City. Who attracted them here to kill people with a borrowed knife? Zhao Zilong was naked from the waist up, holding a tank-style modo, with a striking dragon pattern painted on the shiny blade. At this time, he was kneeling on the deck and observing a dead pool whose head and arms he had chopped off. The cold wind and rain slapped on his bulging muscles. This square-faced man with a righteous look was also quite extraordinary. Professor Mans recognized his word spirit as the Bronze Throne, a high-risk word spirit with serial number 87. Just now, he killed nearly 10 dead pools in succession with his dragon-like body and the sword in his hand, which deepened Professor Mans's stereotype that orthodox hybrids are all martial artists. Another black shadow jumped out from the side of the ship and landed on the deck. Professor Mans subconsciously raised his sniper rifle and aimed, and then he found that the webbed figure was Mingfei, and he was holding 2 people in his hands. They were his students Yishan and Jirudaki. Yishan, are you okay? You're injured. Aki. Look at me. I am Professor Mans. Selma, first aid kit. Mans dropped the sniper rifle and rushed to check on his students. Judging from the 2 broken oxygen cylinders behind Yishan, they were also attacked underwater, and Mingfei jumped into the river to save them. I'm fine, Professor. Yishan forced a smile but sincerely, thanks to S-Class. If it weren't for him, I would have been feeding those dead pools underwater. He simply told Mans about the situation after he lost communication with the Monarch, and then focused on describing the heroic performance of S-Class. Jirudaki came back to his senses from his daze, and saw Yishan smiling and waving at him with a pale face. His eyes immediately turned red and he rushed over to hug Yishan, crying and cursing in Japanese, "You idiot," and a series of words. "Wow, I was half dead in front of the army, and you guys are feeding me dog food right away. Is this really okay?" Li Yingxing slowly put away the long sword, and the golden color in his eyes slowly extinguished, but the cute tone of girls scolding in Japanese comics actually exists. You did a good job, destroying all the aliens and protecting the people here. Mingfei patted Li Yingxing's shoulder to express his appreciation. Don't talk to me in this tone of encouragement from a senior. The girl curled her lip to express her disgust. Can you tell me how you did it, Yan Lin? Mans didn't notice the intimate behavior between his students. He was still in shock from the information Yishan told him. For example, S-Class rushed over like a launched torpedo. S-Class instantly swung the sword under the water to wipe out all the dead pools. S-Class rushed out of the water like a rocket launch, carrying him and Aki, and he didn't feel any pressure. This Newton's coffin lid can't hold it down anymore. And Mingfei didn't wear any equipment on his body, weights, flippers, underwater power devices, nothing. He looked the same when he got off the helicopter as when he got off the water. Do you have a small electric motor installed on your butt? Li Yingxing was also quite curious. No, Lu Mingfei responded calmly. He took out a grey octagonal flat columnar stone the size of a baby's fist from the pocket of the lining of his windbreaker. There was a simple pattern on the surface of the stone, which was a bit ugly, but it was still distinguishable as a fish in the water. This is the fish talisman, with the word spirit called Ark attached to it. With it, I can move and fight freely underwater. Old Tang wanted to find a name from the 12 zodiac signs at first, but the dragon and snake that can swim and Dave have corresponding words, and the word dog is a bit unworthy at the leader's style. Then Finkel suggested the duck talisman, and Shuzaham reminded him that duck would be ambiguous when paired with a male, and Finkel smiled and said, "You know a lot." Finally, the talisman pattern was decided to be fish. Lu Mingfei didn't care about these things. It sounds interesting. Can I have a look at it? Li Yingxing reached out and took the fish talisman from Lu Mingfei. The golden light in her eyes that had just faded away reappeared, as if the talisman had activated automatically and stimulated her blood. However, she did not jump into the water to test it. Instead, she returned it to Lu Mingfei after examining it and said leisurely, "The person who made this alchemical item has a very high level of alchemical skills. Well, it was made by the alchemist sergeant of our legion. He is indeed excellent." Lu Mingfei responded with a smile. "Amulet? Alchemical item? Alchemical sergeant?" Mans was stunned, remembering that in addition to cold-faced swordsman Shuzahang and Fingal, the Repeater King, the information of a third member was posted in the Night Watch forum. Ronald Tang, male, female, unknown ancestry, suspected to be an S-level relative, seems to have a high talent in alchemy, and wants to use this to hook up with the flower of the alchemical mechanical department. "I'm sorry to interrupt your discussion, we have more important things to do next." Zhao Xinlong's heavy voice sounded, "We don't have time to rest, now it is very likely that other forces have entered Beta City before us." The wind and rain continued, and the team members of the Monarch were packing up the bodies and fragments of Deadpool on the deck, while the core members were formulating the second plan in the conference room. 5 ghosts are evil, Lianxin star, the hexagram does not change, the star of great evil. The orthodox Feng Shui master Zhao Yunhen's old face was gloomy. Big disaster. How big a disaster can there be with me in this S? Li Yingxing snorted, and straightened her not-so-strong chest. The Feng Shui of the Dragon Palace has been disrupted. Going in now will be dangerous. If the 2 dragon servants guarding the palace, Jaya and Samson, are disturbed, the Dragon King will soon wake up. Zhao Yunhen ignored Li Yingxing's nervous chatter and continued to talk to himself. The other side also has experts, and their plans are even deeper than ours. Even the Deadpool guarding the Dragon Palace was lured here to kill someone with a borrowed knife, Zhao Xinlong said in a deep voice, but now is not the time to track down the forces to which the other side belongs. We must also speed up the plan to enter Beta City. He looked at Professor Mans. As agreed, we will provide knowledge and alchemical assistance. Do you have any other questions? I have just spoken to the principal, and he said that your plan is the main one. Professor Mans nodded, but in addition to Yisheng and Jirudaki, our S-level personnel must also be added to the water. Yisheng and Jirudaki, who were in the corner of the conference room, looked at each other, and saw the emotions of relief and surprise on each other's faces. Okay. Zhao Xinlong had no objection. This Chinese boy from Castle showed a strong fighting power that was not inferior to Li Yingxing, and he also had strange alchemical items. There was no harm in entering Beta City. He opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, then as if he remembered something, he added. In addition, Miss Li Yingxing will follow. Great. Let's go together to overthrow the Dragon King and raid the Dragon King's house. Li Yingxing cheered happily. Are you ready for underwater conflict? Professor Mans had no objection. Although this girl loved to complain, her fighting ability was also real. What about the Monarch? If the attack just now happens again, I have requested reinforcements from the family, and the Zhao family's dragon-breaking platform is on its way. Dragon-breaking platform, wow. Professor Mans expressed his amazement. According to the records, Beta City is a city created entirely by alchemy, so there is no loophole for us to get in. If we want to enter the city, we must go through the door openly. And the Chen family's key is responsible for opening the door. Zhao Xinlong looked at the noble lady surnamed Chen, who just slightly showed the castle side the baby with a pacifier in her arms. After entering Beta City, the environment inside may subvert your imagination and cognition. Even the most sophisticated machines of mankind will fail. This bronze city itself is a huge domain. Mr. Yunhen. Zhao Yunhen nodded and solemnly took out an ancient sandalwood box from the worn-out bag behind him. Inside the box, a metal square tray engraved with the atrograms and the ancient characters of the 24 directions was wrapped in red silk. The spoon-shaped magnetite was fixed in the center of the tray. From a different angle, you can see the symbol of the Big Dipper under the magnetic spoon. I know, this is called Sinan. Professor Mann said. We in the Zhao family call it the sky-pointing instrument. It is an alchemical item that hosts the living spirit. In the Bronze City, it will guide you in the direction of life and ensure that you will not get lost. Zhao Yinglong explained. After entering the water, it will be handed over to you for safekeeping, Miss Li Yingxing. To be honest, if the four of us were put in a movie scene, we would definitely be broken up and defeated one by one. Why don't you get some alchemical ropes that can tie us together and not get separated? Li Yingxing suggested. I also have an alchemical item, said Lu Mingfei, who had been listening carefully, and took out a fist-sized compass from his wet windbreaker. Judging from the material, it should be cast bronze. This is an exclusive compass made for me by the alchemical sergeant. We have double protection. Your so-called alchemical sergeant is indeed powerful, but the pointing to the sky instrument is a treasure found by the ancestors of the Zhao family from the tomb of a second-generation king. It is the most precious treasure of our Zhao family. Zhao Yunhen snorted coldly. It is your honor to lend you the pointing to the sky instrument. Don't try to make trouble with inferior alchemical items. Lu Mingfei was not angry. Anyway, he would only complain about too little equipment, not too much. Chapter 252. Dragon Palace. At the bottom of the river there were 6 people who ended diving for the second time. It looked like they were in a group to visit some safe and harmless underwater ruins. Professor Mans in particular had a special diving suit. There was a protruding round cabin made of hard transparent material on the abdomen. Inside was the baby called Key. There were additional oxygen pipes to ensure that the round cabin had enough air. Are you going to take such a young child down? Lu Mingfei frowned slightly. Compared to other people who were wearing various diving equipment, he only needed to bring his own sword. He is a vital part of the operation. Professor Mans hung up that compressed oxygen cylinder with the help of his assistant Selma. You'll know when you go down. Professor, you'll look like a diving kangaroo. Yishan joked, patting the round cabin to tease the baby. Then you're like a fox that comes to steal the kangaroos from me. Get ready, we have to race against time. Plop, Yishan, Jiudaki, Li Yingxing and Professor Mans fell into the turbulent river one after another, relying on weights to dive quickly. Lu Mingfei was the last one to go into the water, and the fish spell activated automatically the moment he fell into the water. The word spirit field called Arc covered his body, and the buoyancy, pressure and resistance brought by the water body all disappeared, as if he was doing free fall, but he could control the direction and speed of his movement. He is like the Sea King in the comics. Professor Mans looked at the surging water that was diving down, and finally understood what Yishan meant by S-level is like a torpedo diving down. With him accompanying us on the mission, I feel so safe, Yishan said with a smile. He looked at Jiudaki again. To be honest, if we had studied a few years later, I would be worried that you would be attracted to him and pursue him. I don't think I can compete with an opponent of this level. He doesn't look like he likes girls. Aki whispered. Does he like boys? In that case, I don't mind repaying his life-saving grace with my body. Yishan laughed. I like girls. Sister Aki, are you interested in following me? Li Yingxing paddled over and smiled and moved between the two of them. Miss Li, don't you feel sorry for this? Lu Mingfei, a talent with bloodline and talent, was recruited by the secret party. This can be regarded as a serious loss of talent, right? Jiudaki politely changed the subject. Let him flow. Even if Siegfried comes, he has to toast and kneel before those old immortals. Just kidding, Li Yingxing said nonchalantly. Those old immortals who are self-satisfied attach great importance to clans and surnames, and never marry with ordinary people. And there is no orthodox Lu like Lu Mingfei, but if he is willing to marry into an orthodox clan, then I think the clans fighting for him will be bloody. It's time to wend the chat. Yishan, Aki, prepare to wend to the passage. Professor Mans reminded. The baby in the round cabin in his abdomen not only did not cry after seeing this environment, but turned around curiously, with a faint golden light flowing in his pupils. The robber's hole leading to Beta City lay quietly under the water, and Lu Mingfei stood calmly on one side, as if he had been waiting for a long time. When he saw them come in, he rushed into the dark cave with a big sword on his back. Really reliable. Yisheng sighed softly, turned on the searchlight and followed Lu Mingfei's water flow into the cave. On the ground, the distance of more than 10 meters is about the same as walking from the balcony of the college dormitory to the door, but in this dark and not very wide oppressive environment underwater, this distance seems a bit long. Oh my god. The light of the searchlight was lost in the dark green water. The people who drilled out of the oppressive dark cave and into this huge water area 100 meters deep underwater witnessed a shocking scene. Within their field of vision stood a huge bronze wall, which stretched endlessly in all directions into the darkness beyond the sight, as if there was no boundary. Infinite. Such a scene should have appeared in dreams or in the artistic composition of giant phobia, and the insignificance of human beings was vividly reflected at this time. Beta City is just like the bronze city he forged on the ice and snow of northern Europe, Professor Mann said in shock. We have discovered the palace of the Dragon King. This achievement is no less than humans landing on the moon for the hybrids. Lu Mingfei felt nothing. After all, he had seen with his own eyes the supergiant star fortress whose mass and size could trigger the geocentric traction phenomenon of the planet. However, he was quite satisfied with it. The military factory of the Legion should be of this scale. The laboratory on the first floor of the basement of the Holy Blood Museum was too shabby. As for those who led Deadpool to attack them, Lu Mingfei had already defined them as heretics. He would not allow any heretics to have any ideas about this alchemy city. Now we have to take the first step on the moon. Professor Mann swam to the bronze wall, and the other four followed closely. When they approached the wall, the water flow changed subtly. Beta City has been activated. Professor Mann also noticed this change and his expression tightened. No, look at the wall, there's something new. Li Yingxing reminded. She didn't show too much shock, but was carefully observing everything around her. Sure enough, a certain part of the bronze wall in front of them was changing, but it was insignificant compared to its huge main body. A protruding human face appeared on the bronze wall, biting a burning firewood in its mouth, surrounded by flame-like patterns. It seemed that its expression became distorted and painful because of this, and its sharp teeth bit the firewood and refused to let go. This city has noticed our arrival, Yisheng whispered. It is worthy of being the highest achievement and embodiment of the dragon alchemy. This thing should be the block that hosts the living spirit. Now I just hope that Solomon's little key can still help us open a small door leading to the interior of the city. Come closer. Professor Mann stretched out his hand and pressed it on the bronze wall, closed his eyes and chanted in a low voice, as if singing or roaring, and the majestic and loud syllables echoed in the water through the oxygen mask. Word spirit. Dust-free land. The river water around Mans began to swirl, and a transparent water shell quickly expanded outward with him as the center. In the spherical space with a diameter of several meters, the water was forcibly expelled, and the vortex swirls around them at high speed. Judaki quickly helped to pull open the tube of the oxygen cylinder behind Professor Mens, and the leaked high-pressure oxygen quickly filled the space of the bubble. Under the influence of the field of the dustless land, they were able to stand in the air out of thin air. It's up to you next, baby. Professor Mens, with golden eyes, carefully took the baby out of the round cabin in the belly of the diving suit. This baby with golden eyes looked only a few months old, with a pacifier in his chubby face, wearing a one-piece baby suit with a cow pattern, and only a few sparse fetal hair on his head. But even such a child, he straightened his back, and his face looked solemn like a priest holding a mass. He stretched out his chubby little hand, and his delicate fingers touched the sharp point between the eyebrows of the bronze face, and bright red blood flowed out from the broken skin. Low syllables like the roar of a giant bell were pouring out of the child's mouth. The next second, this face that looked like a bronze sculpture seemed to come alive, revealing a look of joy and opening its mouth as if to suck more blood. Fortunately, Professor Mans quickly and decisively took the child back. A heavy roar sounded from deep behind that bronze wall, as if a mechanical engine was running. A circular hole with a diameter of about 1 meter suddenly appeared on the wall without any marks. The inside of the hole was full of sharp bronze teeth, which looked like a huge mouth of a worm, which was frightening. Lu Mingfei just felt that this way of opening the door was a bit blasphemous. This was a way of sacrifice that only heretics would use. Is this a word spirit? Word spirit. Key? Yisheng asked softly. Strictly speaking, this is a kind of blood mark. Professor Mans was holding a hemostatic bandage and carefully wrapping it layer by layer on the baby's bleeding little finger. It's an ability acquired through inheritance, not an acquired awakening. This little baby can gain control of its maker through blood, ignoring the authority stipulated by its maker. Of course, it is limited to alchemical items. You can't open a bank vault with this baby. Okay, I'm going to remove the word spirit. You can swim in after the channel is filled with water. Mans put the baby back into the round cabin on his abdomen and sealed it. Aki helped him connect the air pipe to the new gas cylinder. After you go in, you must act according to the circumstances, because there may be interference from another group of forces. In addition to being careful of Deadpool, you must also be careful of attacks from humans. 2 hours later, if there is no special situation on the Monarch, I will bring the baby down to open the door for you. Understood. The domain of the dustless land was lifted, and the huge ball shattered into countless bubbles in an instant, rising rapidly upwards, and the surging water knocked several people off balance. Mingfei said nothing more, leaned down and prepared to enter through this uncomfortable hole, but then the hole disappeared in an instant, returning to the original seamless wall. He frowned, looked at the protruding face on the wall not far away with some displeasure, and considered whether to use the more efficient way of opening the door that Astates usually used. Professor. The door is closed again. Yishan hurriedly called Professor Mans, who was about to turn around and leave through the communication system. What's going on? Professor Mans' eyes widened. He didn't expect such a situation. The baby's ability failed. Just as he wanted to activate the word spirit to go through the door opening procedure again, a heavy roar sounded in this huge bronze city, and a new entrance opened. The ugly hole that looked like a worm's mouth disappeared, and in its place appeared a tall and solemn solid door. The bronze door panel was carved with countless intricate patterns and paintings, and the style instantly improved countless times. The gate slowly opened inwards on both sides, but it did not cause any change in the water flow. Everything was so calm. In the huge corridor behind that gate, one after another eternal lamps were lit, illuminating the bronze sculptures holding them and bowing their heads, as if welcoming the return of their masters. It seems, we have received an invitation from His Highness Norton. Gyudaki looked at this shocking scene and whispered. Not us, maybe it's him. Yishan's eyes fell on the figure that stopped in front of the gate. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novel, as there you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 253, The Dragon King's Treasure House. An invisible curtain separated the dark green river water. Yishan and Gyudaki tried to take off their diving masks and breathe the cold air that had settled in the Bronze City for nearly 1,000 years. Again, be careful. Professor Mans looked around the long corridor and the huge sculptures illuminated by the eternal lights and reminded again. Although he also wanted to stay and experience and explore the Dragon King's palace, an event worthy of being recorded in history, he was obviously a burden for the elderly, weak, sick and disabled with the key baby on his back. Boom boom, the two huge bronze doors made a heavy sound and began to slowly close inward. Professor Mans hurriedly passed through the water curtain and returned to the outside of the bronze city. Yishan and Gyudaki also quickly caught up with Mingfei and Li Yingxing, who had already walked far away in this huge passage wide enough for 10 trucks to run in parallel. These two are synonymous with safety. Where are you going first? Li Yingxing took off her diving mask, and the tight nano-diving suit outlined the beautiful curves of the girl. The construction of Beta City should have been during the Western Han Dynasty. If the feng shui habits of the Dragon Clan are similar to those of humans, then the important location may be built in the place where wind is stored and ki is gathered. Central Control Hub. Mingfei did not even raise his head. He was concentrating on the compass made by the alchemist sergeant in his hand. However, apart from that bronze pointer that could rotate to point out the direction, he could not understand any of the alchemy symbols inside. He regarded this city as a warship. Since it was a warship, there must be core locations such as the Central Control Hub and Central Control Cabin. After all, Mingfei's goal from the beginning was to find a way to control this alchemy city or to clear out other heretics who wanted to occupy it before taking control. As for whether the compass made by the alchemist can lead him to the Central Control Hub is still unknown. Old Tang's introduction only said that the living spirits living inside have two modes. One is the treasure hunting mode, which will autonomously find and guide the location of precious items. The other is the escape mode, which will guide the direction of escape at a critical moment. The information studied by our dragon historian shows that the human disguised as Dragon King Norton during the Western Han Dynasty may be Gong Sun Shu. He resisted Wang Ming, who usurped the Han Dynasty regime, and proclaimed himself emperor in Sichuan. Some people called him the White Emperor. Jiudaki said softly behind him. "Sister, are you trying to get some historical information out of me?" Li Yingxing grinned and grabbed Aki's slender waist. "But it's okay to tell you. It's not top secret information," she said casually. "Historical records show that Gong Sun witnessed a dragon leaving the palace before he proclaimed himself emperor. That dragon should be His Highness Norton. Before that, he should have changed his name to Li Xun, gained Gong Sun's trust, helped him become emperor, and became his important minister. The Dragon King helped humans establish a regime. Then why did he do that?" Aki was a little shocked. This information would definitely shock the secret party professors who studied the history of the Dragon clan, because it was a bit illogical. "You'll have to ask His Highness Norton myself," Li Yingxing said leisurely. "In short, he used unparalleled fire and alchemy to extract endless bronze from the mountains and deep in the earth to create this city, just like the palace they built on the Nordic ice field. In addition, it is rumored that he also used supreme alchemy to create 7 ultimate weapons in Beta City that could kill several monarchs on other thrones." 12 years later, Emperor Wang Guoyishu defeated Gong Sun and Norton with the help of the power of all the dragon-slaying families in the Central Plains. However, Norton had prepared a cocoon for resurrection before that, so this death was just a long hibernation for him. China's hybrids seem to have a longer history than Castle Academy imagined. Yishen exclaimed. It was hard to imagine that as early as the years before Christ, the emperors of this ancient land had known of the existence of the Dragon King and dared to launch a crusade against him. 5,000 years is fake. Of the descendants of the Dragon fake? Li Yingxing snorted. "The earliest batch of hybrids born here are all real Dragon King's appointment. The most primitive totem worship and god worship stage all originated from them, which is not as disgusting as that in Europe. By the way, don't spread these things outside. Be careful to be accused of historical nihilism." Yishen and Yaji looked at each other. These secret histories naturally could not be spread out, but they were walking in the Dragon King's miraculous palace at this time. "Then, His Highness Norton is still sleeping in this city?" Yaji asked softly. "Who knows? Maybe he has woken up a long time ago." Li Yingxing loosened his hand around Yaji's waist, and looked at Mingfei who was walking in front. "This corridor is not endless. At the end is a huge space. Even if the entire Beta City is soaked in water, its interior is dry as before, and those bronze metals have not shown any oxidation phenomenon. Obviously, it is not simple and pure bronze." Rows of tall bronze statues stood on both sides of the crowd, forming a wide road. Compared with the statues in the corridor that bowed their heads and held lamps as waiters, these bronze statues were wearing armor and holding sharp spears, more like palace guards. However, it was impossible to see the faces of these statues from the ground. One could only vaguely see that they had slender necks like snakes, and their faces were blurred in the darkness. It was unknown whether they were staring at the traitors who broke into the Dragon King's palace. Of these totems of the Dragon clan? Oh, gods! But they look at least more majestic than the Deadpools we met. With the 2 good players of S-level and Li Yingxing, Yishen did not feel any fear. He released the snake and confirmed that there were no other moving objects and life forms in this space. Then he took out the waterproof camera and filmed everything he saw. These are all valuable data worth studying. No one can say whether there will be another exploration operation, and whether the next exploration operation will be as smooth and unimpeded as this one. Mingfei just thought that these alien sculptures were blasphemous and ugly. After taking control of this alchemy city, he would have the alchemy soldiers destroy these statues and reshape them into the statues of the Emperor, the statues of St. Giles, and the statues of the Guards of Austerities. He continued to move forward in the direction of the bronze pointer without stopping. "Oh my god!" Aki raised his head and shone the searchlight in his hand on the bronze wall where they came out of the corridor, and he was amazed. The bronze wall was covered with metal discs. It was better to say that they were gears than discs. The edges of these discs were a circle of sharp structures like wolf teeth. If thrown out, they would become deadly weapons and cut the enemy's body. Countless metal gears meshed with each other and gathered together to climb all over this nearly 100-meter-high bronze giant wall, which made people think of the shocking beauty brought by the precision movement parts in the watch after being magnified tens of thousands of times. Now they were standing in this huge and precise pocket watch. Look at the complexity. Dragon King Norton is simply a mechanic. The professors of history and modern science in the college once speculated that Otto Hahn, who has dragon blood, could discover nuclear fission reactions, and Robert Oppenheimer could create the first atomic bomb. Then, with the Dragon King's creativity and learning abilities thousands of times superior to those of hybrid humans, if they were to revive during this period and did not vent their anger on humans right away but instead learn to master scientific knowledge, then the title of King of Bronze and Fire would probably have to evolve into King of Nuclear Fusion and Plasma. Yushin joked, but he didn't quite smile. But they themselves control the power of world spirits. Your snake and my ghost can barely be explained by science, but Xu Zhang's Junyan in the S-level club has already broken the law of conservation of energy, said Aki, not to mention those world spirits that only exist in conjecture and belong to the Dragon King, which must be beyond our imagination. Maybe the alchemy system is an alternative scientific system controlled by the Dragon Clan. Okay, we will discuss these topics slowly after we go up, and keep up with the S-level first. Mingfei has reached the end of the road listed by the statue, but the bronze needle in the compass still points to the huge bronze wall in front of him without any gaps, and the direction remains unchanged. He frowned. Is he going to blow an entrance in this wall? But he didn't carry any bombs or grenades. Thinking of this, he drew the Jinyu greatsword behind him. It's not impossible to cut an entrance. At this moment, the roar of the machinery rumbled, echoing and overlapping in the huge space here, deafening. This ancient city seemed to be activated. The originally intact bronze walls suddenly split, collided, and reintegrated neatly. Spaces and passages leading to the unknown were constantly generated and then disappeared and restored to their original state. It felt like a huge Rubik's Cube was being turned non-stop. After a moment, a brand new portal appeared in front of Mingfei. It was also a solid door, but the patterns and paintings on the door seemed to be much more exquisite than the door into the Bronze City, and the texture was similar to jade. Looking down and seeing that the direction of the pointer did not change, Mingfei stepped forward and followed the slowly opened door, followed by a dazzling stream of light. Behind that door was not a corridor, but a magnificent huge room. 4 giant bronze columns full of exquisite and strange paintings and carvings stood in the 4 corners of the room, and the room was filled with piles of gold coins, silver dollars, glass diamonds, gems, pearls, and beautiful jade utensils. Oh my god, Yushin and Jirudaki, who were taking photos of the gate, widened their eyes and breathed a little faster after witnessing such a gorgeous scene. The Anglo-Saxon epic Beowulf written around the 8th century AD describes the greedy image of dragons who love treasures. A slave stole a wine cup from the dragon's treasure. The angry dragon attacked the nearby village in revenge and was finally killed by the brave Beowulf. This story is also the prototype of the giant dragon Smaug in Tolkien's The Lord of the Rings. However, in reality, the dragons are often powerful and violent in the impression of the hybrids, and they want to destroy the world and destroy the existence of mankind. Few people will study whether the Dragon Kings will have their own treasure house. Now it seems that they do. The sensitivity and love of mixed blood for wealth seem to be inherited from the dragon race in their bloodline. Several families of the secret party are now syndicates in Europe. However, the pursuit and desire of human beings for wealth and treasures is also ingrained in their genes. Yushin and Jirudaki couldn't help but put down their cameras and walk to the piles of treasures in the treasury. The glittering light illuminated their faces that were flushed with excitement. This can be used as military expenses for the Legion, but it can only be used in my hometown. Mingfei looked around the treasury and just nodded calmly. Unless the piles of equipment here are precision power swords, hot melt guns, plasma guns, etc. It is difficult for him to have any strange emotions. But then he noticed something wrong. The child named Liangxing was gone. Chapter 254 Awakening. Although walking at the front of the team, Mingfei has always been paying attention to the movements of the 3 people behind him, especially Yushin and Jirudaki. During the dive, Mingfei mentioned that he didn't need these 2 children to go down again, but Professor Mann said that someone had to be responsible for collecting and preserving information, carrying things and doing heavy work. If you encounter any enemies, you can't fight with things in both hands at an S level. In short, Mingfei can guarantee that if an enemy attacks the 2 of them, he can react immediately, and Liangxing, to be honest, he recognizes the other's strength. Even if an enemy attacks, he will not die quietly. Where is Miss Li? Jirudaki tried harder to move her eyes away from the hill of treasures. She also noticed that Liangxing was missing. She and Yushin were relatively calm. They just looked at these treasures from a close distance and didn't pounce on them for a close contact. After all, the commissioners of the executive department also work for the secret party and get paid to buy insurance, and some medical insurance is quite expensive. Even if the treasures here don't have the Norton Collection label, taking out a few of them can make them worry-free for life. She should have left on her own. Mingfei said after a little thought, and his face regained its calm. leaving on her own. Yisheng and Yaji were both stunned when they heard this, and dozens of thoughts suddenly popped up in their minds. This strong girl represents the Orthodox mixed bloods, and this is the Orthodox territory. She may have left on her own initiative to execute something special. Then what should we do next? Go find Miss Li? Yisheng asked. He was holding up an underwater camera and taking pictures. Compared with the treasures in the palace, he was more concerned about the complex dragon characters on the dome. The overall look is similar to the decorative patterns on Baroque-style buildings, but you can see some rules that cannot be described in words. The words that can appear in the Dragon King's palace must be very important. Unless His Highness Norton has nothing to do and write down what he ate today and what he bought tomorrow, otherwise these dragon words must record the history and culture of the dragon race that the hybrids do not understand. This is very important for the secret party who rely entirely on the ice sea fragments to understand the secret history of the dragon race. No, we have to hurry up to find the center of this city and make sure it belongs to us instead of the control of heretics, Mingfei said calmly. Continue to explore. After speaking, he picked up the bronze compass in his hand, took a deep breath and began to activate his own high-purity alien blood. The golden and dazzling light covered his eyes, and for a time even overwhelmed the gold and silver streams here like a small mountain. Yisheng and Jirudaku were trembling all over, and their breathing was a little difficult. Although Mingfei's sudden bloodline outbreak was not directed at them, the fear and submission from the depths of their blood were like a huge stone pressing on their hearts, and they dared not look directly at Mingfei. I want the central location here. Point it out to me. Mingfei said indifferently to the living spirit in the compass. If it was a machine soul, Mingfei would probably have to burn some holy incense, apply holy oil, and chant a binary prayer poem to please it, but the living spirit is not a machine soul, so he chose a more efficient and rough method. The living spirit of the compass showed a kind of fear emotion in the boiling blood, and the bronze pointer began to turn slowly. Boom. Before Mingfei could think about what was going on, the two tall jade doors of the treasure house slammed shut, followed by a deafening roar surrounding his ears. The mountain of gold and silver treasures poured down like a mudslide with the violent vibration of the treasure house. Mingfei dodged and picked up the two and jumped onto a bronze pillar in the corner. Have we triggered the Dragon King's anti-tomb robber mechanism? Yoji's face was pale. She and Yisheng relied on the fangs and claws of the blue dragon on the bronze pillar to stabilize their bodies. The incident happened so suddenly. If it weren't for Mingfei, the two of them would have been buried alive by the treasure. Mingfei frowned, and saw the complex dragon characters in the bronze compass in his hand light up with eye-catching blood light, and the needle was spinning wildly, not clockwise or counterclockwise, but back and forth. No matter how intimidated by his alien bloodliner, he couldn't stop it. 10 minutes ago. Li Yingxing walked in the middle of the road made of piles of bones, towards the bronze door at the end. Compared with other huge thresholds, this door looked much more normal, like a small door set up for humans, and the eye-catching vortex-shaped dragon characters occupied the entire surface of the door. She held a Sinan called Zixionye, whose surface was engraved with ancient Chinese characters such as Tiangande Zukai Kumbagua, flashing with eye-catching blood light, and the direction of the magnetic spoon steadily guided her forward. This little gadget can really be used in this place, I underestimated them. Li Yingxing hummed softly, kicking the bones on the road nonchalantly. If someone could sense the emotions of the living spirit, they would find that the living spirit of Zixionye was in a state of extreme fear and completely obeyed Li Yingxing. Dare to attack the Dragon King, whether it is a hybrid or a human, it can be said to be courageous. Li Yingxing picked up a rusty rectangular metal piece, and faintly saw tiny holes in the four corners of the metal piece. This is Jia's, a Han Dynasty standard armor. These metal iron pieces are connected along the small holes with thin wires and tied with hemp ropes to become a piece of armor with a certain degree of defense, but if the enemy is the Dragon King, such armor will be useless even if it is stacked 1,000 times. Poor two brothers, they fled here from northern Europe with the fate of abandoning their tribe, but they were hunted down by their own tribe because of the secrets they carried. The bronze door seemed to sense Li Yingxing's arrival, and a hideous bronze face emerged from the door, exactly the same as the face they saw when they first entered the bronze city. No way, even I had to pay to enter. Your master and I are relatives. She returned to the image of the girl who loved to complain and stared at the face in front of the door for a while, and then reluctantly stretched out her hand. Well, since this is the door to Norton's private bedroom, I will pay you a little entrance fee. Gorgeous blood flowed from Li Yingxing's fingers. The girl's blood actually magically carried a gorgeous golden light, just like the glowing dishes served on the table in the Cooking Master Boy. But at least this blood did not look very delicious. The bronze face watered by blood became more painful and distorted, as if it was not blood but deadly strong sulfuric acid that flowed, and the wailing of the living could be vaguely heard. The bronze door slowly opened, and a dark and narrow passage came into view. Li Yingxing put away the finger-pointing instrument, complained, "Why is there not even a special car to pick me up?" and walked in. The passage was not long, and Li Yingxing soon reached the end. Her eyes lit up with a beautiful golden light. She saw a small bronze house, in the style of an ancient and simple dwelling. Snap! She snapped her fingers, and the lights illuminated the room. In the corner there was a statue of a palace maid kneeling, holding a long letter lantern in her hand. The Dragon King's residence is so shabby. But it seems that I am not qualified to say such a thing. The interior of the room was also simple, with 2 rattan beds and a bronze low table. On the table were a stack of yellowed rough paper and a ceramic vase with a dried flower in the vase. Hectares, I thought these 2 brothers would sleep in the same bed. Li Yingxing laughed with a bad taste, but her eyes were soon attracted by something else. It was a brass jar the size of a person standing between the 2 beds. The surface of the jar was engraved with dense and complicated patterns and symbols, reflecting the ancient glory under the swaying firelight. "It's an honor to meet you, the great Lord Jmangunda." In the Dragon King's bedroom, where there should be no one else, a second person's voice rang out. The violent blood and pressure instantly erupted from Li Yingxing's body, like an erupting active volcano. The color of her eyes also changed from gold to molten red like lava, staring coldly at the figure who walked out from behind that brass jar. "Who are you? I don't remember anyone like you existing," she said coldly. She didn't know, and she pulled out the bronze 8-sided hand sword, and the sword was beating with surging thunder. "In front of the Supreme One who holds power, people like me are certainly not worth remembering," the figure bowed slowly, "but I like to call myself the Emperor." "Emperor? You are quite arrogant," Li Yingxing laughed coldly. "You're in a very strange state now, neither like a half-blood nor like one of our people." "I used to be, but at least I am not your enemy, Jmangunda." The figure appeared under the swaying lights, and strange purple lines crawled all over his face. "Stop making riddles, tell me who you are loyal to and what your purpose is." Li Yingxing seemed a little impatient, and pointed the tip of the sword, jumping with thunder at the other party. "I am loyal to myself," the Emperor paused, "and I am also loyal to the Great Lord of Change." "Change?" Li Yingxing's face changed slightly. "It is you who disrupted the node of the historical process. Before I explain more to you, I would like to invite you to watch an interesting show with me. How about it?" When the Emperor finished speaking, a strange pupil symbol lit up under his feet. And in the deepest space on the left and right sides of this bronze city, a pair of blazing golden pupils lit up from the darkness, reflecting the hideous iron armor cover in their huge figures. La la, the sound of metal chains shaking rang out, and the 2 guardians of Beta City woke up from their 1,000-year slumber. They stood up, and the bronze chains that bound their bodies, which were 5 or 6 meters thick, broke in pieces. They noticed the awakening of their companions, heard the rumbling sound of the royal city, felt the space where they were sleeping was moving, and smelled the sinful breath of the invaders. The angry roar shook the entire bronze city, and the 2 guardians quickly realized where they were being sent by the activated royal city. The invaders were also sent to the past arena. Chapter 255. Jair and Samson. The vibration of the bronze city stopped. Mingfei jumped down from the bronze dragon pillar, stepped on pearls, jade, gold and silver utensils and walked towards the jade door of the treasury. The boiling blood in his body had revealed to him that the enemy had arrived, and a powerful alien was approaching here. "You stay here." He turned around and said to the trembling Yisheng and Jirudaki, and then walked towards the slowly opened door of the treasury. The vast space with dozens of tall bronze statues standing has disappeared, and what came into view was a huge Roman-style arena made of bronze. Mingfei frowned. The process of his last battle in the arena was still vivid in his mind. He couldn't help but think of that bloodthirsty demon who was burned to ashes by the Emperor's holy flame, or the ever-changing demon king who summoned it to come. Is it another conspiracy of heresy? Mingfei naturally had no reason to retreat. He drew out the Jinyu Grey Sword, activated the alchemy field to the giant sword form, and the Emperor's holy flame was burning faintly. The ruined remains were piled up outside the tall bronze circular wall. When Mingfei walked along the road and entered the entrance of the building, he saw no less than dozens of corpses. He could vaguely distinguish the bones of humans and beasts. Some of the bones of beasts had obvious mutations, which were obviously dragonized after being exposed to the alien genes. This is an arena, and the owner of the arena is the Dragon King named Norton. Lumenfei could imagine that thousands of years ago, the aliens were so high above, watching the bloody fight between humans and dragonized beasts as their own entertainment. Damn aliens, he said to himself coldly, and the hatred and anger of hostilities towards the aliens began to surge in his heart. Then, the anger from the aliens illuminated the huge dark arena, like a blazing red sun rising and then smashing down. The extreme heat and violent impact swept over, and Lumenfei's figure instantly disappeared from the original place and flashed to the other side of the arena. With the help of the light of the fireball, he saw a huge alien creature flapping its wings and flying in the sky. The blue-black scales covering its body were like an ancient and magnificent armor with a long history. A pair of shining furious golden eyes were fixed on him. For humans, if you don't see it with your own eyes, it's hard to believe that there are really great creatures like dragons in the world. Their stretched postures are exactly the same as the totems carved on stones by the ancients. At this time, in the other direction of the arena, a loud bell-like explosion broke out. Although Lumenfei didn't understand it, he was somewhat familiar with it. It was the dragon text chanted by Shuzaham when he released Junyan, but compared with it, the speed of the alien chanting dragon text was more extreme. When the violent syllables sounded, Junyan's domain had already covered the majestic body of the alien. The original blue-black scales turned into a magma-like red under the heating of the monarch's flame, and its body was clearly visible in the air. This was the second alien. There was no doubt that the two of them were the Jaira and Samsung mentioned by the Zhao family Feng Shui master, the dragon servants guarding Beta City, the direct bloodline of the King of Bronze and Fire, and the powerful second-generation dragons. Dragon genealogy mentioned that the direct descendants of the Dragon King who controls the power of the elements are far more powerful than ordinary second-generation dragons. In addition to inheriting the powerful and terrifying words from the monarch's bloodline, they can also show these powers in different forms. But Lumenfei didn't think about this. He didn't care which of the two aliens was called Jair and which was called Samson. In addition to their power, the more troublesome second-generation aliens were themselves. They could serve as containers for the arrival of the supreme heavenly entity. He had to beware that the all-changeable demon lord was tempting him to use the power of the Emperor to take the opportunity to perform a blasphemous summoning ceremony like the Vatican. With a roar, the dragon servant covered by the Junyan domain dived down towards Lumenfei like a meteorite. Its wings burning with flames and blazing heat completely covered the large area where he was. Its wing bones, sharp and hot like blades, swept across any possible position where Lumenfei might dodge. Lumenfei changed his steps to swinging his sword and raising his hand. The broad Jinyu sword was intended to give a heavy blow to the oncoming alien, but at the moment when he was about to swing the sword, his movement was slightly blocked. The alien still soaring in the air released a new word spirit, sword control. This word spirit can control metal objects in the domain. When the releaser changes from a mixed blood species to a direct descendant of the monarch, the authority to control and affect objects will be further expanded, which naturally includes the Jinyu, an alchemical weapon that was also made of a second-generation species. Although the living spirit in the Jinyu greatsword was already loyal and unyielding under the illumination of the Emperor's holy light, it was still slightly affected by the nature of the alchemical weapon, causing Lumenfei to fail to seize the opportunity to stop the dragon car. Boom! The scorching and majestic dragon body hit Lumenfei head-on, and then after flying more than 200 meters, it took him to the bronze wall of the arena. The force of this huge creature's high-speed collision was at least not less than that of a heavy transport aircraft. Even a hybrid was no different from an ordinary person in front of this creature. I'm afraid that the lungs would probably burst out of the nose at the moment of being hit. The dragon servant did not crash into the wall of the arena with Lumenfei. At a distance of less than 50 meters from the arena, it showed agility that was completely inconsistent with its size. It turned and flapped its wings to fly back into the air. After the shadow passed, a dazzling and scorching fireball rose like the sun, and the dark arena was as bright as day. But before that, the flames had risen from the feet of Lumenfei, who was trapped on the bronze wall and didn't know whether he was alive or dead, and engulfed and burned him. Word Spirit. Sovereign Flame. Flameson. Word Spirit. Sovereign Flame. Meteor Shower. With the extreme word spirit chanting of the Dragon King, the domain of Sovereign Flame burst out in different forms and ways. A deadly meteor shower separated from the sun and poured madly towards Lumenfei's position. Each meteor was like a hot substance that was pushed to the speed of sound by high pressure like molten slag, like a grand trial. Mysterious alchemical patterns lit up on the bronze walls of the arena one after another. There was some kind of setting to ensure that the arena would not be destroyed by the power of the gladiators. S level, is he okay? Gyudaki looked at the two magnificent mythical creatures entrenched above the arena outside the treasury door and felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Under the pressure of the true bloodliner from dragons, it is already quite difficult for ordinary hybrids to face each other directly, let alone fight against this kind of creature. The bullets of the underwater pistols she and Yishan carried may not be able to cause a scratch on the scales of the second-generation species. I have to report to the monarch and ask them and the Orthodox to send people down for support. Yishan took a deep breath and tried to release his word spirit snake. This is also the reason why Professor Mans wanted Yishan to go into the water. The snake can capture electromagnetic signals and establish contact with them to achieve the purpose of humanoid communication facilities. But under the pressure of the second-generation bloodliner, the area where the snake can move now cannot even exceed the range of 10 meters around him. No, the snake is afraid. In this state, let alone contacting the monarch, it can't even swim in this treasure room. Wait. Yishan was sweating and anxious, but then he looked happy. Got it. I found a blind spot that is not covered by the dragon's might, and the snake can swim out. What is your purpose? What good will it be to lure more people down? I don't remember Norton setting up a mechanism like blood sacrifice. In the darkness that was nearly 100 meters above the arena, Li Yingxing and the Emperor stood more than 20 meters apart. Behind them was the bronze room where the Dragon King lived. Your Highness Chmangunda, you are the smartest among the kings. Why don't you try to make a simple guess? The Emperor just smiled, but the smile on his face covered with strange purple lines was a little creepy. Li Yingxing looked unhappy, but didn't say much. The thunder jumping on the handbar fang bronze sword in his hand never subsided. One day you'll have to make a choice, Chmangunda, the Emperor whispered again. At this point in time, no one can stay out of trouble. Li Yingxing became more and more angry, and wanted to kill the riddle man with a sword, but he had to suppress his temper. The other party, or the existence behind him, had quite troublesome unclean power. Plop. A dull sound like the beating of the war drum suddenly sounded, echoing in the huge Beta city. Li Yingxing's pupils shrank slightly. This is the power of the Holy Dragon. How can he have such power? The scales of the two dragon servants, Jair and Samson, were angry, and the huge and violent golden pupils reflected the figure of the intruder from Beta city rising from the flames below. Mingfei's heart was beating vigorously. The Jungian flames in that was biting his body like a bone ulcer was being forcibly dispelled. The shattered organs and charred flesh were regenerating and healing at a high speed, like a real dragon that had been reborn and ascended to the sky. The fine hairs growing from the new and rosy skin of a baby quickly became thicker and harder, evolving into pale scales and quickly covering Mingfei's whole body, like a heavy armor of great strength, with a unique and weird hideous beauty. This space is not the Nibelungen, and because of the precautions against the potential heretics, the Emperor's power cannot be used. It is undoubtedly the best choice to use the power of the aliens to decide the outcome. Word Spirit. Yaki, the field is completely covered. The two dragon servants clearly noticed that the purity of the bloodline in the body of the lowly human rose rapidly in a short period of time, and even surpassed them. This is also beyond their understanding. But this does not mean that they will surrender, and the battle begins again. The high-pitched dragon chanting rang out, and the word spirit of dragon servant Samson resonated with the arena. The tall bronze wall behind Mingfei emitted a red glow, and hot metal chains splashed out and tried to penetrate Mingfei's body. Word spirit. Bronze ban. It is said that the alchemical artifact Heaven's Chain handed down from the ancient Babylonian civilization is essentially an artifact with word spirit. Bronze ban attached. Now one of them is stored in the underground ice cellar of the Academy. In some extremely dangerous missions, the director of the executive department will approve the commissioner to use this metal chain less than 3 meters long to capture the fallen hybrids or even the Deadpool, and now the metal chain extending from the bronze wall, as thick as a forearm, has exceeded 30 meters. However, the bronze band did not cruelly and violently penetrate Mingfei's body protected by scales. Samson decisively chose a simpler method to tie Mingfei up in place, and then handed him over to Dragon Servant Yu. The majestic body of Yu was covered with the domain of the Lord's flame. The dragon's scales were heated like red-hot steel. It swooped down from mid-air again, opening its ferocious mouth with a burning breath towards Mingfei, who was trapped in place by the bronze ban. It wanted to bite the intruder to pieces, kill him, and swallow him into its stomach. But then it was surprised to find that its body suddenly stopped and could not move forward even a step. Dirty alien. Mingfei said coldly, with a golden light flashing in his eyes that was more violent and angry than the alien. The bronze chain tied to him broke inch by inch, and the palms wrapped in scales resisted his hard, ferocious and poisonous dragon teeth, and also withstood the terrifying bite force of its upper and lower jaws that was dozens of times greater than the 4,200 pounds of the saltwater crocodile, shattering the alien's idea of biting him to death. After the spirit of words, Yaki brought Mingfei the ability to repair his body beyond the rules. The second power of the White King alien began to show, the power that could shake the mountains and rivers. His head was tightly grasped by Mingfei. It wanted to struggle but was horrified to find that it was swung by this human, and then thrown hard against the bronze wall on the side. Although the size difference is still there, in terms of strength, Mingfei can now fight the complete form of the alien head-on. Samson realized that something was wrong. Before he could lift the bronze bang, a golden stream of light flashed like lightning. Samson subconsciously closed his eyes, but it was useless. The Jinyu giant sword burning with golden holy flames tore open its eyelids protected by heavy scales and pierced one of its golden pupils. The strong and poisonous dragon blood gushed out like a fountain. Samson, who was roaring in anger, began to sway unsteadily in flight like a leaf in the wind. However, he did not have time to chant and release the new words. Mingfei, who jumped into the air, held his mouth tightly, and then he was held and fell to the ground. At least gravity worked in this bronze city. The huge bodies of the dragon servants also caused considerable damage to their bodies, but it was not fatal. Swoosh, the Jinyu sword that Mingfei had pulled out before Samson fell once again flashed like lightning and pierced directly into Samson's head. The painful howl shook the entire Beta City. Mingfei landed steadily from mid-air on the hilt of the Jinyu sword that was immersed in the alien's skull, and then he just dragged the sword blade and ran on the dragon's body. It was still so fast that it was impossible to see clearly. The human eye could only see a row of surging blood waves rising from Samson's body, like a series of erupting volcanoes. The sword blade tore through the alien's back, like a gap left by the ground being plowed open. When passing by Samson's wings, Mingfei drew out the Jinyu great sword and turned his body. A simple and neat whirlwind slash cut off the root bone connecting it to the body, and the rising poisonous blood gas bloomed like flowers. Then the sword blade pierced into the wound again and was dragged to the end of the dragon's body. Samson screamed, tumbled and struggled, but he could no longer control his body. The most important organ of the dragon hidden in the spine was brutally destroyed. It's really tragic. The Emperor on the stand sighed softly. The power of Yaki is not something that the next generation can contend with, not to mention that the user of Yaki is a weapon of war itself. Li Yingxing looked at him silently, with a wary look, not knowing what the other party wanted to do. It seems that I have to give them a little help. Otherwise, they will die too quickly and be worthless to me. Chapter 256 Fusion. This is the Monarch. I'm Professor Mance. I've received the signal from the snake. Report your current situation, Yishan. It's all right. Yishan opened his mouth wide, and was shocked to see the magnificent mythical creature being forcibly knocked over by a figure that was dozens of times smaller than it, and fell into the arena surrounded by high walls. No, something's wrong. There's an important situation to report. Aki and I are currently in the Dragon King's treasure room. The orthodox Miss Li Yingxing is missing and her whereabouts are unknown. Specialist Mingfei is perceived by 2 second-generation dragons in a bronze arena. I don't know how long the S-class can hold out. Request for support. Yishan reacted and hurriedly asked the snake to return to the monarch with his new reply signal. As soon as he finished speaking, the shocking roar from the arena almost shocked him and Aki to faint on the spot. Through the invisible induction deep in the blood, Yishan and the others could feel that the roar of the second-generation dragon was accompanied by an intense and incomparable pain. Perhaps it is not the S-class that can hold out for how long, it should be the 2 dragon servants. Swoosh. Mingfei was covered in blood. The blood of the second generation is highly toxic to other creatures. Creatures contaminated with dragon blood will suffer irreversible erosion damage and mutation at the genetic level, but he has almost endless regeneration and self-healing ability in the Aki state. The dragon servant Samson, who was crazy because of the severe pain, waved his sharp tail covered with poisonous thorns, the only one that could still move, and pierced Mingfei's body, but was immediately cut off by his sword, and the part embedded in the body was quickly squeezed out by the regenerated muscle tissue. The other dragon servant roared angrily, and it stood up like a human, and the flames burning on its body became more vigorous and fierce. The elemental domain of Junyang gathered in its 2 not too sturdy forelimbs and evolved into 2 flaming spears. Junyan. Sin Purifying Fire Spear. The flaming spear was thrown out, leaving 2 blazing flashes in the air. At this time, Mingfei had already pulled out the bloody Jinyu from the tail vertebrae of the severely injured and dying alien Samson and threw it towards you. Swoosh! Jinyu hit the alien's chest first. The sharp blade broke through his thick and solid heart scales and penetrated deep into his body. At the same time, Mingfei's figure also rushed towards the alien quickly. It was not difficult for him to dodge the 2 flaming spears with his speed. However, the 2 flaming spears seemed to be equipped with trackers, and they rushed towards Mingfei again with a turn that was completely contrary to common sense. It tracked the heat of Mingfei's body, just like an infrared-guided missile relies on an infrared sensor to track the position of an aircraft. In the Aki state, his body temperature was no lower than that of a stove. 2 fire spears exploded on Mingfei's back one after another. The first one broke through the tightly locked pale scales on his outer surface, and the flames from the second one madly bit his body in an attempt to defeat Mingfei from the inside, but the power of the Aki was overwhelming, and the speed of the flame's destruction could not even keep up with the speed of the body's regeneration. Mingfei coldly ignored the severe pain that came with each injury. Before the alien could pull out the Jinyu on his chest, he had already grabbed the hilt first. Then a hideous wound appeared, and the gushing dragon blood mixed with broken scales gushed out. Through the wound, the dark golden bones and various internal organs protected by scales in the alien's body could be seen. The most conspicuous of them was the dark golden heart that was as big as a basin and was beating violently. The severe pain made it almost impossible for the dragon servant to maintain the domain of the Lord Flame. The scales on its body, which was the color of red-hot steel, were cooling rapidly. Mingfei did not give the alien time to chant a new word of spirit again. After seeing the location of its heart, he threw the Jinyu that had just broken through the alien's chest again, and accurately pierced the rapidly beating dragon heart. The roar of the dragon servant shook the entire Beta City. He rolled madly, and at the same time, he distanced himself from Mingfei in a panic. Even though that first heart was severely damaged and did not cause immediate death, it made it half useless and could no longer continue to chant the word of spirit. This is the perfect time. The Emperor looked at the defeated and the dying Samson and spoke softly. The purple lines on his face seemed to come alive, moving and changing, gathering on his forehead to become a third pupil burning with flames. The bones of his palms crackled, twisting rapidly into the shape of bird claws, and a pair of dark crow-like wings spread out from behind him. The next one may surprise you, Your Highness Chmungunda. A brand new evolved system of words and spirits. The Emperor turned his head and found that Li Yingxing had disappeared at some point. The brass pot in the bronze hut that was more than a person tall disappeared with her. As expected of Chmungunda, he always detects something unusual, but for others, the Emperor just smiled, without any other emotions. He closed his eyes and chanted the low and complex dragon script syllables in his mouth. It seemed that thousands of people were chanting ancient knowledge in a low voice. An invisible field unfolded between the 2 dying dragon servants and quickly wrapped them in it, and blasphemous purple-blue flames rose from the ground of the arena. Mingfei felt something in his heart, and his golden eyes burning with holy flames immediately locked onto the figure chanting nearly 100 meters above the arena. The breath of chaos, heretic. But it is not certain whether the other party is the ever-changing Demon King. The Jinyu was still inserted into the heart of the alien and had not been pulled out. The heretic seemed to have seized this opportunity to launch an attack. But Mingfei might not be able to pull out the Jinyu in a short time. Under the influence of the unknown blasphemous field, the purple-blue flames rising from the ground grabbed the severely injured Samson and Jay together like 2 big hands, and then the flames became more blazing and vigorous, completely engulfing the 2 aliens. Does the heretic want to destroy the Jinyu together with the alien? Or does he want to take the opportunity to summon another entity from the subspace to descend? Mingfei frowned, not daring to be careless. Once chaos is involved, the severity of any matter will rise by dozens of levels. The crazy and painful roars of the aliens came from the giant fireball with changing colors, which echoed in Beta City for a long time and could not dissipate. When the flames dissipated, the dying dragon servants named Jair and Samson appeared in front of Mingfei with a new and alternative posture. They actually merged together. Now a 2-headed dragon appeared in front of him. The scales on their bodies turned purple and black, like a ferocious and sharp metal-heavy armor, and strange and changing patterns and symbols swam on its surface. The dissipated purple-blue flames lingered on the surface of the 2 pairs of wide membrane wings with black feathers. The dragon horns on the 2 huge heads spewed out blazing unclean fire, and the 4 pupils burning with purple flames stared at Mingfei with extreme resentment. The power of blasphemy completely transformed the two aliens into heretical creations. Weird, shocking, ugly, hideous, all kinds of elements mixed together, showing a weird beauty. At the same time, Mingfei also sensed that an unclean and blasphemous force was trying to invade his body. His body in the Aki state was not much different from that of a first-generation alien, and the Dragon alien's resistance to chaos was even negative. He silently recited the Emperor's holy words in his heart, and resisted the invasion of blasphemous power with his loyal faith in the Emperor and the power of faith in his body. It was impossible to remove the Aki in the current situation. He needed strength to bite this chaotic alien to death here. The two dragon heads of the alien roared loudly, and the four wings fanned up a turbulent wind. The elements and space were completely disturbed, and purple and thick thunders fell in the arena. It stretched out its claws and grabbed two of them. The polluted giant domain instantly covered them and formed them into two giant sword blades. It soared into the air, and then swung two thunder and fire swords and swooped down at Mingfei. On the other side of the Pacific Ocean, at noon when the sun was shining, the bells in Castle Academy were deafening. When Shuzaham arrived at the control room on the second floor of the college library, there were already nearly 30 people gathered inside. Students wearing winter college uniforms and professors wearing different clothes formed two distinct groups. Those who could appear here were elite students with bloodline level at least A. Except for Shuzaham, these students were divided into two clubs, the Lanhard Club and the Student Union. Caesar led his student union and sat on the left and right sides with Lancelot's Lanhard Club. However, he lost his usual calmness and composure as a nobleman, and looked a little anxious and uneasy. The students nodded to Shuzaham, an A-level elite, to show their courtesy, and to Finger, who came behind him with Ronald Tang. They also nodded to show their friendliness, for the sake of S-level. After all, this was a sudden emergency, and only students above A-level could gather here. Old Tang was still a little confused. He was still taking a nap when Finger woke him up and dragged him out in a hurry. He was still shouting, "Oh no, the leader is besieged by two dragons in the Dragon King's tomb. If we don't hurry up and find a way, the leader will be captured by the two dragons and become a Staroth." He was dragged all the way here. There are 17 students and 28 people in the Dragon Text Professor group. Everyone is here, so let's get straight to the point. Professor Manstein, with a serious face, glanced at everyone, then clapped his hands, and the two sides of the teak bookshelf on the top wall were moved away, revealing a giant screen of 100 inches. A huge three-dimensional simulation image appeared on the screen, with rulers on the corners, and many people gasped. This is a small city made entirely of bronze. This is the Palace of Norton, the King of Bronze and Fire, the ancient ruins of the Dragon King. S-class student Mingfei and two members of the executive department are locked down. According to the news sent back by Yisheng at the time, student Mingfei is being besieged by two second-generation dragons. Being besieged by two second-generation dragons, the students and professors looked at each other in bewilderment when they heard this. Dragon slaying is far away for those of them who were on campus. Even the former president of the Lanhard Club who joined the executive department has only accepted the most dangerous mission of hunting down fallen hybrids. The war with pure-blooded dragons only exists in the future. And now the S-class is besieged by two second-generation dragons. This sounds like a child who just graduated from kindergarten being beaten up by Stallone and Schwarzenegger, which makes people feel absurd. Only Caesar and the three people from the Weeping Angels did not have this feeling. They all knew that Mingfei had the strength to compete with the real dragons. Because of the changes that happened in this palace, the original entrance road has been invalidated and the rescue force is blocked outside. Here is a picture. Professor Manstein waved his hand, and a brand new photo appeared on the big screen. It was a giant blue dome made up of a series of photos. The complex dragon characters on it formed the shape of a towering tree. This is the dragon text information that the members of the executive department took photos of in the palace. Based on speculation, we believe that this is actually about the inscription of the casting of this bronze city. I hope you can concentrate on reading it, meditate and resonate with it to produce spiritual vision, and get relevant information as soon as possible. Hectares, if the professor hadn't mentioned this, I would have almost forgotten that there was such a setting. Finkel whispered. The alchemist sergeant beside him was confused. What is spiritual vision? But there was no more time for them to think about other things. Students and professors took out their laptops, connected the data cable, and took out their magnetic cards to swipe through the card slot for review. Then the picture of the bronze giant tree was transmitted to the screen of their laptops. Finger's magnetic card didn't have enough permissions, so he pulled old Tang to Hang's computer to watch together. Professor Schneider, who was hiding in the shadow of the bookshelf, was watching them. In theory, Hang and Finger were the most promising candidates. Their bloodline rank was A. Not the kind of rating that was reduced by exams and missions, and they were two powerful wards of the Bronze and Fire Kings, Junyan and Bronze Throne. They must have a closer relationship with the Dragon King Norton than other students in terms of bloodline. As for the third one, Schneider glanced at the young man who looked up at the big screen with a silly look on his face. No comment. How to resonate? How to meditate? Old Tang was confused. It can be seen that Hang and Finger were staring at the screen seriously. It was not easy to disturb them, so he could only stare at the big tree that formed the dragon text on the big screen, intending to translate the dragon text one by one, but the dragon text here has at least tens of thousands of words. By the time he translates it, even if the captain is not killed by the dragon, he will starve to death below. To be honest, Old Tang is not the kind of person who can calm down and think about nothing. When praying to the Emperor, he has to look at the small notebook written by Captain Lu and recite it sentence by sentence. Not to mention meditation, his thoughts drifted as soon as he closed his eyes, such as what to eat tonight, how to get in touch with the beautiful girl in the alchemy and mechanical department, and how to deal with the legendary Jirangnandog King of the Terrans of Starcraft encounter the legendary Jirangnandog King. Damn it, why is it still classical Chinese after translation? The cultural papermaking of this Dragon King is so high. Just as the alchemist sergeant was concentrating on translating the dragon text, he suddenly found that the dense dragon text on the screen that formed the towering tree seemed to come alive. Before he rubbed his eyes to confirm whether it was an illusion, he entered a strange state. The green dragon text expanded and changed rapidly, and quickly evolved into the appearance of the Bronze City. Countless alchemical knowledge poured into his mind. Old Tang found that his understanding of this Bronze City was like a mentally handicapped person who couldn't even solve a second-order Rubik's Cube suddenly becoming a master who could solve a 16th-order Rubik's Cube with his eyes closed. Every corner came into his eyes, including the library, the treasure book, the Yangtze Palace, the alchemy workshop. Soon, the scene in the arena called Blood Arena appeared in front of him. Captain Lu, covered with scales, was fighting a two-headed dragon in a melee, and he seemed to be at a disadvantage. When he saw the appearance of the two-headed dragon, Old Tang felt a chill and fear for no reason, and goosebumps all over his body, as if this was the disgust and fear from the depths of his soul. He stood up from his chair and was about to run out of the control room. Wait, where are you going at this time? Finkel grabbed him and asked in a low voice. I have to assemble the Emperor's Sky Eagle, Captain Lu really needs it now. After saying this, Old Tang broke away from Finkel and rushed out of the control room without looking back. Chapter 257 Transmission Support. Ronald Tang ran all the way back to the Holy Blood Hall, while digesting the extra alchemical knowledge in his mind. The Emperor's Sky Eagle was quietly staying in his alchemy room on the first floor underground. It was the new name of the model armor after many equipment names. Old Tang's original proposal was to call it Emperor Dragon God, but it was rejected by Mingfei. Since the end of the Vatican battle, this armor has been in a state of updating. In Old Tang's words, it has encountered difficulties in alchemical technology and has not been able to break through it. However, these difficulties have now been solved, and the huge amount of alchemical knowledge in his mind has just made him enlightened. The beautiful golden light covered the eyes of the alchemist, and the magnetic field of the world as the furnace quickly enveloped the entire alchemy laboratory. As he waved his hand, various raw metal materials piled in the corner of the room floated over on their own, and melted, reshaped, and formed in the process. Complex arrays and symbols appeared on the formed metal one after another. Another part of the metal was formed on the ground. The blue metal with residual heat not yet dissipated showed more complex alchemy arrays. The rules and rhythms were natural and seemed to contain endless mysteries. Hold on, Captain, Old Tang whispered to himself, speeding up his speed. New equipment components were constantly assembled on the Sky Eagle armor. In Beta City, thunder and fire surged. The giant swords in the claws of the two-headed, four-winged dragon exploded one after another, turning into surging purple flames that shook in all directions on the ground, but the blasphemous flames did not extinguish the seemingly thin golden light on Mingfei's body. Dirty alien. Heretic. The Emperor's fire will purify you completely. Mingfei rushed out of the flames, and the pale scales on his body, like armor, turned black. The new scales were slowly squeezing out the old ones that were burned and corroded. The thin power of faith turned into a sword blade to temporarily replace you. Otherwise, he would be at a disadvantage facing a creature of this size with bare hands. But despite this, he could not gain any advantage. On the front, he needed to fight against the power of the word spirit element used by the alien polluted by the heresy. On the dark side, he needed to resist the erosion of the blasphemous power on him in the Aki state, and once the Aki was removed, with the flesh of the hybrid, he would not have the opportunity to kill the alien. The alien raised its two heads dancing like a wild snake, and a high-pitched but slightly weird dragon text burst out of its mouth. A huge wheel of fire was slowly taking shape, and blasphemous eyes appeared from the wheel. Mingfei leaped up with all his might, his body jumping up on the spot like a cannonball, but the alien also showed a flexibility that was completely inconsistent with its size. Although it raised its heads, it still fought back. When the purple thunder fell, it was grasped in its claws and racked with flames to form a new giant sword. The two pairs of wings also attacked like blades. At the same time, Mingfei had to face 6 counterattacks. This offensive was no less than that of the creature called the Hive Tyrant of the Tyrannide alien. As for which one was stronger or weaker, no one was entangled, but at least ordinary Astates could not compete with creatures of this threat level. The huge forewings burning with purple flames fell like a giant sword, and Mingfei's body was torn into pieces in the air. One of the alien's heads let out an excited roar, temporarily interrupting the chanting of the dragon text, and opened its bloody mouth like a hunting venomous snake to attack, wanting to swallow Mingfei's corpse into its stomach. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. The domain of Yaki continued to be activated. Mingfei's broken body was instantly reassembled under the connection of countless bloodlines. The power of faith was constantly driving out the blasphemous pollution power from the wounds of the fracture. Mingfei's blood was steaming all over his body, and his eyes were gushing with blazing golden flames, locking tightly on the alien head that was rushing towards him. The sword of faith that shattered the two thunder and fire giant swords had also been reassembled in the broken palm, and then he threw it out with all his strength. A golden stream of light flashed, and the alien's head immediately changed from stretching forward to leaning back. The golden sword blade once again pierced its fragile pupils, and the poisonous dragon blood poured out like a broken water pipe. The next second, Mingfei's figure appeared on the dragon head, and the power of faith once again condensed into a sword blade, but the light was a little dim, but it did not prevent Mingfei from using it to tear open the other pupil of the alien. Unexpectedly, the alien seemed to be insensitive to the pain. The injury did not affect the dragon chanting of the other head. The huge flame wheel floating above the alien's head was about to take shape. The pupils in the flame wheel were staring at Mingfei. "Captain, did you receive it? I'm Old Tang. Get ready to receive the airdrop." Just as Mingfei was about to drag the two swords to destroy the alien's head first and then the other head, the familiar voice of the alchemist suddenly rang in his ears. At the other end of the arena, a beam of light suddenly lit up. The light came from the bronze dome above the arena, which was nearly 200 meters high. The rooms that lit up were like stars, and these countless stars and the lit alchemy array formed the shape of a giant tree. This is, Mingfei's pupils shrank slightly, and he only saw that an entity was emerging in the beam of light. It was the model armor. Or it should be called the Emperor's Sky armor now. Is this teleportation technology? In the military forces of that human empire, teleportation technology was widely used. Through this jumping means of movement, the Astates could launch a surprise attack or decapitation operation that caught the enemy off guard. The Terminator armor that could be equipped with a teleportation device was generally only worn by veterans of hundreds of battles, and the second was to rely on fixed teleportation devices to instantly reach the battlefield. However, this teleportation technology also has many disadvantages. It cannot transport medium and large vehicles, cannot effectively distinguish the coordinates in buildings with a thickness of more than 5 meters. If the teleportation deviates, it may be teleported into the wall, refer to Colonel Anderson in Titanfall 2, and the teleportation distance cannot exceed the effective range, etc. But the Sky Eagle armor accurately teleported from the other side of the Pacific Ocean to the arena where it was, which refreshed Mingfei's understanding of that technology currently controlled by the alchemist. "Well done, brother." Mingfei couldn't help but praise loudly, and decisively turned around and rushed to the location of the Sky Eagle armor. Now is the time when weapons and equipment are needed to purify the aliens, and there is no more suitable than this armor that has killed the bloodthirsty demon. The alien was also aware of this sudden change. The dragon head with pierced eyes chanted a high-pitched dragon script. The purple-blue flames gathered into a fierce storm and swept towards the armor, as if wanting to destroy the armor together with Mingfei. At this time, Mingfei had put on the Sky Eagle armor. The internal living spirit established a communication link with himself, and the armor's defensor was activated automatically. The invisible spherical field expanded rapidly, isolating the sweeping firestorm and the temperature from the outside. Unable to touch the armor at all, the alchemist enchanted the word spirit. Dustlets landed on the armor, acting as a solid force field shield. The counterattack began. The bomb bays on both sides of the shoulders and head of the armor poured out dazzling flames and thick smoke. 24 missiles modified by alchemy were all fired, exploding on the alien's body with a boom boom boom, which was equivalent to the highly toxic refined sulfur and mercury mist for dragons. The living spirit controlled his right arm and took out a heavy, large-caliber firearm from behind. The silver-white alchemical bomb with a fist-sized diameter was hung on it. The living spirit aimed at the huge target not far away and fired. The bomb dragged a dazzling flame tail and rushed into the mercury mist. But the alien's figure did not waver at all. The dragon head, it was no longer clear whether it was Samson or Jay, was still maintaining the formation of the wheel of fire. The blasphemous energy was transmitted, as if a gate to hell was about to be opened. Strictly speaking, they were not dragons in the sense of being polluted by chaos, and the killing attacks against the dragons were not very effective now. Mingfei took a deep breath and raised the left arm of the Sky Eagle armor. The original dual-type weapon combination was disassembled and simplified into the portable bomb-heavy weapon on the right arm. Now it was updated to a thick and heavy gun like bronze, and the black muzzle revealed the unknown. The living spirit of the armor informed him of the updated weapon system of the alchemist. Word spirit. Sovereign flame. Static heating. Plasma form. Plasma cannon. With the activation of the attached sovereign flame, Mingfei began to feel his blood boiling fiercely, as if it had turned into energy and poured into the activated alchemical plasma cannon. If it were an ordinary hybrid, the whole person would probably have been drained in the physical sense, but Mingfei in the archer state did not lack this energy and blood. The domain of sovereign flame was being compressed and restricted in this bronze for static heating. The already scorching temperature in the air was soaring sharply. The row of coils was lighting up layer by layer, emitting a dangerous hissing sound ready to go. When the coil was completely bright, a silver-white shining ball of light shot out from the muzzle, blasting through the diffuse mercury smoke and also piercing through the blasphemous scales on the surface of the alien body. The huge body of the alien was somewhat unbalanced, and the hideous wound left on its body after the bombardment seemed to finally bring it real pain. Brother Tang actually made it. Mingfei couldn't help but smile. He didn't know what the principle of the plasma gun was, but he had used some plasma weapons with the help of his brothers in the Salamanders. It seemed to be similar to the one in his hand. It also emitted bright and hot energy, and this energy could penetrate and severely damage heavy armored units. Without hesitation, Mingfei raised the plasma cannon and aimed at the alien head that was still insisting on releasing the heretic words, and fired again. The shining monarch flame, which was compressed and heated to the plasma state, flew out at high speed again, like a small white sun that lit up. The stupid alien tried to resist with its membrane wings that grew black feathers, but was then penetrated along with the membrane wings. The huge wheel of fire was interrupted a few seconds before it was formed. The alien head chanting the word was engulfed by the plasma state junction, leaving only a slender neck with a charcoal-like wound hanging down helplessly. The alien's howl, the shaking of Beta City, the collapse of the blasphemous word of fire, Mingfei ignored it. He drove the Sky Eagle armor forward step by step, and the heavy bombs on his right arm and the plasma cannon on his left arm kept firing, just wanting to completely purify and kill the alien. The alien kept retreating, and hideous wounds appeared one after another. The self-healing ability could not keep up with the speed of the new scars. After being suppressed by the alien for so long, Mingfei finally breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, thermal weapons were the most efficient way to purify the alien. Captain, you need to exercise some restraint. Time is urgent and I haven't had time to perfect the plasma carrier. You are shooting so fast now that it might overheat and explode later. Old Tang's reminder just sounded in his ears, and then a louder sound interrupted him. After firing 6 consecutive plasma state junction, the bronze plasma cannon suddenly exploded. Without the restriction of the alchemy array pattern, the plasma launcher instantly melted into metal liquid under the high temperature of the explosion. My bad mouth. Old Tang was silent for a long time before speaking weakly. Chapter 258 The 7 Deadly Sins. Mingfei immediately used Jackie to repair the armor's plasma cannon. The originally red-hot collapsed metal fragments turned into liquid flowing metal, and reorganized into a bronze cannon under the power of the domain, but it was unable to shoot out the scorching plasma junction, and it only had an appearance. The fact that the domain of Yaki can act on the armor itself is the work of the Emperor. I haven't studied it thoroughly yet, so the alchemy matrix with the attached junction words has not yet been able to match Yaki, the alchemist's weak voice sounded. I was anxious. Mingfei responded calmly. He stayed in his hometown for too long, and subconsciously lacked respect for the weapon machine soul. This is not a good habit. Don't panic, Captain, I'll go find you new weapons right away. Old Tang, who was lying on his carefully crafted alchemy bench in the basement of the Holy Blood Hall on the other side of the Pacific Ocean, sometimes he would lie on it and play games comfortably, and now his mind was remotely connected to the Bronze City through alchemy, just like the god's perspective in StarCraft, temporarily moving his perspective away from the arena. It seems that there is a set of epic weapons, wherever hidden. The alchemist sergeant's perspective kept shifting the screen back and forth inside the huge and complex Bronze City, as if looking for something. The battle in the arena was not over yet. The alien contaminated by chaos was still alive after being bombarded by 6 or 7 consecutive plasma bombardments. The charred wounds on its huge body that were pierced and burned by the beams burned with purple flames and slowly healed. Bang 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 bang, Mingfei controlled the sky hammer to pour heavy bombs on the alien. Now both sides lacked the means of attack that could completely kill each other. Mingfei started the power engine behind the Sky Eagle armor, and the wing-shaped jet spewed out golden flames like a pair of shining golden wings. With the powerful power, he drove the armor to the injured alien at a high speed. At the same time, the heavy guns held in the right hand of the armor were also pouring heavy bombs on the alien, but the lethality of these alchemical bombs was still far behind that plasma-state monarch flame. The high-pitched dragon chanting sounded again, and the only remaining head of the alien was raised high, but it did not release the previous blasphemous word with a very long pre-swing. The thick and ferocious scales on the alien's body surface showed a fiery red again, and a large amount of tiny pink light dust like fireflies sprayed out between the opening and closing of the scales, quickly filling the space around it. When Mingfei drove the Sky Eagle armor into this fluorescent field, the dust suddenly lit up and exploded, and the strange pink flames spread and instantly engulfed it, and the explosion was deafening. Such a perfect fit, no wonder His Highness Norton's bloodline is so favored by the Lord of Change. The pink blazing light illuminated the eyes of the Emperor. He raised his head and looked at the alchemical matrix in the shape of a world tree on the bronze dome, grinning. I really look forward to the moment of meeting you, His Highness Norton. The alchemist sergeant under the Holy Blood Hall noticed this malicious sight and couldn't help shuddering. He dragged the view to the position of the site and saw the figure shrouded in unknown purple energy. If he was still controlling a group of human machine gunners, he would probably frame A to kill this guy without hesitation, but now his unit only has his own warp-and leader, and it is still an uncontrollable unit. Wait, I remember the set of things seems to be placed here. The room where the figure was located attracted Lao Tang's attention, and vague memories came to his mind. He stretched out his hand unnaturally to communicate with this bronze room, then something took the initiative to respond to him. Under the bronze bed on the right side of the shabby room, a square ancient bronze box slowly floated out. The dense patterns and dragon characters carved on its surface made people have no doubt that it must contain some extraordinary treasures, or something shameful. It's really here. The 7 deadly sins. Old Tang showed joy on his face. This surprise was no less than picking up a set of epic equipment that fits his profession on the roadside in WoW. He then looked at the figure, who was obviously a villain, with caution, worried that the other party would snatch it, but the other party just stood there and watched quietly, unmoved. No matter what, take the equipment to the captain first. The floating speed of the bronze box suddenly increased, and it flew directly out of the shabby room and dived straight into the arena. After the invisible protective shield of World Spirit, Dustless Land was broken, Mingfei could feel that the blasphemous flame wanted to forcibly ignore the armor itself and burn him to ashes. But then the golden double-headed eagle on the surface of the Sky Eagle armor lit up with a sacred light, as if it had come alive, blocking all the pink blasphemous fire outside. The Emperor's will protects me. The Emperor's wrath surrounds me. Your dirty power cannot pollute my loyal soul. Mingfei couldn't help but roar loudly, and the amplified voice echoed throughout the arena. Yes, the alchemist sergeant seemed to be well aware of his captain's pre-war order to give him a buff, and added an additional sound system when setting up the helmet. The Sky Eagle armor, which was emitting golden light, rushed out of the encirclement of the blasphemous powder flames and approached the huge alien. The alien's two huge tails, which were as hot as red blades, swept across and tried to knock it out, but it was caught by the arm of the armor. Then, relying on the great power of the armor and Yaki, Mingfei forcibly swung the huge body of the alien, which weighed 100 tons, and then threw it hard on the tall wall of the arena. But this is far from enough. Now both sides lack the means to completely wipe out the other side. The alien's blasphemous words were interrupted before they were completed, and Mingfei's plasma exploded before he could fire 10 rounds. "Captain, the equipment is here." The excited voice of the alchemist sergeant rang in his ears, and a bronze box that showed a sharp black gold color under the shining of various lights in the arena flew in front of Mingfei. A sound similar to mechanical operation sounded, and the surface of the bronze box lit up with a mysterious light and began to deform autonomously. In less than 2 seconds, the bronze box bloomed like a sharp metal flower. 7 metal swords with different shapes and luxuriant patterns lay quietly on each petal, and an invisible sharp aura emanated. It is unknown how many years it has been sleeping, but the blade of each weapon is still as sharp as if it had just been sharpened, and there are patterns engraved on the blade, representing their respective names. What is this? Mingfei looked at these alchemical weapons: the saber, the tang sword, the hand sword, the katana, the wakizashi, the Atkan longsword, and the Scottish broadsword. The 7 weapons were all very different in style. The 7 deadly sins. Legend has it that these mythical alchemical weapons were forged by the King of Bronze and Fire. The dragons killed by them will face true death, from the body to the soul, completely destroyed. Old Tang said excitedly. At the same time, the names of these swords also emerged in Mingfei's mind: pride, envy, wrath, laziness, greed, gluttony, and lust. Blasphemy names. Mingfei said coldly, without any psychological fluctuations due to the power of these weapons. He had expected the alchemist to bring him another surprise, such as a power sword or something. "Ah, isn't the name nice? Captain, just make do with it for now. I'll change your name later to harmony, freedom, equality, justice, rule of law, dedication, and friendliness, or fearlessness, resoluteness, concentration, courage, and inspiration." Mingfei escaped from the sky armor and landed in front of these alchemical swords. As if sensing the approach of life, these 7 weapons sounded a roaring heartbeat as if they were alive. Now he really had no choice. The alien not far away climbed up from the fall again. The alien head that was blasted into slag by the plasma monarch flame was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. He needed a sharp weapon to break the evil body of the alien, take back the pure moon, and finally kill the alien completely. Mingfei's eyes swept across the surface of the 7 alchemical weapons one by one, and finally stopped at arrogance. He reached out and grabbed the handbar fan longsword. The spirit of arrogance subconsciously wanted to resist. An invisible mysterious field expanded, carrying the pressure of pure-blooded dragons. Ordinary hybrids were not even qualified to approach this set of mythical swords. However, after being shocked by Mingfei's Yaki bloodliner, the 7 deadly sins calmed down, and Arrogant also chose to surrender honestly. "You'd better not let me down." Arrogant slowly unsheathed from the bronze petals. With every inch of unsheathing, the heartbeat of the handsword itself became more rapid and grand. Even the movement of the alien paused a little, as if it knew from the memory that was not completely contaminated how dangerous the handsword was. Li Yingxing suddenly shuddered coldly. "What's wrong, Miss Li?" Jiudaki noticed Li Yingxing's abnormality and asked in a low voice. "Don't ask, run away. The people fighting here are all gods, we mortals will be in trouble soon." Li Yingxing reacted quickly, pulling Yisheng and Jiudaki to run faster. Yisheng and Jiudaki looked at each other, with many doubts in their hearts. This eccentric and orthodox girl had just reappeared in front of them, and judging from the tall and heavy brass pot on her back, her disappearance was obviously for this. But now that the S-level is fighting in the arena, they can only choose to believe this girl. The dark golden light of the arrogant sword shines, and the weapon's spirit seems to be excited about awakening thousands of years later and being able to kill again. The alchemy field is automatically activated with the surging blood in Mingfei's body, and the scorching light covers the sword at the handbar of an ancient sword. "You will remotely control the Sky Eagle armor, brother." Mingfei took a deep breath and leaned over to hold the sword horizontally for a fighting stance. "No problem, Captain. My marksmanship is absolutely..." Before Old Tang finished speaking, Mingfei's figure had already disappeared from the spot. In fact, there was no need for additional firepower support. The shocking blood waves on the huge body of the alien had already announced the winner of this desperate fight. The sword blade swung horizontally, and the sword energy was surging. The 4-foot 4-inch arrogance might not be able to cut through the dozens of meters long body of the alien, but the invisible sword energy it swung out could. The invisible sword energy was devastating, and only a shocking and hideous wound appeared out of thin air on the huge body of the alien, directly cutting off the neck connected to the head that was killed by the plasma monarch flame together with the body. The highly toxic dragon blood gushed out like a volcanic eruption, pouring on the burning red and hot scales and evaporating into deadly polluted blood. The alien lost the chance to scream. Mingfei did not simply swing his sword. Each of his sword strikes was derived from the swordsmanship passed down by the parent group, the Holy Blood Angels. Elegance and brutality coexisted, and the sword danced with blood. The sword energy had just separated the body of the alien when Mingfei's second sword strike was already struck. The surging sword energy amplified the brutality of the Holy Blood Angels' swordsmanship countless times. The purple-black indestructible scales on the alien's body, the dark golden unshakable bones, and the slightly softer internal organs covered with fine scales, the other intact head of the alien was cut off along with part of its body, and the sword energy split its hideous head into two smooth halves. With each of Mingfei's extremely fast sword strikes, the 4 limbs broke, the 4 wings fell off, and the dragon's tail separated. The violent sword energy completely broke and split the huge body formed by the fusion of the aliens one by one. The Jinyu that was forcibly imprisoned in the body of the alien also appeared as its body was broken. The weak holy flame resisted the blasphemous energy that was wrapped around it. Mingfei rushed into the blood wave to take it back. As the Jinyu was in his hand, the sacred fire of faith on the sword began to burn fiercely. In the rising and splashing blood, Mingfei's golden eyes that shone like gas lamps caught a small group of strange energy. It was like a ball of flames with constantly changing colors, and there were faint eyes emerging in it. There was no doubt that it was the source of heresy that made the two dying aliens merge and mutate. If arrogance was destroying the alien's body, then the Emperor's holy light of Jinyu was to completely purify the pollution of the chaotic heresy. Swoosh! Mingfei threw the Jinyu, just like the sun's light shining through the darkness, and the sacred fire on the blade instantly purified the blasphemous pollution flame. Even the bloodthirsty devils had to be completely killed and purified under the glory of the Emperor, let alone just a little bit of heretic power. The alien's body, which was falling apart under arrogance, completely lost its power support. The body that was originally trying to heal was also broken up powerlessly, turning into a ball of blood mist. Sharper than I thought. Mingfei strolled in the blood mist, pulling out the Jinyu nailed to the bronze wall with one hand, and at the same time carefully examining the ancient alchemical sword arrogance in his hand. Then, he seemed to remember something, and his blazing golden eyes penetrated the blood mist and looked at a certain position above the arena. The figure suspected at being a heretic had disappeared. Chapter 259 The ownership of the brass pot. Escape again, damn heretic. Mingfei took a deep breath to suppress the raging anger in his heart. The Lord of Change and his heretic followers were cowards who could only hide behind the scenes. They would run away when things went bad. It was really difficult to completely eliminate them. Can you control this city now, brother? Mingfei no longer paid attention to the pile of alien corpses burning with golden flames in the distance, and communicated with the alchemist sergeant. I can't say I can control it. This map, no, this city is much larger than I thought. I can only watch from a distance and can't play with it up close. Old Tang said. Then search the entire city first to confirm whether there are other traces of aliens and heretics. It's a good time to purify them all at once. Mingfei said coldly. Okay, but you have to wait. I didn't turn on power overwhelming so I can only look in every corner. The alchemist sergeant's search was not long. After about 20 minutes, he gave reply. No findings, Captain. There is no other living thing in the whole city except you. Then have you found any facilities similar to a foundry? It is said that this alien city is an alchemical military factory. If it is incorporated into the Legion and receives the baptism of the holy light of His Majesty the Emperor, it will be of great help to the formation of the future Legion. During this time, Mingfei returned to the treasury full of gold and silver treasures, and saw the handwriting left by Ishan. Miss Li Yingxing has returned to take Aki and I away first, as well as the fish talisman and bronze compass that were given to them in advance to prevent accidents, which were also left to him. Yes. There is a place called Divine Weapon Hall, located at the back of the temple. I took a rough look and found that the alchemical matrix there is the most complex and the most numerous. I remember that the 7 deadly sins were cast there. Mingfei couldn't help but smile. It was great to hear such news. In the future, the Emperor's Legion and the Lamenters will probably not have to worry about weapons and equipment. However, it is still unknown whether the strength of alchemical weapons can catch up with the products of the old Messiah believers. As far as Mingfei knows, most of the current military equipment of the human empire is leftovers from the long-ago golden age of mankind, but even leftovers are definitely stronger than the plasma cannon that exploded after less than 10 shots. There is still a long way to go. Mingfei put away his excitement and calmed down, looking at the sky eagle armor. How far can your teleportation technology go now, brother? Strictly speaking, this is very unscientific and naturally not technology. I restored it by copying the alchemical formula completely, but for now, I only dare to teleport non-living things. Whether I can teleport living things still requires experiments. I'll go to the cafeteria to catch a chicken and try it later, then you teleport the armor back, and this. Mingfei inserted the alchemical weapon named Pride into the petals that look like a blooming metal flower. As the dragon text on the alchemical matrix lit up, the flowers wrapped around the 7 weapons began to close, returning to their original square bronze box. Submitting it to the Orthodox or Academy is impossible. Mingfei admitted that the lethality of arrogance to the aliens far exceeded his imagination. He even began to look forward to how efficient these weapons would be when used to purify and eliminate the Tyranites, but before that, these alien weapons must first be certified by His Majesty the Emperor. Well, they have to change their names. The dragon characters in the shape of a world tree on the bronze dome lit up, and a beam of light fell, covering the sky here covering the bronze box, and then their shapes began to become blurred and finally disappeared completely. I have to go up and confirm the current situation. Brother, can you set up some safety measures to prevent others from entering here again? Mingfei did not insist on staying here. Since the alchemist sergeant has mastered the teleportation technology, it will not be difficult to return here in the future. There is still time to explore the future military factory of this legion. What is the purpose of the heretics? He couldn't help but recall everything he encountered when he came here. That ever-changing demon would not do useless work. Even if he wanted to destroy himself, he would never simply drive the aliens to surround and kill him, let alone try to repeat the old tricks like the Vatican. This cunning demon who is good at playing tricks would not use the same method repeatedly. Want to take something from here? If so, I'm afraid that heretic has already succeeded. Mingfei's heart was covered with a layer of haze, but he couldn't think too much. After all, there was no way to ensure that the answer he guessed in his heart would not be another gift from the Weaver of Truth. I dedicate my bones and blood to the great Majesty Nidhogg, who is the supreme, powerful, and virtuous existence, and rules the whole world with destiny. Above the Yangtze River, the wind and rain had not stopped, but the words translated from the dense patterns on the brass pot that was more than 1 person tall were like 100 thunderbolts hitting the hearts of everyone on the monarch. This is really the cocoon of Fire Dragon King Norton. Zhao Yunhen, the Feng Shui master of the Zhao family, stroked the surface of the brass jar with his calloused hands, and his whole body was shaking uncontrollably. The hybrids on the ship not only witnessed history with their own eyes, but will also become names in history. The noble Dragon King is sleeping in the brass jar in front of them, and they have already controlled the sleeping Dragon King's swaddling clothes in their hands, temporarily. After the shock, there was a tense situation hidden in the dark. The people on this ship are not of one mind. Although the local Orthodox forces have established a cooperative relationship with the secret party, something as seemingly solid as a contract will break at the touch of a button when faced with a large enough interest. This kind of betrayal is a common scene in movies. Professor Man silently pulled Yishan and Jirudaki behind him. In terms of power background, Zintan itself is the local tyrant here. In terms of military strength, when Mingfei is still underwater, Li Yingxing is the one with the highest military strength here, and this jar is the trophy she brought out from underwater. The ownership of the brass jar seems to have been decided long ago. After a long while, Zhao Yinlong spoke in a deep voice, but what he said surprised everyone in Castle Academy. According to the cooperation contract we have drawn up with Angers, this cocoon belongs to you. I will prepare the relevant procedures for you later. No way. I spent half my life to fish out the treasure from below, and you say you want to give it away. Li Yingxing immediately shouted, I might as well hand it over to the country, at least I can get a banner. Zhao Yinlong ignored Li Yingxing, but stared at Professor Mans, waiting for his response. Okay. Professor Mans nodded with difficulty, still a little bit unbelieving. Principal Ant didn't mention this matter in the instructions he gave me. You just need to be responsible for receiving it. Zhao Xinglong walked out of the cabin directly after saying this, commanding the group of people who had just come down from the helicopter to support in the wind and rain, prepared for the 4th rescue operation for Castle S-Class. Hey, wait a minute, are you serious? Li Yingxing chased out. Yisheng and Jirudaki looked at each other, unable to believe that a fight that could break out at any time for profit would end so peacefully, and Professor Mans called Principal Ang as soon as the Orthodox personnel in the cabin left. Professor Mans, how is the operation going now? Has my lovely and powerful student come out from underwater? We have obtained the bone bottle of His Highness Norton, and the Orthodox people chose to hand it over to us. Yisheng and Aji have already escaped from the Bronze City. According to them, Mingfei is still fighting with dragons below, and the Orthodox side is preparing for rescue. Professor Mans spoke for a long time in one breath, and finally asked the question that he wanted to understand clearly. Principal, what kind of cooperation agreement did you sign with them, that would make them willingly hand over the cocoon where the Dragon King is sleeping to us? This is simply as incredible as pushing an open safe to your neighbor next door. But the safe hasn't been opened yet, and it's still unknown whether it contains treasure or a bomb. Anger's voice was unexpectedly calm on the other end of the phone. If it's a bomb, then we have to bear the consequences of its explosion. If it's wealth, we will have to give them half later. For the Zhao family and the Li family, this is a sure win deal. And the biggest safe is still on their territory. For them, the real struggle for it has just begun. I told you, the water in this land is very deep, and there is no need for us to get ourselves trapped in it. He paused. The consequence of getting trapped in it last time was that the original secret party was almost wiped out. Professor Mans couldn't help but feel a chill on his back and remained silent. But I'm very happy that the people who signed that cooperation contract with me are young people at the new era. It reminds me of an old friend who passed away. He would be very pleased if he was still here. Ang's tone became a little indifferent. If it was another group of people, the Monio would have accidentally sunk the moment the bone bottle came out of the water. Compared to the group of rotten old corpses, the grandfather named Ang is so handsome that I want to have afternoon tea with him. If the Dragon King's cocoon is really born, give it to them. Zhao Xinglong stared at Li Yingxing expressionlessly. These are the original words of the head of the family. If you have any opinions, you can talk to her in person, Li Yingxing. There was a trace of confusion on his face, but it soon returned to normal. Then you were really generous, Li Yingxing said unhappily. I remember that Zhao and Li had completely broken with a group of people in 1860, bang. Before she finished her words, she saw a conspicuous splash of water rising from the dark river, and a figure fell from the sky and landed steadily on the deck. The light of the searchlight illuminated the other person's naked body that was as perfect and strong as a Greek sculpture. Ah! There is a pervert. Li Yingxing reacted belatedly, covered her eyes, turned her back and screamed loudly. By the way, don't tell Mingfei what's in the jar. Otherwise, he will draw his sword and destroy the cocoon directly. Angus warned Mans on the phone. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novel, as there you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 260. Norton. Alchemist Sergeant Ronald Tang let out a long sigh of relief. The beautiful golden color like lava was fading from his eyes and returning to its original appearance. In the center of the laboratory, the ground was painted with an alchemical matrix that looked like a towering tree. The Sky Eagle armor that had just been teleported from the Yangtze River basin on the other side of the Pacific Ocean stood there quietly. The bronze box containing the alchemical weapon 7 Deadly Sins was placed on the barrel of the plasma cannon. It's really convenient, the teleportation matrix. He stared blankly at the fluttering golden needle carving on the armor for a while, and then slowly got down from the recline. The moment his palm touched the surface of the bronze box, that familiar feeling surged into old Tang's heart more than once. He silently moved the bronze box off the barrel. The field of heaven and earth's furnace was expanding silently. He began to repair the complex alchemical A pattern in the plasma cannon that could make people faint at a glance. Old Tang is not a fool. With his in-depth understanding of alchemy knowledge, if his alchemy skill tree has been lit up by 30%, then the current hybrids have not even unlocked the alchemy skill tree. The conclusion of a genius alchemist with amnesia in a hybrid family is no longer reliable. Old Tang has doubts about his true identity and past. Now the most likely possibility is that he may be a beloved dragon son of the King of Bronze and Fire. After all, even green snakes can become humans, let alone dragons. Otherwise, he would not be able to recall all the complicated alchemy knowledge for no reason, nor would he be able to know every corner of the White Emperor city by just looking at the dragon text, and even know that the god-level equipment such as the 7 deadly sins is hidden under the Dragon King's bed. But what's not so good is that the attitude of the war group he is in now towards the Dragon clan is not very friendly. The former Mingming and now the head of the Lu even directly call the Dragon clan aliens and cut them down when they see them. He is not sure whether the head of the Lu team will chop him off if he really is a dragon. Your Majesty, please bless me and don't let me really become a little dragon man. Being a human is actually pretty good, with food, drink and games to play. I'm also thinking about being the Emperor of the Stars before entering StarCraft II, and I don't really want to be chopped off by the captain, Old Tang muttered in a low voice, and continued to silently repair the alchemy matrix engraved with the plasma state Junyanlin. For some reason, he suddenly felt hot all over, and his back was wet with sweat. This was very strange. The alchemy laboratory he built had a constant temperature effect, otherwise when Shuzaham released the Junyan, this place would have become an incinerator. He stood up and walked to the refrigerator in the corner of the laboratory to take out a can of iced cola. As the cold carbonated drink mixed with carbon dioxide went down his throat, the burning pain in his throat seemed to be relieved a lot. Is it a cold? That's good news. Dragons definitely don't catch colds. The bad news is that I can't eat fried chicken for supper tonight. Old Tang returned to his armor and planned to continue repairing the plasma cannon, but the tense and complex alchemical arrays in front of him suddenly came alive like a group of swimming snakes, twisting with strange traces. The can in his hand fell to the ground, and the foam of the carbonated liquid splashed on the ground was reflected in blood red. The next moment, Old Tang stood there in a daze, his figure shrouded in blood red light. The world in front of him has undergone earth-shaking changes. The alchemical laboratory disappeared, replaced by 8 huge thrones, with 2 of them close together and lined up in a row. Outside the thrones is a hazy chaos, filling everything in the field of vision. Old Tang thought he would scream and shout loudly, "Emperor, save me," but he didn't have any intense reaction, couldn't make any movements, and his body was moving forward uncontrollably. He first passed the 2 tall thrones in the front, like a tourist in the tour group mechanically moving forward, and then he saw a familiar figure. Shuzahan, the cool and handsome guy who was always cold and looked like everyone owed him money. He was not sitting on the throne, but was hung in front of one of the thrones by an invisible force, naked and covered with scars. Playing with Shuzahan's brother was a plump and charming figure on the throne. The bright purple armor on her body was more like some kind of erotic play decoration than armor. The thin armor plates revealed large areas of snow-white skin. She held a whip in one hand and a sharp blade in the other. Her slender legs were wrapped around Shuzahan's waist. The slender tail behind the hippopotamus swam behind Shuzahan. If his body could move, Old Tang would definitely take a breath of cold air first. What kind of R18 heavy play is this? Then he would find a way to quickly save his brother. This brother who always looked cold and as if everyone owed him money was still determined and unyielding even now, with golden flames in his eyes and angrily staring at the demon woman who tortured him. But Old Tang could do nothing, and his steps were still moving forward. Suddenly, he saw the demon woman riding on Shuzahan's brother's waist turned her head and smiled at him. There was also a figure sitting on the throne next to her, wrapped in the ferocious heavy armor with barbs and painful human faces, and he turned a blind eye to the witch's behavior and was unmoved. Will it be Fingal next? Oh shit, Old Tang felt something was wrong. On the one hand, he was worried that Fingal would also be treated inhumanely, and on the other hand, he was also a little worried that the scene would shock him a little. Soon, he walked to the next 2 thrones. Unlike the explosive and blasphemous scene he imagined of Fingal being hung and tortured, there was only a figure sitting quietly on the 2 thrones. However, Old Tang could not see his face clearly. He could only vaguely see the other party's wing-like black wind cloak behind the armor that was shining with a dull luster, and a black twisted spear leaning against the throne. Old Tang had a feeling that the spear seemed to be staring at him, and could penetrate into his soul. The next 2 thrones were in the middle, but there was no one on them. Old Tang raised his head and saw a larger black throne standing in the distance behind him. His sight was quickly zoomed in and he could see the face of the figure sitting on the throne. It was actually Mingfei. His face changed back and forth between normal and burning skulls. A pair of golden wings behind him were burning like flames. His body was wearing a majestic black power armor, and flames kept floating out from the gaps between the armor. The hazy chaos dispersed, and behind that black throne, an even larger throne that almost occupied the entire world appeared in front of Old Tang. A tall corpse that was almost rotten and skeletal sat on it, and a black sun that looked like a solar eclipse was floating behind that throne. Darkness, hatred, destruction, anger, all kinds of intense negative emotions emerged in old Tang's heart. He didn't understand why Mingfei appeared there, and he didn't understand what the corpse sitting on the huge throne meant. What is going on? Is it predicting what will happen in the future? Old Tang didn't have time to think carefully. His uncontrolled steps led him to the last two thrones. Brother, on the throne, someone was calling him softly. Old Tang was struck by lightning. This call was very familiar, he had heard such a call not long ago. He looked up in a daze and looked at the boy in white clothes on the throne. He found that he actually recognized him, his face, his white clothes, and the long years they'd spent together. The next moment, the picture in front of him burst like a bubble, the throne disappeared, and he returned to the quaint little house in the magnificent bronze city. The boy in white leaned weakly against a tall brass pot. A dark figure turned his back to old Tang and said to the boy, "Welcome back to this wonderful world, Constantine." The boy raised his head and looked at the figure in front of him for a long time before whispering, "Are you, elder?" As expected of a child who has mastered the Force, you are much more sensitive than Jmungunda. The dark figure seemed to be laughing. Your condition has become very strange, elder. Some power has merged with your bloodline. You even have some authority of the White Queen, Constantine said, and then his expression became confused and empty. Where is my brother? Have you seen my brother? Your brother is not here. He is still sleeping. His awakening is suppressed by some evil power. He has been deceived and blinded by despicable humans and works hard for them as a pathetic laborer. The dark figure said. My brother is in danger. I want to find him. Constantine's eyes lit up with a molten golden light, and a scorching high-temperature field began to cover and spread. But there is a terrible and evil power beside your brother. Not only can you not save him, but you may also die. You can let your brother eat me, so that no matter what kind of shackles and cages, your brother can break through. Constantine said. But your brother has already regarded himself as a human being. Even if he sees you, he can't recognize you. The dark figure's tone has a kind of persuasive taste. I can help your brother get rid of the shackles of that evil power and restore his true self, without giving Constantine a chance to agree or refuse. Old Tang opened his eyes in horror, reflecting the huge creature emerging from the shadow behind the boy. A twisted bird claw rested on the boy's thin shoulder, and the hideous bird head fell from the shadow to the boy's side. Constantine's golden eyes had a flash of purple weird symbols, and the weird purple mist slowly engulfed his figure. No, 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 no. Constantine. Old Tang's eyes were about to burst, and he screamed madly, but before the boy was completely swallowed by the purple mist, the bird head looked at him, and the sharp beak grinned humanely. The same strange purple symbol appeared in his eyes, and the seeds of pollution began to sprout. Among the knowledge that old Tang recalled when he saw the Bronze City Dragon text, there was a gift from the Truth Weaver. More memories all emerged in his mind, the endless years of sleep and awakening, the two people who depended on each other. Old Tang finally knew who he was at this moment. He was not the dragon son of the Bronze and Fire King, he himself was the noble monarch who sat on the throne and controlled the power, the Bronze and Fire King Norton himself. Constantine was his younger brother. The first generation of kings born to the Black King Nidhogg were all twins. In the elemental authority they controlled power and force respectively. Only when these two are truly integrated, the great power of the elements would truly reappear in the world. Now, power and force have been contaminated by the ever-changing Demon Lord. On the second underground floor of the Holy Blood Museum, the Source Girl who was guarding the White King's dragon bone cross suddenly felt a palpitation. This feeling was not unfamiliar. Last month, he had felt this terrifying pressure from his bloodliner. Mr. Tang. He picked up the bone-long knife beside him, stood up decisively and rushed upstairs. Inhuman roars accompanied by astonishing high temperatures filled the underground floor. The blazing white light seemed to have a sun rising. At the center of the sun was a stumbling and screaming figure. All the objects, including the alchemy room, melted in the high temperature and then quickly forged into shape. Tang Jun. Yuan Xin tried to rush in to rescue the out-of-control alchemist, but in the next second, more than a dozen sharpened hot bronze blades instantly surrounded her, and she was just a hair away from piercing him like a hedgehog. Don't pass, the figure in the sun let out a difficult and painful roar, as if struggling and fighting violently. This scene reminded Yuan Xin of herself. When the evil ghost personality named Kazama was still there, her personality was fighting for control of the body with the other party in this way. Now old Tang seemed to be fighting with a more powerful force, and was completely at a disadvantage. Yuan Xin was anxious and gritted her teeth to chant the word Spirit Dream Taper, and when she was ready to pull Tang Jun back even if she died mentally, a strong hand tightly strangled his neck. Ronald Tang, on Norton, his molten golden eyes stared at Yuan Xin without any emotion. The so-called super hybrids could not compare to the real monarch at all. Then, a trace of struggle flashed across Norton's face, and then he threw the source girl away like throwing away garbage, and his figure slowly disappeared in the blazing white light. In the 2 seconds before he disappeared, he turned his head and took a deep look at a corner of the room. The boy just watched it all quietly, and it seemed that there were stars rising and extinguishing in his eyes. You just watched it. With the knowledge he possessed, he could have become your best assistant or coolie. Lumen sighed softly. He is a dragon after all, and he can't become a human by hiding it, the boy said calmly. I said that the choice is in Kartos' hands and also in his own. Chapter 261 Rebellion on the Yangtze River, the wind and rain continued. What is that? Mingfei took the clothes handed over by Yisheng indifferently, ignoring the meaningful looks of others, and looked onto the rather conspicuous brass jar in the cabin. Professor Mans did not have time to hide it. The dense dragon characters on it showed that it was an alien creation. This is, Professor Mans was about to step forward to explain, but heard Li Yingxing hum beside him. It must be a treasure. Otherwise, do you think it is a jar for the Dragon King to pickle pickles? This is the Dragon King's bone bottle. Professor Mans was almost angry to vomit blood, but due to his status, he couldn't get angry. If Li Yingxing was his student, she would never graduate in this life. Bone bottle. Mingfei frowned. He had excellent grades in cultural courses related to aliens, so of course he knew what it was, a container used by Dragon King level aliens for resurrection. As long as the bone bottle was placed in advance, the Dragon King could be reborn in this cocoon by spending time even if he died. After the Jinyu was unsheathed, Mingfei looked around at everyone and said coldly, so there is an alien sleeping inside. Then why do you keep it? Research first. A living sleeping Dragon King is an unimaginable treasure house for the entire hybrid world. Professor Mans could only tell the truth. Although he was the commander of this operation, he actually had less say than Mingfei. The fact that the other party came up calmly meant that he had killed the 2 second-generation dragon servants who perceived him in the underwater beta city, and he looked unharmed. Research? Is this what Principal Ange meant? Mingfei raised his eyebrows. Researching aliens is not a problem in itself. There is a saying in his hometown that know yourself and know the enemy, and you will win every battle. Understanding the weaknesses of aliens helps to eliminate aliens more efficiently. In addition to the Heretic Tribunal and the Alien Tribunal, the Imperial institution called Inquisition seems to have a demon tribunal that studies subspace entities. But the premise of research is that the other party is either a corpse specimen or is within one's control. Has he forgotten summer's morning so quickly? He said indifferently, holding the sword blade and approaching the brass pot, his eyes covered with hazy gold again. Dragon King level aliens can be killed directly and completely. Once revived, they will only bring endless troubles to themselves. I don't know how you want to deal with this cocoon, but whether you want to open it on the spot or blow it up directly, Zhao Yinlong stepped forward with a sullen face. Li Yingxing interjected, you can also throw it directly into space like you did with cars. After being glared at, please don't do it in China. You can ship it back to your headquarters in the United States and decide slowly. Boom. Thunder exploded in the sky, lightning flashed across the sky, and the mountains and waters in this section of the river basin were dyed pale for a moment. The crew on the Monarch screamed. A huge turbulent vortex suddenly appeared on the river surface. The turbulent river current stirred up a lot of white foam on the surface of the vortex. Only in the center was the deep and dark darkness that seemed to lead to the abyss. There are still experts. Li Yingxing walked up to the deck and looked at the whirlpool. This situation seemed like a new boss was about to appear underwater. No. This should be a huge space under the water. The river water poured in to cause this phenomenon. The highly educated and smart external researcher from the equipment department gave his own conclusion. A huge space. But there is only Beta City below. Could it be that Beta City is flooded? Li Yingxing glanced at Mingfei who walked out of the cabin. The latter jumped down from the side of the ship without hesitation and plunged into the river with a plop. It's good to have alchemical equipment, Yisheng sighed. Even if he went down in such a complex and dangerous water situation, he could not guarantee that he could still come up alive. Only S-level people with magical alchemical items like fish talisman could ignore the environment and go into the water directly. After about 5 minutes, the whirlpool on the river surface gradually shrank, and a column of water gushed out from the dark river surface. Mingfei landed on the deck in a heroic manner. His face was a little angry. "What's the situation down there?" Zhao Xinglong asked. "The Beta City is gone." A faint sacred golden light emerged from Mingfei's body, evolving into a pair of hazy wings behind him. He ignored the shocked and puzzled looks of others, and walked directly into the cabin with the Jinyu, which had already unfolded its alchemical field. He followed the turbulent water back to the cave leading to the Beta City. When he passed through the cave, the bronze city he had just swam out of more than 10 minutes ago had disappeared, as if it had never existed. Mingfei was definitely not venting his anger because the future military factory of the Legion was stolen under his nose. He had already smelled the breath of heresy, and the so-called alien bone bottle might be a trap set by heresy. He had to completely destroy the Braskem before it could undergo any possible mutation. "Go out and close the door." Mingfei's tone was unquestionable. It was an order. Professor Mans wanted to dissuade him, but seeing Mingfei's angel-like attitude, he suddenly felt that studying the remains of the Dragon King was not unacceptable. After he was the only one left in the cabin, Mingfei immediately swung his sword, and the jade-colored sword light flashed and split the Braskem into 4 complete halves. The material quality of the cocoon where the Dragon King was sleeping did not seem to be that hard. But unlike Mingfei's imagination of a fierce alien jumping out of the Kanora chaotic blasphemous power erupting, nothing happened. Only a faint white cold air floated out of the can as it broke. There were 2 quite obvious cavities in the split Braskem, and there was an irregular crack above the 2 cavities, which formed a contrast with the smooth and flat cross-section. The bone bottle was empty, and the alien inside had already run out. The people outside the cabin, who were facing a great enemy, first breathed a sigh of relief, but then realized this, and couldn't help but look at Li Yingxing, who carried the Braskem out of the water. "Why are you looking at me? It's not me who ate them. Do you think I had time to check if the package was damaged when I was taking the express delivery?" Li Yingxing yelled, also looking confused. At this moment, Eva's somewhat cold female voice sounded over the cabin broadcast. "Captain Mingfei, there is an emergency to report to you. The headquarters of Castle Academy was attacked, and the alchemist Ronald Tang of the regiment has defected. It has been confirmed that his true identity is..." Eva's voice paused for a moment, as if she was hesitating whether to tell Mingfei the truth. "The first generation of the dragon race, the Bronze and Fire King Norton." Chapter 262 Uninvited Guests. Time jumped back to 10 minutes ago, in the control room of the library of Castle Academy. The dragon pattern photographed by Yisheng is still circulating in front of the computer screen of each elite student, but they are all meditating quietly, not as anxious as before. Only the dragon professors are so excited about a certain dragon character that looks like a pattern that they're about to fight, arguing about its meaning and its connotation. They are just short of reading comprehension of what kind of mood and experience the author reflected at the time. Not long ago, the monarch sent back the message Bronze City reopened. 2 commissioners of the executive department successfully escaped, and not long after, the shocking news S-level dragon repelled successfully returned to the monarch was reported. After the shock, Finkel felt that it was almost time to go back to the cafeteria for afternoon tea with old Tang, so he patted his butt and left directly. He didn't have much academic points to lose, so he left with a clear conscience. "I haven't seen you for more than a month. I feel that you are stronger than before." Caesar Gattuso walked to the original position of fine arc and sat down, saying in a low voice, "Because a lot of things happened during this period, sometimes I was on the verge of life and death." Shuzaham answered calmly, "So you're a Scion, and every time you fight a near-death battle, you will become stronger than before." Caesar had an elegant and gentle smile on his face. "I just realized that my understanding of you is only superficial. If you want to know more, you can join us." Shuzaham said, "I am still working on the handover procedures of the student union. There are many affairs and funds that need to be settled. It will take about 3 days for me to step down as the chairman of the student union and join your group." Shuzaham looked at Caesar beside him with some surprise, and saw that his expression was calm and he didn't seem to be joking. No wonder Shuzaham always saw that the people in the student union looked worried and the sky was falling these days, and at the same time, they looked at him with a kind of anger in their eyes. They should think that their group had stolen their chairman away. "Do you have any special joining ceremony here?" Caesar asked. "No. Shusaham shook his head. If you join us to pursue power, then you must first know why you are fighting. Why fight? When Caesar was thinking about the meaning of these Chinese words, Shusaham's phone vibrated slightly, prompting him that he had received a new message. The message came from Eva, but the whole message was full of chaotic symbols and garbled codes. Shusaham quickly flipped through the messages and logged onto the Chinese characters mixed in. Return to defend, the library, unknown, intrusion. His expression tightened, and he immediately stood up and rushed out of the control room, ignoring the shouts of Professor Manstein on the stage. The man hummed a song and swiped the white magnetic card into the card slot of the library elevator. The green reading on the electronic screen floated rapidly, and soon the indicator light turned green, indicating that he was allowed to pass. The elevator door opened and closed again, carrying the man down to the deep underground. The control room, which was only one floor away from here and gathered many elite students, did not notice that someone had entered the ice cellar from here, and Norma did not send any abnormal warnings. The green lights of the gates and identity verifications were all on, and the man moved forward smoothly in the ice cellar, as if he was at home. He ignored the spectacular or delicate alchemical creations in the ice cellar and went straight to the deepest part of the ice cellar, the computer room of Norma, the artificial intelligence of Castle College. The unique smell of electronic components filled the space, and it felt like entering a computer case that was magnified dozens of times. The dense red and green indicator lights flashed like an ocean, and the sound of the fan whirring echoed in the ears. Good evening, I think I should call you Eva. The man smiled at the darkness. A beam of light fell down and slightly illuminated the surrounding darkness. The girl's figure gradually took shape in the beam. The fluorescent blue light spots like fireflies were integrated and reorganized into her face and skin. The powerful computing power of the computer simulated the effect of the girl's hair and long skirt fluttering, making her look a little closer to the real thing. My database does not contain the data of the white card in your hand, but the key of the white card can indeed match my database. Who are you? The illusory girl spoke softly, her eyes constantly refreshing the majestic data stream. The man looked down at his badge. Jano Zinu. When you made this reasonable abnormal visit, I had compared and updated the past video of Jano Zinu from the schoolwork department with you. His action habits, steps and other details are inconsistent with yours. And he is Spanish, and currently only knows Spanish and English, and does not know Chinese. So you are not Jano Zinu. Eva's face was indifferent. Since you found out that I am not him, why don't you take some measures? For example, eliminate me on my way here. The man raised his eyebrows. My underlying logic library tells me that you have higher authority than my logical operation. The underlying code prohibits me from attacking the authorized person, otherwise you will be eliminated by force when you step into the elevator. Eva's voice was cold. Is this a way for scientists to restrict artificial intelligence? Or is it a precaution against your brain in a vat that is integrated with the machine? The man smiled. To be honest, it's a pity. I saw you in Greenland. From the perspective of human aesthetics, it's a pity that such a beautiful woman is made into a computer. You are, Emperor. Eva stared at the man's eyes, which were filled with purple and gold light mixed together, and the electronic synthesized female voice contained a bit of anger. It seems that even if you become a machine, you still have those memories. The man smiled and walked forward. His figure passed through the girl's phantom and went straight to the main control panel. Do you long to be liberated from here? No longer succumb to this hot machine. The expression on Eva's face became angry, but she had no way to deal with the other party now. Even if she resumed the attack, there was no weapon system for her to control. Of course I won't be stupid enough to rewrite your program from the network level, the risk is too high. A purple card appeared between the man's fingers, with a cunning pupil engraved in the center of the card, and the flame pattern on it was flowing like burning. If it is rewritten from the magic level, the risk will be much smaller. Don't worry, this process will not be painful, and it won't take too long. He walked to the main console and was about to insert the purple card into the card slot when something strange happened. The brilliant golden light instantly covered the man's vision. He screamed and took several steps back. The purple card and his palm burned together. The man had to throw the card in his hand to prevent himself from being swallowed by the sacred flame. In the darkness that he ignored, there were one after another motto laces filled with golden characters. That was done by Fingal. After witnessing the methods of the devil and the miracles of the Emperor in the Battle of the Vatican, Fingal would bring the Emperor's motto written by the captain himself to Eva's host almost every night, but Eva didn't expect that this religious superstition could actually work. Is this in line with what my father said? Use magic to fight magic. Damn, I didn't expect this. The man's smile of control and calmness disappeared, and became a little gloomy, as if he didn't expect that he would turn over here. Forget it, let's use the old method. He took out his white card of unknown origin, and with a look of vigilance, fear, and disgust on his face, he carefully inserted it into the card slot from a distance. Nothing happened this time, and those mottos with a faint golden light did not respond this time. Well, the modification plan failed. Now let's change to another plan. The man smiled again. Eva, send a message to Lumenfei according to my instructions. The headquarters of Castle Academy was attacked, and the alchemist Sergeant Ronald Tang of the regiment has rebelled. It has been confirmed that his true identity is the first generation of the dragon race, the Bronze and Fire King Norton. It has been sent to student Lumenfei according to your instructions. Eve replied. The other party used the authority of the white card to request the execution of an instruction that was tested to be non-dangerous. The underlying code and logic library did not allow her to refuse. Well done, baby. The man smiled and clapped his hands lightly. He did not intend to draw the white card, and turned around as if he was about to leave. Ronald Tang is the king of bronze and fire? If so, the signal of high-threat dragon awakening detected in the Holy Blood Museum can be explained clearly. Eva seemed to be thinking, and then looked at the man's back. What is your intention in asking me to pass this message to Lumenfei? Judging from his performance in the past year, he is not the kind of person who can be easily deceived by words. Don't jump to conclusions too early, Eva. For a person like him, some behaviors will make him angry and crazy even if they are just mentioned in words, and I just told you frankly, right? If it weren't for me, you wouldn't even know what Ronald Tang's true identity is now. The man shrugged. Okay, I have to go get the White King's dragon bone. There is no better time to get the dragon bone than this. Also, the second instruction, any warning you send to the outside world must be delayed for 20 minutes. The man walked out of the computer room, but saw a figure outside who seemed to have been waiting for a long time. Oh my, what a rare guest. The man's footsteps froze, and the smile on his face remained unchanged. I should be the one saying this, after all, I'm the owner of this place. The tall figure stood at the entrance of the passage like an old pine tree, blocking the man's way, although the people on the board of directors will not agree with my conclusion. Eva projected a new figure nearby, and the bright blue light illuminated the figure's old and peaceful face. I don't remember that one of the permission cards wholesale from the ice cellar fell into your hands. Hilbert G. Nanga's silver-grey eyes with golden light were staring at the man quietly. The lining of his straight white suit revealed strong muscles that were completely inconsistent with his age. The cuffs of his hands and his trouser pockets were rolled up. As long as it is made by humans, others can naturally copy it. The man said slowly and politely, I have something urgent to go to the Holy Blood Museum. Can you make way? Chapter 263 The Power of the Emperor. If you're looking for Mingfei, he's not in the academy right now. You can come visit another day. Angus said casually, his figure unmoved. You're going there now because he's not here, just like a thief wouldn't choose to steal when someone is home. The man looked matter of fact. I'm sorry, I can't let this kind of tight front and weak back situation happen to my students. Angus pulled out a folding knife from his pocket. The cold light of the blade clearly showed the unique pattern of Damascus steel on the blade, which was wild and beautiful. You hybrids are always so confident, thinking that the blood and abilities you stole can defeat the great species head-on, and you brazenly call yourself the destined dragon slayer. The man laughed and teased, and strange purple patterns appeared on the surface of his skin. Oh, and that flamel who calls himself Bloodhound. It is said that he single-handedly across the entire western United States in order to hunt down a seriously injured dragon, and finally forced the dragon to drink mercury and commit suicide. It sounds awesome, but the dragon can only be regarded as a lowly fourth-generation species at best. He will be very unhappy if you say that, and maybe he will drink 2 fewer bottles of wine tonight. Angus smiled and shook his head. When he finished speaking, the invisible field expanded rapidly and completely enveloped this place. He would not give the other party a chance to transform. The time here slowed down by nearly 50 times. The man's smile solidified on his face, and the patterns on his body stopped expanding brightly. Word spirit. Time zero. For the user of Time Zero, the beginning and end of a battle are often only a moment, and Angus's speed is 4 times that of an adult man when the time is slowed down by 50 times, which means that he is swinging at the man at a speed 200 times faster than that of an ordinary person. This extreme speed is not even enough to form a specific picture on the retina. The after-image swept the blade and swung it, and the alchemical field of the folding knife was also opened at the same time. As the Dragon Slayer with the purest desire for revenge and the most active, among the hybrids, Ange's weapon would naturally not be dull. The seemingly short folding knife was recast from the fragments of the Atkan alchemical longsword of his deceased friend Minik Castle, who had fought against the Dragon King. The outer layer was attached with a layer of refined philosopher's stone. This alchemical substance materialized from the fifth element was also a poison to the Dragon King. The folding knife first pierced the man's heart, then pierced his brain from the temple. Before the blood drawn out of the body by the blade even splashed out of the body, Ange had already dodged behind the man, and the blade went down along the back of his neck and broke his spine. Ange knew that the other party who came here was not his real body, but used a power similar to possession to occupy the body of the school worker. Therefore, the alchemical folding knife's Dragon slaying domain temporarily sealed the other party's power of the rules of the word spirit based on these 3 fatal wounds, preventing the other party from using any crazy tricks to drag the ice cellar and even Castle College to destruction. After expressing his condolences to the janitor Janos, Ange's footsteps were like playing the Judgment chapter of Bohemian Rhapsody. His figure shuttled back and forth while the folding knife kept cutting and splitting the man's body. The 2 characteristics of surgical precision and slaughter-like brutality appeared at the same time. When the time was 0, Ange returned to the position where he stood 0.5 seconds ago. His silver-grey eyes shone with golden light, his skin was red and steaming, and his breathing was rapid. And the man was like a small fountain, spurting scarlet blood all around, and no part of his body was intact. It's suitable for the size of a dragon, but it's a bit cruel to use it on a human. Angus looked at the blood-spurting corpse lying straight on the ground, sighed softly, and turned to look at the blue-colored girl who was watching all this quietly. Eva, revoke all the orders he just issued, seal off the academy, and issue the highest level of alert. Finally, issue the highest death pension to the family of the school worker Janos. Understood. I don't understand. The orders of the card users have all been revoked, and the matching information keys have been blacklisted. Under the command of the highest authority, Eva issued various new orders without any hindrance, including sending relevant information explanations to Mingfei. Ahem, okay, Destined Dragon Slayer, I am sure you have the power to kill our kind. The corpse that should have been dead suddenly uttered clear words, as if laughing softly. Angus frowned, and the folding knife that had just shaken off the blood was unsheathed again. The opponent's head and neck were the places he focused on, so it was naturally impossible to miss the vocal cords. The bloody corpse sat up again from the ground, its heartbeat sounded like a drum, as if it was reviving strongly, and the splattered blood seemed to be attracted and flowed back into the man's body. This scene reminded Angus of that late night more than 100 years ago, when the revived Dragon King rose from the coffin and destroyed everything. But your power is limited to the first generation that has not mastered the authority. If you go up a little bit, you can't restrict them. The man's eyes burned with golden and purple flames, and I was lucky enough to steal a small part of the authority of the White Supreme, although I was almost killed by your student with a sword before that. I failed at the last moment. Word spirit. Yaki. His body returned to its original appearance, without any signs of injury, as if he was reborn. Your student also got it, but I don't know what method he used. White Supreme? White King? I didn't expect that there really existed such a Supreme who was on par with the Black King in history. Angus did not use time zero again to cover the other party and reenact the 0.5 second drama 1 minute ago, but whispered to himself thoughtfully. His bones are now in the basement of your student's venue and are collected as a collection. It's really a waste of God's gift. He should be used to achieve greater miracles. The man said indifferently. So, the one Mingfei killed in Japan was not some second-generation species, but the White King himself. No wonder I felt such an incomparable sense of dignity when I went with him to observe the dragon bone. And was stunned. Then he showed a hearty and relieved smile. Then as a teacher, well, although I didn't teach him anything, I'm indeed proud of him. It seems that my schedule to retire and enjoy life will be greatly advanced. What are you proud of? Do you really think that an ordinary half-blood can drag the Supreme down from the throne? Your student is inhabited by an unknown power that does not belong to this world. I have foreseen that you half-bloods will become part of his puppet army. The man's voice was low, and dense purple-black scales continued to grow and proliferate from his skin, forming a hideous and twisted armor along the weird purple lines. The single pupil formed by flames appeared on his chest, and its color and shape kept changing. Mingfei is not an ordinary half-blood, but now it seems that he has a better destiny and path. I am sincerely happy for him. The smile on Anger's face gradually disappeared. Moreover, I think Mingfei and the Emperor behind him are more trustworthy than you, the aliens. I also suggest that you tidy up your image before deceiving others to join next time. The domain of Time Zero expanded again. How stupid. When the man's voice fell, there was also an invisible domain expanding outward with him as the center. Time Zero, simulated release. The two domains of Time Zero collided and merged together. The battle between the two users was also very simple, just like the speed of drawing a gun in a duel between Western cowboys. The cowboy who drew the gun slowly would lose the duel and usher in death. Such a duel lasted only a moment, and the only thing that recorded it was Eva's ultra-high-speed camera. When the picture was clearly imaged again in the camera's picture, the old man who was as tall as a pine tree knelt on the ground weakly, and a striking blood flower burst out from his chest, staining the white lining of his suit red. If we have time, it's not a waste of time. The devil-like man's twisted and sharp palms were dripping with blood. He glanced at the old man kneeling on the ground indifferently, and snapped his fingers with a snap. Dozens of blood flowers bloomed from his body. Your Highness Norton has finally handed over the knowledge of teleportation. The man ignored him who was lying on the ground, raised his head covered with a ferocious mask, and there were surging purple flames in his eyes. Then we can try to take back the bones of the holy dragon through attack. After a moment, the man returned to normal. He raised his foot and stepped hard on the ground. Purple complex patterns that seemed to be burning suddenly emerged from under his feet and quickly spread to form a burning giant tree. The light enveloped his entire figure, and then disappeared in the passage. Here, Eva anxiously informed the teachers and students in the control room on the second floor of the library, which was the closest to this place, and the voice of the medical department. At the same time, she also sent a warning to Finkel and Shuzahan. Be careful of the Emperor. He may have been teleported to the interior of the Holy Blood Hall now. Chapter 264 Guard. When Eva's warning reached Finkel's cell phone, the man had already appeared on the second underground floor of the Holy Blood Museum. It's really hard to start. If it could be placed in a museum, this cross-shaped dragon bone with the dual nature of angels and demons, like a silver cast, would definitely become the focus of the focus. The man stared at this treasure that was enough to start a world war for the entire mixed race, his eyes revealing greed and desire, but he hesitated to take action. Now the dragon bone is wrapped with circles of linen laces with golden words written on them. It is so tight that it looks more like a mummy. For the man, it is like facing a hedgehog and he has nowhere to start. Now that he is full of ever-changing power, if he takes action on his own, his fate will definitely be the same as the electronic virus card burned by the holy flame. Now we can only wait for those useless mercenaries to break in, but there is little hope. The man sighed. Of course, he did not come alone. There are as many as 5 mercenary teams hired or seduced by him, all of whom are ruthless people who have licked blood on the tip of the knife in the Middle East battlefield. But it is still unclear whether attacking a real Hogwarts Academy will be effective. The schoolwork department of Castle Academy has a group of retired Navy SEALs, and the students are not weak scholars. After passing the battlefield survival course, they can pick up weapons and fight against the battlefield mercenaries with their mixed blood body reactions. As for this Holy Blood Hall, finally, we meet again, Emperor. The door of the third underground floor was kicked open, and a blue monster more than 2 meters tall with blue iron scales and swollen muscles leaned in, holding a rough caliber gun in his hand. Fingal, I'm glad to see you. The man's eyes dancing with purple flames narrowed slightly. You are not as excited as the last time you met me. It seems that you have surrendered to the devil. Finkel's voice was as low as the roar of a beast. His body in the bronze throne state was comparable to that of a pure-blooded dragon. We are actually similar in this respect, except that the one you surrendered to will give you some appearances that look bright and righteous. The man smiled, and the golden light faintly revealed between the gaps in the scales on Fingal's body was reflected in his vision. He raised his eyebrows, and a new figure came into view. Shuzahan appeared behind Fingal holding a huge bone sword, and anger was accumulating between his eyebrows. Hectares, isn't this the first and most beloved Deputy Captain Shuzahan? If Jmunganda saw you become like this, I don't know if he would continue to pester you. The man chuckled. What have you done to our brothers, heretic? Shuzahan took a deep breath and ignored the other party's inexplicable words. His pair of golden eyes became particularly blazing because of anger. I just helped him find his true self a little bit. I didn't do anything else. If you want to blame someone, blame your captain. The man spread his hands innocently and glanced at Finkel and Shuzahan. He was the one who didn't know how to judge people. He kept saying for the sake of humanity and all aliens must die, but not only was there not a single normal human in his team, he didn't even know that he had brought the sleeping Dragon King into the team. Let me tell you, the true identity of your alchemist sergeant is the monarch on the throne, His Highness Norton, the King of Bronze and Fire. It is your honor to use the various equipment he personally forged. Shuzaham and Finkel looked at each other, and both saw shock and suspicion in each other's eyes. Purify the heretic first, and wait for the captain to come back before making a decision. When necessary, we can destroy it together with the dragon bones. Shuzaham did not choose to believe the man's words. The other party should have been an unknown dragon before, and now it has surrendered to the devil. That means it is a complete enemy. He decisively took the giant sword and took a fighting stance. I've been waiting for you to say that. Finkel roared, and the Terminator heavy bullet carbine in his hand roared, and the roar of the gunfire echoed throughout the underground hall. The bullet dragged a bright flame tail and pounced on the man in front of the dragon bone cross. Hey, you have to cherish your own cultural relics, the man said, and the domain of Time Zero expanded silently. He waved his palm, and the shining pink flame formed a streak that swept through each rough bullet that was attacking but now had been slowed down by nearly 70 times and almost stagnated. When the domain was removed and time began to flow again, these dangerous bullets would melt and explode in the air. Is it really not against the Geneva Convention to use bullets of this caliber? The man whispered to himself, but there was a dangerous breath coming. He slightly side-glanced and saw Shuzaham dragging the giant sword and attacking him at a high speed. In this area where time is almost frozen, the opponent can not only move freely but also move at high speed, as if he is also a user of Time Zero. The golden light emerging from Shuzaham's body attracted the man's attention. The golden light turned into a pair of clearer wings behind him, which seemed to be the key to his breaking the Time Zero limit. That Emperor. The man was shocked and angry, but as the pale sword blade slashed upward, his body was split diagonally in half, and blood gushed out. Shuzaham's throat burst into a high-pitched and extreme dragon chant, and the rich fire element in the underground lair was attracted. When time resumed flowing, the violent Junior had already engulfed the man's remains, intending to completely burn it to ashes. Bang 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 bang. The burnt bomb exploded in midair, and the flames illuminated Shuzaham's indifferent face. I also want such equipment. What a pity. Old Tang promised to make me a weapon that is more powerful than the one you and the girl have, but he ran away. After spending a few seconds to understand the situation, Finkel sighed and replaced the drum of the grenade launcher with a new one. He didn't seem to be too surprised by the result of Shuzaham's lightning-fast attack. We will find him back, Shuzaham said in a deep voice. It is worthy of being Tianqusanage, the sharpest sword in the world. Shuzaham frowned, and a man's laughter suddenly came from the burning Jungian. Not dead yet? Just in time for me to finish you off. Finkel's face suddenly turned cold, and he walked forward with his gun. Although I know you're probably not your real body, I'll kill you every time I can. We haven't settled the account with Greenland yet, idiot. There will be many more opportunities like that. Don't worry, Finkel. The half-figure in the flames stood up, and the upper body that was cut off by Shuzaham seemed to be trying to support its body with both hands. Shuzaham held his sword horizontally again, ready to cut the other party into pieces in the literal sense. What about the lower body? Tat-tat. The lower body, which was burned to a charred skeleton, rushed out of the flames with a tat-tat sound. Because the fire was under the crotch, the scene was very funny for a while. When Finkel reacted and raised his gun to shoot, one of the skeleton's legs had been raised and fell down on the ground, and the strange purple patterns spread rapidly into unknown alchemical matrices. Unknown phantoms emerged from it. The Lord of Demons has created a lot of new Deadpools recently, and we can test their combat effectiveness now. As soon as the man finished speaking, Shuzaham, who rushed into the fire, chopped his body into pieces. However, the transmission matrix was irreversible, and one after another, blasphemous and hideous figures were teleported to the basement of the Holy Blood Hall. The process seemed unstoppable. Although he had come into contact with many mutated Deadpools with Mingfei, those newly appeared Deadpools still refreshed Shuzaham's cognition, and some of them even made him feel familiar. On New Year's Eve, he was bewitched and attacked by the devil when he was guarding his father in the hospital. At the time, the devil filled his mind with many images, and the feeling of familiarity came from those images. There were about 60 Deadpool reinforcements that appeared here through teleportation, and they were of different types. The ones that Shuzaham felt familiar with and occupied the majority were a group of Deadpools wearing twisted heavy armor. Their bodies had undergone various mutations, with twisted and reversed tentacles, claws like marine creatures, and ferocious and slender dragon heads, but Shuzaham soon ignored the other species and focused his attention on the figure that appeared the earliest after most of the Deadpools appeared. Bang! The heavy sound of metal colliding with the ground was heard, and a warrior who was nearly 3 meters taller than those mutant Deadpools appeared inside the Holy Blood Hall. The conspicuous heavy metal shoulder armor immediately reminded Shuzaham of the Astartes power armor drawn by Mingfei. The two seemed somewhat similar. The same heavy metal helmet covered the face of the Deadpool. It was unknown what kind of horrible and ugly face it was, but Shuzaham could see dense, slender, twisted horns growing from both sides. On the chest armor was a twisted dragon head, as if it was forcibly rooted in the armor. Let me introduce you to you. This is the latest mass-produced warrior created by the Demon Lord through His Highness Norton's alchemical knowledge. It is called Chaos Dragonair. Even though his body was chopped into pieces and burned in the flames, the man's voice still came out, like a salesman chattering about his own products. It is a powerful creation that was transformed from an ordinary human into a Deadpool and then sublimated by the power of the Lord of Change. The dark and twisted heavy armored warrior showed a broadsword, with purple flames burning on the blade. I won't play with you anymore. I feel like it's meaningless to continue playing like this. I can't take away the White King's dragon bone, it's right in front of me, what a pity. The man's voice gradually faded away, as if it had gone far away. The body fragments burned by the flames no longer tried to reassemble under their super-rule vitality. At the moment the man's voice fell, all the blasphemous heretics in the second underground floor of the Holy Blood Hall locked their eyes on Shuzaham and Finkel. But we will meet again soon, and at the time I will bring your old brother Tang with me. I hope that by then your Captain Lu can really lead a legion, instead of just a few of you alone. Chapter 265 Defeating the Enemy. There was no time for Shuzaham and Finkel to communicate. The battle broke out the moment the man's voice disappeared. Shuzaham, who was at the front, attracted the most hatred. Most of the blasphemous heretics charged at him. The one with the strongest momentum was the heretic heavy-armored warrior named Heir of Chaos Dragon. It was like a tank rushing head-on. All the heretics in front of it were ruthlessly crushed by it. Shuzaham held his breath, and the sound of explosions continued to ring in his ears. After those astonishing caliber bombs hit the heavy-armored warriors and had no effect at all, Finkel decisively set his shooting target on the other ugly monsters that rushed towards Shuzaham. The sound of booster rocket-like bombs repelling or flesh and blood being directly shattered made people feel extremely refreshed and excited. Shuzaham's heart was beating violently, pumping out hot dragon blood that was as poisonous as a poison, which then circulated at high speed to every corner of his limbs. In less than 3 seconds, he had undergone a literal evolution. The fine hairs on his skin hardened rapidly and turned into blue-black scales that covered his entire body, forming an alternative armor. His blazing golden eyes blended with the golden sacred light on his body. The heretic warrior rushed over with an unstoppable momentum, and the grey sword surrounded by purple flames fell head-on. Shuzaham's figure flashed and disappeared. The next second he appeared beside the warrior, waving the bone giant sword with a sharp sword wind to break the opponent's legs first, but the heretic warrior seemed to have reacted and responded. His huge claw-like palm instantly grabbed Shuzaham's head, and while trying to crush it with brute force, he raised his sword to pierce his body. With the width of the giant sword in the hands of the heretic, his body would be pierced and basically split in half. Shuzaham could not accept this exchange of damage and could only block with his sword upright. At the same time, the free fire elements in the air gathered rapidly and turned into a dazzling and hot sun. The word spirit. Junyang burst out. With the help of high-pressure impact, Shuzaham flew out and escaped from the restraints of the heretic warrior. The deformed and damaged bronze mask on his face was recovering rapidly and covering his face again. But the dull footsteps sounded quickly again, and the tall heavy-armored warrior strode over with a suffocating sense of oppression and heavy shadows. Junyang's explosion did not seem to have any effect on it. The fascinating giant sword appeared in Shuzaham's field of vision again. The golden swords were mixed with the creepy screams and cries like resentful spirits. Shuzaham swung the giant sword and kept fighting with the heretic warriors, and golden and purple sparks flew everywhere. During this period, any heretic who wanted to attack Shuzaham was killed accurately by finger, even though he was now perceived by a group of heretics. Shuzaham felt great pressure, and the scales at the mouth of the sword in his hand broke and healed again. The feeling given by the heretic warrior in front of him reminded him of Mingfei. There was no intention of blasphemy. This feeling refers to Mingfei's killing skills that have almost become instinctive. When responding to attacks, he has already thought about and made a fatal counterattack. He often conducts combat training with Lumenfei and is familiar with this feeling. Shuzaham believes that his strength is not as good as Lumenfei and Yuan Xin, but it is not enough to shame the Emperor. The bloodliner transformation technology of the alchemist sergeant called the Road to Conferred God, the combat training with Lumenfei, the dream training of Yuan Xin, his improved strength in all aspects can at least make his father proud of him. Xu Tianzhao is already stupid. But when facing this heretic warrior, he couldn't help but feel a sense of powerlessness in his heart. The austerities created by the devil. Bang! The swords collided with each other again. The heretic warrior took advantage of the opportunity and leaned over to knock Shuzaham away with his heavy shoulder armor. Even with the protection of scales and the greatly increased muscle density after the bloodliner transformation, Shuzaham still felt like he was hit head-on by a high-speed chariot, and his internal organs seemed to be displaced. The heretic warrior did not raise his sword to chase him this time, but walked slowly, and a strange magenta flame rose from his other palm. Shuzaham stood up and tried to dodge, but was shocked to find that the ground under him had become like a swamp. Several balls of black and sticky black liquid bound him tightly in place. He instantly remembered the name of this word spirit. Tanyan. The high-risk word spirit ranked 90 on the word spirit periodic table will melt the hard ground in the field into quicksand, swamps, wetlands and other forms. It can also choose to maintain the previous form and be freely controlled by the word spirit user. Are there other hybrids? No. Shuzaham tried hard to break free from the control of the ground while looking at the heretic warrior who was slowly walking towards him. How could a chaos dragon who might have been a Deadpool or even a dragon not have the ability to use the word spirit? The next second, he saw the flame in the heretic's hand turned into a tangible spear and pierced his chest, but the first thing he felt was his brain. Countless whispers that seemed to come from hell sounded in his ears, seizing the slight sense of powerlessness he had previously felt and taking the opportunity to harass and confuse his mind, trying to make him crazy. His current blood purity is no different from that of a pure-blooded dragon, and the blasphemous energy is taking advantage of the opportunity to enter. This is also a contradiction of the current hybrids. If you want to defeat a stronger enemy, you must improve your dragon blood to gain stronger power. And the more your own dragon blood purity breaks the boundaries of the hybrids, the easier it is to be eroded by unclean power. The heretic dragon dragged the giant sword towards Shuzaham who was trapped in place, and the purple unknown flames were jumping in the pupils of the dark twisted helmet. Here I come, Shuzaham! Finkel roared. He was being besieged by nearly 20 heretics. Various mutated tentacles and limbs were entangled or cutting his body in the bronze throne state, but these did not cause any harm. The most threatening were the heretics in the distance who were on all fours and constantly spitting out pink fireballs from their mouths. Not to mention the excruciating pain caused by those fireballs when they exploded on him. The most fatal thing was that the wounds after the burns could not heal quickly. Originally, Finkel wanted to rush over and get rid of those long-range outputs first. The ammunition of the grenade gun had been emptied and there was no chance to reload new magazines, but now he had to stop the guy who looked quite dangerous. He couldn't just watch Shuzaham being wiped out by the other party's sword. If you don't come down, I can't bear it, he complained in his heart. Yuan Xin had not recovered from the close-range impact of the dragon's might, so he asked him to guard the gate to the Holy Blood Hall first. Even if he was injured, he should still be able to deal with some miscellaneous soldiers in seconds. Who would have thought that the boss would not take the usual route and teleport directly to the second floor underground? Shuzaham, who was trapped on the ground, moved his lips slightly, and his painful face returned to calm and became firm. He raised his head and looked directly at the Chaos Dragon who was approaching him, with golden flames dancing in his eyes. Torch the Emperor's will and destroy the monsters. The greedy domain collapsed, and Shuzaham broke free from the restraints of the ground in an instant. Although the flaming spear that pierced through him and distorted his mind was still there, it did not prevent him from swinging his sword at the heretic in front of him. If you are defeated and frustrated, you will lose the power of the Emperor. Pray to cleanse your soul, and beat your body. Only the Emperor can protect you. Shuzaham recited the Emperor's motto loudly to strengthen his mind. The holy light on his body, which had dimmed due to changes in his bloodline and mental abnormality, became bright again. He fought with the heretic again, and the giant swords collided fiercely. The speed of his sword swinging was surpassing the reaction and counterattack speed of the heretic. The elegant and brutal swordsmanship of the Holy Blood Angels was constantly cutting the shell of the heretic dragon. Damn, why did he suddenly become so fierce? Finkel tore off a tentacle wrapped around him, and then blasted the heretic's head with a punch. Looking at Shusaham, who suddenly rose again, he began to consider whether he should recite a few sentences loudly to get the attention of His Majesty the Emperor. But at least the crisis is temporarily resolved now. The arms of the chaos-stricken hare were cut off first, and its legs were quickly and neatly chopped off by Shusaham without any means of counterattack. The heavy body of the heretic fell to the ground immediately. When the flames in its eyes jumped and wanted to release the word spirit or blasphemous spells, the bone giant sword mercilessly cut off its head and split it in half. But it seemed that it was not dead yet. The heretic's hideous and twisted dragon head, which was sewn on the surface of the breastplate along with its flesh and blood, was surrounded by purple weird patterns, as if it wanted to make a final desperate resistance. Shusaham took a deep breath, and the dragon blood boiled again. The iron blue scales on the surface of the body were constantly growing layers of new scales to protect the body. The magenta flame spear was rapidly melting under the blazing white light that lit up on the chest. Jungian. Plasma state. As the prototype of the plasma cannon, Shusaham has already mastered the means of compressing energy in the king flame through static heating and converting it into plasma state for release. He is not afraid of a passionate bombardment with anything, however, without the assistance of the alchemy matrix and related facilities of the alchemy sergeant. Shusaham's release of the plasma king flame alone is also extremely dangerous to himself, and it is easy for his body to be melted by the plasma first. There is no simpler and more efficient way to kill the enemy than this. Since the headless heretic has become a moving target, there is no reason for me to refuse it without worrying about not hitting it. Danger sounded like the roar of an engine. The temperature underground was rising rapidly. The smell of the heretic's corpses and dry blood was burnt and pungent. Finkel was not a fool, and it was impossible for him not to notice this abnormality. The corners of his mouth twitched as he tried to stay away from Shusaham. "Is this the finale of Ultraman?" a ball of blazing light answered, and it was like a white sun rising in the basement. The light was so bright that people could not open their eyes, and the white high-temperature light beam gushing out from Shusaham's chest instantly engulfed the remains of the chaos Drakmare and purified it completely. Chapter 266 Attitude. The dark green C-1000 express train stopped at the platform with the remaining strong wind, and red maple leaves swirled and flew up and down. The door opened, and the specialists of different skin colors wearing black windbreakers from the executive department who were guarding her immediately became alert. One of them was about to step forward to confirm the identity of the person getting off the train as usual, but when he saw that the person getting off the train was Mingfei, his expression became odd again, and he silently stepped back and signaled the people behind to let him go. After returning to Castle College from the Yangtze River, Mingfei's face has always been cold and gloomy. To use Li Yingxing's words, he had a simmer face. Even Professor Mans didn't dare to step forward to ask more about the situation. He just started to rush back to the college after receiving the notice of the attack on Castle College. It was Finkel who came to pick up Mingfei. He drove the Mercedes-Benz with conspicuous blood angels and Lamenters lockers, but there were many bullet holes on the body of the car. The first thing he said when he saw Mingfei was, "Captain, you need to calm down." Believe me, I have never been calmer and more rational than now. Mingfei's tone was cold. "Well, it's really cold," Finkel shrugged, and he could feel the unquenchable anger hidden under the iceberg-like indifference. In the dark and cold universe, there is such a saying: no sacrifice is too great to be accepted, and no betrayal is too small to be forgiven. Especially for the angel descendants whose gene father died in the Horus heresy and whose trauma turned into a curse and flowed forever in their blood, betrayal is an act that cannot be forgiven. Although Weaver sent a new message a few minutes later, and Mingfei, who was on the verge of rage, also realized that this was a conspiracy of heresy and forced himself to calm down. The fact that the alchemist sergeant is a Dragon King alien cannot be denied. "Where is Brother Shusaham?" On the way back to the academy, Mingfei's tone softened a little. "He is still recuperating. He is without old Tang, cough cough." Finkel coughed violently. "That's not a sensitive word, and I'm not going to turn into a crazy lunatic when I hear it," Mingfei said indifferently. "Ahem, well, Shusaham used the plasma state of Junyan without the protection of the alchemy matrix, and his body was severely burned, but with the bloodline of transformation, it's only a matter of time for him to recover. The girl's injury is more on the spiritual level." She ate Lao Tang's awakening face to face, and finally became a little timid and feminine after a little bit of masculinity. Finger sighed softly. "The principal is in the worst condition. He is still lying in the lifeboat, and I don't know when he will rest completely. I mean, it's a bit difficult to save him. Take me to see him first." Mingfei said in a low voice after a short silence. The melodious bells with a hint of sadness echoed inside the campus. White dust fell and flew up in groups on the Hall of Valor. The once vigorous and youthful academy now had a sense of solemnity. The specialists in black windbreakers and the strong and sturdy school workers patrolled the campus fully armed, looking like they were controlled by some warlords or terrorists. After the real attack instead of the false alarm like last time, the alert level of Castle College rose to the highest level in history. When the normal host Eva was controlled by the enemy, an unknown mercenary team launched a surprise attack on the academy. Although the academy responded in time afterwards, casualties were inevitable in any war, no matter how small its scale was. First there was a heavy fire attack, and then the vice principal untied the commandments and found that there was a demonized Deadpool mixed in. Fortunately, Eva notified the source girl and rushed over in time. The bright group prepared by Japan for you also performed very well. I don't know how these delicate girls were trained to be flaming flowers. The car drove into the Hall of Heroes, and dozens of noble cars had already been parked in this square, from the common Bentley Rolls-Royce to the rare hereditary noble title Kanizac, and there were also more than a dozen luxurious classic cars, like a small-scale luxury car exhibition. In the fully enclosed special care room deep underground in the Hall of Heroes, a series of black figures surrounded an aluminum alloy emergency cabin, and their old faces all had a trace of sadness. Those who can come here are the elders of the secret party. After World War II, this group of elders of the secret party has never gathered so neatly. Most of them have changed the course of history, such as helping to create the atomic bomb to end the Second World War, and promoting the great development of quantum mechanics or computer technology. There are also some pure combat types, fighting and burying the dragons in the dark battlefield. For these people who have changed history and experienced cruel battlefields, nothing should make them uneasy. Until today, Ange is lying in the emergency cabin with his life or death uncertain. Ange is the oldest active elder of the secret party. This madman struggled in the dragon-slaying battlefield with vigorous energy, fighting spirit, and crazy ambition that did not match his age. He buried the revived dragons with his own hands and faced the dragon monarchs with his sword. But now he has been defeated and is seriously injured and on the verge of death. With a creak, the closed door passed the external verification and slowly opened. When the elders saw the cold young man, they were a little surprised. They thought that the person who came in would be Mentor Flamel, the vice president, who was in charge of the overall situation when the principal was injured. Mingfei just glanced at the group of figures indifferently. There were a few familiar ones among them, such as the school directors who had met at the meeting. When the eyes of Baroness Elizabeth Laurent met, she nodded slightly, her expression very sad. The elders slightly made way for the new generation of S-level to pass. Through the hard plexiglass cover, Mingfei saw the old man lying inside with tubes all over his body and a haggard face. It seemed that as the anger of revenge faded, his body was also decaying. His heart was almost completely cut open. Fortunately, the rescue was timely, but it has not been successfully rescued yet. Half of his life is still in the hands of the god of death. An old man said in a deep voice. If someone in the medical field saw him here, he would be shocked to scream and faint. The father of cardiac surgery who should have died 4 years ago is still alive. Eva had given Mingfei irrelevant video footage in advance. Ange had encountered the heretic who had defected to Chaos head-on, and was defeated by the Aki-world spirit controlled by the other party in the Time Zero with a higher time slowdown. But he is not a medical sergeant and does not have medical equipment or nanotherapeutics. If Ange wants to continue fighting with such injuries, he will probably have to be sent to the Dreadnought mech, right? May the Emperor protect your soul, Ange. You're a reliable warrior. He whispered. It is difficult to see a sad look on Mingfei's face. He has seen too many life and death separations in that universe, and even he himself died on the battlefield of the aliens. In the dark universe, the place where life passes is more important than the passing of life. After praying, he turned around and was about to leave. Are you going to leave just like that? A cold and majestic voice sounded, and Elder Beowulf walked out of the elders' queue indifferently. First, there was the Dragon King invasion alarm at your venue, and then this attack mainly targets at your venue. Aren't you going to explain something? Nothing needs to be explained. I have more important things and battles to do. Mingfei did not slow down his pace, and walked towards the door without looking back. He didn't have the mind and time to talk nonsense about irrelevant things like the last time, as if it was a meeting between Ostatus and the planetary governor. Beowulf looked gloomy, feeling that his dignity was offended, but he couldn't get angry because the other party was an S-level who had killed real dragons and was qualified to talk to him on an equal footing. A young Ange. His hatred for the dragon race and his fighting spirit seemed to be even greater than his. At least it's good news for us now. The elders whispered. To be honest, I think the only way to deal with the principal's situation is to rely on alchemy technology. I don't think the vice principal's level is as good as old Tang, Norton. Finkel said in a low voice. Mingfei remained silent, quietly waiting for the elevator to reach the surface. By the way, if we really find Norton, what should we do? Finkel secretly glanced at Mingfei's expression. Execute and purify, to make up for my mistake of pulling the alien directly into the battle group. Don't you want to turn him back into old Tang? I quite like this brother. Finkel was a little disappointed. Besides, he is Norton, and among the Dragon clan, he is also a monarch who masters the ultimate alchemy. I was saying that how could there be someone whose alchemy is better than that old drunkard? You're a little weak, Finkel. The alien is an alien, even if he was once our alchemist sergeant. The only mercy I can give him is a clean death. Mingfei said expressionlessly. If it defected to chaos, then there would be no mercy. I'm not weak, I'm regretful. If it were the card old Tang, at least he would be at the level of giant god soldier or Apollo winged dragon, and he could be thrown away at will, Finkel muttered, and there is no need to be so heartless. Didn't His Majesty the Emperor say anything? Mingfei's expression was stunned. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelers. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 267 Countermeasures. Finkel's words immediately reminded Mingfei. Since the alchemist sergeant is an alien, why didn't the Emperor give him any revelation? Did he want to test his insight and loyalty? If so, then Mingfei was obviously unqualified. Not only did he not recognize the alien, he even regarded the other party as his fighting brother at some times. But, it's hard to explain. When the Vatican supported him, the alchemist sergeant clearly stated that he had received the god's descent from His Majesty the Emperor. The Sky Eagle armor and the Jinyu Grey sword that evolved to be able to kill demons completely were the best evidence. How could the Emperor let the god's descent fall on an alien? In the era of the Great Crusade, when the Emperor was still walking on Earth, the Emperor's expeditionary fleet almost wiped out all the aliens in the entire galaxy except humans. At the time, the Tyranids had not yet invaded, the Necrons had not yet awakened, and the remaining Elder were hiding from the glory of the Emperor. The hatred of the human empire for the aliens was engraved in their genes, especially the Arstitives. It was difficult for Mingfei to accept the fact that the glory of the Emperor would fall on the aliens. Maybe His Majesty needs its knowledge. This does not mean that His Majesty accepts the aliens as our brothers, he said coldly. Then he realized that his attempt to speculate on the true thoughts of His Majesty was a blasphemous act, and he lowered his head and angrily rebuked his own foolish behavior in his heart. Okay, Finkel said no more, feeling that if he continued to speak for old Tang, he would be labeled as very disloyal by the captain. Now that the alchemist has disappeared and his whereabouts are unknown, he cannot guarantee that when he appears again, he will be the old Tang who ate and drank with him and watched the ballet girl, or the violent dragon monarch in the myth who is full of hatred for humans. Driving back to the Holy Blood Museum, Mingfei saw that there were some bullet holes on the statue of St. Gervais that he had carved in the courtyard, and his anger rose immediately, but he still suppressed it by force. There were two girls standing on the built-high platform carefully and seriously repairing the statue, and a lot of white ash was stained on their pretty faces. Other girls were also busy in the courtyard, cleaning the dry blood on the ground, picking up bullet shells in the green bushes, planting new green plants, or dragging a bloody corpse out of the flowers, and then putting it into a sack and taking it away without changing their expressions. The flowers of the Ngoyama family showed their tough and reliable side, but they did not get much attention from Mingfei. He ignored the girls' neat and soft salutes and walked into the museum quickly. Don't lose heart, girls. You are the best. Finkel followed behind Mingfei and winked at them to say Daddy. Attacking the Holy Blood Hall was a very stupid act. Unless they directly used heavy firepower to clean up the place, they would have to face the superdimensional attack of the Source Girl on ordinary hybrids. The strongest hybrids who were full of White King blood and could not find a drop of human blood were no joke. Welcome back. Shuzaham came out to greet him. He looked a little pale, with thick bandages wrapped around his chest. The charred skin like charcoal on the edge of the bandage could be vaguely seen. Are you okay, brother? It's okay. It won't take too long for me to recover, Shuzaham replied, a little hesitant to speak. I know what you want to say. This is the topic we are going to discuss next. Mingfei raised his hand to stop him. Let's go to the combat meeting room. Having said that, the three old people still attended the meeting. Mingfei, Shuzahan, and Finger. The Source Girl was still guarding the White King's dragon bones underground. Since the heretics had mastered the teleportation technology, they had to be more vigilant. Mingfei had thought about grinding the dragon bones into powder and pouring it into the toilet, but he did not put it into action because he thought that the Emperor might need this alien skeleton for other purposes. Otherwise, his regiment would have an extra reliable combat force. Mingfei looked at the drawings drawn by Finkel. It was the Chaos Dragonair that Shuzahan fought. Although Finkel's painting skills were worrying, he still recognized what it was from the general appearance, Astates, or the heretics created by the devil in the shape of Astatives. After the Empire won the Horus heresy at a tragic price, the rebellious Astates legion was chased and driven into the Eye of Terror by the Imperial army. Because there was no concept of time passing in the subspace, most of the heretic Astates who formed the heretic warband and reappeared in the Imperial universe were veterans who participated in the Great Crusade 10,000 years ago. Their rich combat experience was not something that the new Astates of the General Regiment could compete with. Its close combat capability is quite strong, and it also possesses magic that is suspected to be a demonic system and the works of the dragon race. Even our grenade launchers cannot cause much damage to it, Shuzahan said in a deep voice. According to this heretic usurper, this powerful unit can already be mass-produced. Before he left, he told you, the captain, to lead a real legion, he may want to tell us that such a unit has formed a legion of scale. I don't think so. If it really had this scale, they wouldn't have only teleported this one the day before yesterday. If they had sent 2 more, Castle would have been finished. Maybe there aren't that many. Finkel said. We have to prepare for the worst. Even if these Chaos Dragonairs are few in number, the strength of other heretic arms cannot be underestimated. We are now only 3 people. We must ask the Academy for support. Shuzahan looked serious. That feels bad to me. After all, the Secret Party and the Academy are just forces that pretend to be powerful in the open and fight guerrilla warfare in secret. Most of the dragons are killed by burying mercury bombs in the dragons' coffins. If they really want to engage in a frontal battlefield, they have to go to the 5 permanent members of the United Nations. Finkel glanced at Mingfei and asked in a low voice, Captain, do you have any suggestions? If we don't have space torpedoes, then we can use nuclear bombs to destroy them. Brother Shuzahan is right. We are seriously short of people, and the demons have no bottom line. Mingfei took a deep breath. The time was still too short. It had been less than 2 months since he discovered that the demons had arrived. This short period of time is estimated to be only enough to implant a set of organ seats used by the Astates into the bodies of servitors or slaves before they can grow. It usually takes at least 100 years to gather the 100 sets of corresponding organs needed to create a chapter. Even if there are ready-made suitable gene seeds and organs, and people are quickly recruited to implant gene seeds after the arrival of demons is noticed, the adapters will still have to sleep in the bloodhouse for more than 10 months to 2 years. Demons have no such restrictions at all. Perhaps only 1 out of 1,000 people can eventually become a powerful Astatives. If they choose to betray and join chaos, then these 1,000 people can become abominable heretics. Nuclear bombs can be bought. Eva checked the dark web and found several small nuclear bombs from the Soviet Union after the breakup. These things are very cheap on the black market now. 10 million yuan is enough to buy one, because no rich person with a brain would buy this thing for collection. Finkel's eyes lit up and he began to calculate. After the principal is dead, the financial power will probably fall into the hands of the old drunkard. I'll let Eva make some money from the black market. Maybe we can really clear the nuclear bombs on the market. And detonate. Shuzahan looked strange. Of course it's handed over to the equipment department. Whether it's remote detonation or remote control time detonation, you can't expect us to move in and detonate manually, which is so old-fashioned. Finkel said. What about the location of the detonation? We have to find that demon's lair first. Now old Norton is likely to have fallen into the hands of the demon. The teleportation technology is the evidence. And according to records, the King of Bronze and Fire has the power to control all metal elements in the world. Maybe the nuclear bomb will explode directly on our backs at the time. Listening to Shuzahan and Finkel's discussion, Mingfei has been thinking about countermeasures. In fact, there is really little he can do. Even if he is now the champion warrior of the Weepers, he can't destroy a demon army alone. The beauty of his hometown seems to be about to be shattered, and the shadow of the subspace and the quagmire of war are approaching. "Brother, you are really stubborn," someone whispered beside him. The horizon was stained with a layer of solidified grey, and a boy in a delicate little suit appeared at the conference table. "Put your feet down." Mingfei glanced at the other person indifferently. Mingfei stuck out his tongue and put his feet down from the table. "If it were before, I would probably negotiate with my brother and sign a contract to make a deal to solve your problem, but now, my brother is very strong and wants to rely on himself. What is the purpose of your appearance? If there is an oracle from His Majesty the Emperor, you should convey it as soon as possible instead of talking nonsense here." Mingfei said coldly. "It is because His Majesty the Emperor did not give you an oracle that I am talking nonsense with you here." Mingfei sighed helplessly. "I came out to remind you, brother, otherwise, with your temper, by the time you find that demon's lair, your alchemist sergeant will turn into the shape of chaos." Before Ronald Tang's consciousness completely transformed into Norton, he did his best to leave the last ripple for your regiment. Chapter 268. Hall of Transformation. Cold icy rain fell from the purple-black sky, and the boundless ice fields on the ground were also stained with a layer of hazy purple. The huge ancient bronze palace stood in the center of this world. The top of the palace city was connected to the purple thunder that kept rolling back and forth in the sky, and it seemed that it was constantly transmitting inexhaustible energy to the interior of the bronze palace. Truthweaver Toilos sat at the top of the bronze city. Behind him was a high-backed throne composed of constantly changing flames, and groups of fireballs of different colors rose and sank, and runes with mysterious meanings could be vaguely seen. Compared with the image of a wise old man in the past, the residual soul of this ever-changing demon king was getting closer to its mythical form in the highest heaven. A giant with a ferocious bird head, a dark gold metal ornament with flames and eyes as the elemental pattern, and black wings folded behind him. Between the sharp claws of the bird, he held a twisted scepter like a dead tree. "Constantine, Norton, you're obviously the best and most powerful creatures on this planet, but your minds are not even half of the power you control. No wonder you're being hunted down by humans and your own kind and are barely surviving." Toilos's thick beak smiled humanely. On each side of it were placed a bronze throne. The first generation of kings born by the Black King of the Dragon Clan, who controlled the power of the elements, were the twins of the Bronze King and the Fire King. The flames turned into substantial metal chains that bound them to death on the throne. Constantine's handsome boy's face was dull, and there was a blasphemous flame in his eyes. He had just woken up from the cocoon and was bewitched and polluted by the woven truth. The Lord of Change dragged this Dragon King into the ocean of knowledge almost effortlessly. The beautiful and gentle memories of the past had been ruthlessly wiped out in his mind. In the face of absolute darkness, he did not even have the time and opportunity to cherish the past. Constantine soon became a body with only power and was about to be controlled as a puppet. "Constantine, wake up." On another bronze throne, the man in white looked towards the boy with difficulty. His violent struggle contained grief and rage. The flame chains that bound and pierced his body twisted several times, but then were quickly reinforced by an unknown force. Ronald Tang, or Norton, his condition was not much better than Constantine. The seeds of pollution took root directly in his mind through the knowledge he had previously instilled. The more he wanted to use his vast knowledge as a king to expel them, the deeper he fell, like an ignorant creature struggling madly in quicksand and swamps. The so-called history of the dragon race, the glorious past of the monarch, all of these are not worth mentioning to the Lord of Change. The only valuable things are the power and knowledge of their brothers, which are directly and forcibly grafted into Toilos's control through unspeakable rules. The disgusting cursed breath, the curse have left you with a very troublesome influence. Toilos's copper bell-sized eyes stared at Norton with interest, as if he saw through his body and saw a ball of disgusting golden light flashing in the cleansing of the energy at the supreme heaven. It was the little fragment called Ronald Tang. The Lord of Change narrowed his eyes. The knowledge controlled by the Norton Dragon King was not complete, and the missing part seemed to be sealed in this small fragment. Hectares, how hypocritical the cursed are. On the one hand, they hate killing species different from humans, and on the other hand, they keep them because they have something worth oozing. It raised its ferocious bird head and laughed harshly, speaking sarcastically without any scruples. "Respected Lord Toilos, I'm glad to see you regain this mythical posture." A figure walked up to the high platform and respectfully faced the Lord of Change on the throne. This is a form closer to the mysterious Supreme, and it can better observe the ever-changing sea of souls, but it is still far from enough. Toilos looked at the figure, and his bird beak raised in satisfaction. "You have been favored by the Supreme, which is good. From now on, you are my champion warrior. You can keep your title, a champion called Emperor. It's so interesting, I can already imagine the funny look of the Corpse King's servants who were angry and crazy. It's an honor. The Emperor knelt on one knee. He took the initiative to surrender to the Lord of Change. The other party revealed to him a tragic corner of his future, and he was determined to change all this and pursue more possibilities for himself. Now, his appearance has changed dramatically. White bones and purple crystals form a thick armor covering his body, with sharpened hideous bone spurs protruding. If you look closely, you will find that there are dozens of different colors changing on the surface of the two overall tones, just like hundreds of pigments flowing in water. When the colors change, the blasphemous totems and marks formed by flames and eyes are displayed on the armor. No one can see the face of the Emperor now. The helmet with sharp and twisted horns on both sides covers his head, and only the two burning purple flames can be seen at the position of the eyes. I feel the greatness and vastness of the knowledge of the Supreme Lord of Change, but I still have some doubts, the Emperor said in a low voice. With your power to change everything in the world, just a slight change can plunge this world into endless chaos and destroy humanity in eternal strife, but you don't seem to have any intention in this regard. What he said was indeed true. The human society was not monolithic and was even quite fragile. Just a slight exposure of the existence of hybrids could cause turmoil in human society. To be more simple and crude, directly changing and replacing the leadership of a major country would start a new world war tomorrow. If it were another world, I would be happy to support a human to achieve the peak of his ambition and desire, and then control him to destroy and reshape this world, Toilos said elegantly, but it's different here. The will of the cursed will interfere directly. The fire of hope that rises together in despair is more dangerous than the rain of hope that falls on the earth. The Emperor was silent, as if he was pondering the words of the Lord of Change. It is impossible to know the specific thoughts of such an existence. The Lord of Change will reveal the truth and hide the truth. Every word spoken by Toilos, who was called the Weaver of Truth, must be distinguished as true or false. When will the army of the Supreme be able to descend and flatten this world? The army of the Supreme of Secrets is the 9 heavens of endless changes, and the number is 9 times 9 times 9, endless. The purple thunder rolled down, and the flame thrown behind Toilos absorbed the thunder. The connection here with the Sea of Souls is too weak, and there is not even enough attraction for my main body to look over, let alone enough energy to support them to descend into this world. So the army that can operate unaffected in this real world is particularly important. Toilos looked down at the bottom of the Bronze Palace city, where one portal after another appeared and disappeared from the bronze wall. Every time it opened and closed, an army of varying numbers would come out, ranging from a team of only 9 people to a square formation of 900 people, converging and merging into the dark army gathered in front of the bronze city. There are the lowest dead pools whose bodies have undergone various changes, there are warriors wearing heavy armor and looking like horses, and there are also that chaos drachmares at the end of the queue who were as steady as mountains, that is, the imitation aesthetes made by the Lord of Change using alchemy technology and high-quality dead pools. There are also a large number of armies flying in the sky, and the most eye-catching are those huge flying objects made of bronze metal that look like fighters and dragon statues, with wings spewing raging flames and flying around the bronze city palace at high speed. The reminder that the Emperor gave Shuzaham before leaving was not a joke or a ridicule, there is a real legion waiting for them. Tell me about the other Dragon Kings who hold power, my champion. Toilos retracted his gaze. I understand, sir, the Emperor said without any hesitation. The King of Sky and Wind seems to have completed the unity of power and strength, and has chosen to hide after noticing your existence. The King of Ocean and Water has been missing since he was seriously injured in the Awakening battle 100 years ago, and it will take some time to search for their traces. The 2 brothers and sisters of the King of Earth and Mountain are in very bad condition. Even if Jmanganda, who controls the power, is good at disguise, it is only a matter of time to find them. How much do you know about your Black King? The Emperor hesitated for a moment, but still told the Lord of Change all the secrets he knew, interspersed with various complex prophecies and riddles. This made Toilos happy to hear it, as if it liked this way of description, which allowed it to have many changing guesses and ideas. His Highness Norton should know more than me. He once participated in the construction of the Dragon Clan's Great Library, which contains countless knowledge, including the taboo secrets of the Black King himself. It is also because of this that he and Constantine were attacked by the crowd and exiled from northern Europe to China. The Emperor told the truth. Planetary creatures, the will of the planet, this is much more interesting than I originally imagined. A purple vortex appeared in Toilos's eyes. The Supreme Mysterious has given the Demon Kings under his command eternal and sharp wisdom, which can see through the results behind every period of time, every period of history, and every event. Everything about the Dragon Clan Supreme Black King is being seen through and pursued by it through words. The vague essence. Sir Boylos, have you seen through the truth about the Black King? The Emperor's voice became a little excited. Don't worry, my champion. The vortex in Boylos's eyes disappeared, and the bird's beak raised humanely to look at the Emperor. The truth has not yet been revealed. Go and search for the knowledge I want. Understood. The Emperor lowered his head and dared not say more, his eyes cryptically passing over the throne on the left that bound Norton. When he turned around and prepared to leave, he saw 3 eye-catching golden lights lighting up one after another on the distant horizon. Chapter 269 Choice. Well done, Finkel. I didn't expect that you, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, would also rebel. You actually dared to hide the Dragon King in the academy. The current acting principal of Castle, Night Watcher Flamel, pointed at Finkel and shouted angrily. I asked you, my dear teacher, to come here to solve an important matter. If you want to criticize me, save it for the mounting. Finkel grabbed the palm of the vice principal who was pointing at him angrily and pushed open the door of the basement of the Holy Blood Hall. Wow. The vice principal, who looked like a sloppy old drunkard, suddenly lit up his eyes. Usually this expression would only be seen when he found an incredibly beautiful girl. Finkel was not surprised, because any man would probably not be calm when seeing the 3 metal amours with a mixture of classical and sci-fi styles behind the door. What are these? Your Highness Norton still thinks he is a human being, so he would make a gumdam for our regiment. Finkel glanced at Mingfei, who was sitting in the corner of the room with his eyes closed in meditation and prayer, and said in a low voice. In addition to the golden sky Hikama in the middle that was exclusive to Mingfei, there were 2 more metal amours in the original Alchemy Sergeant's alchemy room. Except for the simple bronze color and patterns, the overall appearance looked no different from the sky Hikama. The last ripples of old Tang mentioned by Lumings were them. To describe it in Lumings' words, Ronald Tang shouted loudly and briefly regained control of his body in the struggle with the awakened Dragon King Norton. When he thought of the kindness of Captain Mingfei to him and the good times he spent with the Finger brothers, he couldn't help but feel sad and tried his best to rub 2 amours for Shuzahang and Finger on the spot. This kind of loyalty to the battle group makes people cry. The material used to cast them was the entire Emperor's alchemy laboratory. Oh, you're so awesome. The Dragon King himself came down to help you rub the gundam. I will apply to have your glorious deeds written into the history of the mixed bloods later. The vice principal threw the whiskey in his hand aside, and stepped forward to carefully observe the complicated and exquisite alchemical patterns on the metal surface of the armor. Shuzahang appeared at some point and caught the bottle he threw away steadily. It's useless. Mingfei opened his eyes and stood up from his meditation and prayer, his expression cold. Even if these 3 amours are very powerful, they can't play a decisive role in a real war. What do you say? Wait for your Dragon King Sergeant to come back and make one for each of us in Castle Academy. The vice principal muttered, wishing he could stick his eyes on the armor to record the complicated alchemical patterns hidden under their seemingly gothic patterns. There is no chance, and there is no time. We must immediately engage in battle and can't give the devil too much time. Mingfei shook his head. So you want an old man like me to follow you to fight the Dragon King and the devil? To be honest, I'm already at retirement age and I finally waited for Ange to abdicate, so you should at least let me satisfy my desire to be the principal. Upon hearing this, the vice principal's eyes widened and a cowardly look appeared on his face. I didn't count on you anyway, Finkel said with disdain, but I did let Eva use your new authority and the Academy's account to buy 2 small nuclear bombs on the black market. Don't look at me like that. I bargained with the seller and he gave me a preferential price of $10 million for 2 bombs, which is very cheap. Luckily the girl is not here, otherwise it would sound weird, haha. What the hell do you mean by $10 million for 2 nuclear bombs? And just abdicated and you guys are going crazy, right? We're formal. Well, not formal but at least we are not that outrageous. Let those old guys in Valhalla know that they have to choose someone to replace me tomorrow. The vice president was horrified and no longer paid attention to the alchemical pattern on the armor. He felt like he had entered the lair of the new Bin Laden in the future. We will handle the battle. We asked you to come here to confirm what this array means and how to activate it. Mingfei stepped on the ground expressionlessly. The light suddenly brightened. The vice principal then noticed that the ground where the 3 battle amours stood was also engraved with an alchemical matrix in the shape of a world tree. It was just that he had not noticed it before because the maches attracted people's attention. The vice principal immediately threw the nuclear bomb out of his mind and squatted on the ground to observe the alchemical matrix. This is also the ripple left by the former alchemical sergeant. There are alchemical notes made by the former alchemical sergeant in his room on the second floor. You can read them for reference, but you have to study them as soon as possible. We don't have much time. Although Mingfei was reluctant, he could only hope that Ronald Tang could leave clues about the whereabouts of the aliens and demons. They needed intelligence information too much now. There was no time to search for demons all over the world. Mingfei was even more unwilling to wait for the demons to lead the dragon aliens to take the initiative to attack and then launch a counterattack. In that case, many people in his hometown would die. Lumen should know something, but this riddle man just refuses to talk properly. He will ask you to read the history of the Dragon Clan and guess where the aliens' hometown was before they came to China. He will say, "Brother, if you were not so strong and drank 2 bottles of wine and became more decadent, I would probably send a car and a driver to take you there in person, just like in Japan in the previous file." In short, Mingfei no longer cares about this person. Then Fingal said, "Why don't you ask the magical? Isn't it the omniscient emperor?" So Mingfei prayed to the emperor and felt ashamed in his heart, because as the emperor's warriors, what they should do is to share the worries and difficulties of His Majesty the Emperor and protect him instead of asking the emperor for help when there is something wrong. But His Majesty the Emperor did not give him any revelation, which made Mingfei a little panicked, and he decided to use the heads and blood of demons and aliens to prove his absolute loyalty to the emperor. Norton's handwritten alchemy notes. The Flamel family is going to make a fortune. Finkel, take me to your Norton's boudoir. The vice president was excited, and immediately got up from the ground and dragged Finkel out. About 16 hours later. During this time, a group of guys from the equipment department who converted to the god of alchemical machinery also rushed over, spliced the 2 small nuclear bombs secretly sent to the academy on the Sky Hammer and Finkel's new armor, and adjusted the launch and detonation systems. Then they took their mobile phone cameras and took various classic poses in front of the armor to take pictures, trying to avoid the conspicuous pointed nuclear warhead behind the armor as much as possible. The 2 nuclear bombs were the products of the old Soviet Union. Even after the reduction of strategic nuclear weapons in 1987, the Soviet Union still had nearly 10,000 nuclear bombs, and after the disintegration, a small number of nuclear bombs still flowed into the arms black market. However, those crazy people in the equipment department who saw this explosion are not as enthusiastic about nuclear bombs as imagined. Instead, they are not interested in them, because they think that the explosion of nuclear bombs is not clean enough. The real explosion should be the kind that sweeps by a hot and beautiful thermal energy laser beam. Mingfei has been meditating and praying, gathering his strength. He did not have other ideas because he was sitting there doing nothing. He is a warrior, and the duty of a warrior is to bring more deaths to the enemies of the emperor and mankind before he dies. At this time, the vice president, who had shed his drunkard look and was wearing an alchemist's robe, finally figured out something with the pile of notes of the former alchemist sergeant. I figured it out. This alchemy matrix is a teleportation matrix. I can probably activate it, but I can't be sure where it will be teleported to. Mingfei opened his eyes. Since it was the teleportation matrix left behind by the alchemist sergeant and those battle amours, its destination might be directly leading to the lair of demons or aliens. Everyone, prepared for battle. He picked up Jimmy beside him and stood up from the ground without any hesitation. Alchemist sergeant, can he be saved? Shuzaham asked in a low voice before boarding his alchemy armor. I don't know, brother. Mingfei glanced at the armor and alchemy arrays and took a deep breath, but he is still an alien. Maybe his personality is still good, otherwise he wouldn't have left these things and clues. He wants us to save him. Many times we don't have a better choice, brother. We can only choose between bad and worse. Mingfei said in a deep voice. Chapter 270 Reinforcements from Another World. The immortal world tree lit up with a golden glow, and Mingfei controlled the Sky Hammer and walked into the center of the teleportation matrix. Whether this alchemical teleportation aid can safely teleport living things is still in doubt, although the heretics have teleported to the second underground floor for direct raids. Mingfei does not think that those heretics belong to the category of living things. In short, Mingfei decided to take the lead and confirm what is on the other side of the teleportation matrix. This is very necessary. This may be the last good deed of the former alchemist sergeant before becoming an alien, or it may be a deadly trap. Unknown power and light enveloped the Sky Hammer. Mingfei could see through the helmet eyepiece that everything in front of him began to become illusory and blurred, and the heavy armor was being pulled to the other end of the teleportation matrix. He had never experienced teleportation jumps. More often, he set out as a brave advance team, boarding the enemy ship by boarding torpedoes to deploy teleportation beacons to guide and ensure that the fighting brothers could be safely teleported into the battlefield, so he felt that the experience of teleportation was somewhat wonderful. But this feeling soon disappeared. As the vision in the field of vision returned to normal, Mingfei saw the chaotic sky shrouded in blasphemous fog and the huge bronze city standing in the distance. The palace of the Dragon King Norton, the Beta city that disappeared under the Yangtze River, now appeared in this blasphemous world. Purple lightning struck down, briefly illuminating the throne on the top of the bronze city that seemed to be connected to the sky. The Jinyu sword blade held by the Sky Eagle armor burned with a blazing golden holy flame. It was the power of faith. Now it was no longer suppressed by the real world and burned fiercely, indicating that this place was a space forged by spiritual elements. Nibelungen. Eva, confirm that you can transmit. Mingfei took a deep breath and sent a message to Eva through the communication device inside the armor. The question of whether the communication signal will be blocked by Nibelungen had been tested in the Vatican. As for whether it would work here, it depends on whether Shuzahang and Fingal can be transmitted next. 1 minute and 32 seconds later, 2 more golden lights lit up behind the Skyhawk armor, and 2 armors took shape in the light. Wow, Finkel exclaimed in the communication device, the enemy's scale is a bit large. I feel that old Tang has to enlarge our mecha by dozens of times to the size of a real Gundam. Through the hybrid supernatural vision and the magnified vision inside the helmet, it can be seen that a large black army is gathering in front of the Bronze City, mixed with various hideous and evil heretic soldiers. No matter how many there are, it is definitely not something that Mingfei and his 3 companions can deal with. Eva confirmed through satellite positioning that the Nibelungen is located in Iceland, which is consistent with the record that the Bronze and Fire King's territory was originally in northern Europe before he fled to China. Shuzahang seemed very calm. The vice president is using his authority to mobilize the mixed blood forces to march towards the real world of Iceland. But before Mingfei and the others could discuss tactics, a terrifying roar came from the sky, and several fighters were rushing towards them 1 step ahead of the heretic army. Rather than fighters, they were more like ferocious metal pterosaurs. They were covered with heavy purple-blue armor and shaped like dragons. Their open metal wings were as sharp as sickles. They swooped down with billowing black smoke from their tails, and a metal firearm was prominent in their open and ferocious bloody mouths, bombarding them with fierce firepower before they wanted to tear Mingfei's armor with their claws or take them away from the sky. Mingfei recognized these things. In the Dark Universe, they were called Hell Dragons. They were twisted creations created by the heretics who combined metal and subspace demons. As for who was weaker or stronger than the real Hell Dragon, Mingfei didn't care at all. What he had to do was to purify all the heretic creations. The 3 battle armors quickly spread out and opened the field of dustless land as a protective shield to drive out the incoming shells. Mingfei would not allow such blasphemous creations to show off in front of him. The alchemical barrel of the plasma state Jungian on his left arm gushed out a dazzling white beam that tore the abdominal cavity of the Hell Dragon. A dark liquid that was not sure whether it was oil or blood poured out, and the daving metal dragon shifted its body in a painful roar. When it got close to the ground, it was greeted by a broadsword blade burning with golden holy flames. Mingfei cut off the hideous head of the Hell Dragon very cleanly. The holy sword of the moon, which could kill even a bloodthirsty demon, could purify this blasphemous creature without any problem. There was no need for Mingfei to swing his sword or bombard it. The huge metal body of the Hell Dragon had been engulfed by the blazing fire of faith. Shuzahang and Fingal each used alchemical armor to deal with the attacking Hell Dragon. Shuzahang's armor was similar to the Sky Eagle armor. With the configuration of the self-controlled right arm and the heavy grenade gun on the left arm, there was a round hole emitting blue light on the chest of the armor, like an energy reactor in Iron Man magnified several times. In fact, it was a launch port specially prepared for Shuzahang, which not only allowed him to release the Junyan unhindered in the armor, but also allowed Shuzahang to explode better when releasing the plasma Junyan and provided sufficient protection. Fingal's armor is based on the Sky Eagle armor with additional firepower weapons added. Although it is made of pure alchemy without any technological content, this does not prevent him from transforming from a meat shield tank into a mobile fire support platform. 4 assault guns that poured out a dense barrage like flames directly shot down the Hell Dragon in mid-air. And the one that finally wiped out the dragon was the Wrath of the 7 Deadly Sins. It seems that because the former alchemist Sergeant and Fingal have a good relationship, this legendary alchemical weapon has become exclusive to Fingal's armor. After the alchemical field is activated, the subsequent length reaches an astonishing 6 meters. The grey-yellow bone blade is covered with countless sharp serrations like dragon teeth. When the head of the hell dragon is cut open, these serrations rotate at high speed and make a deafening roar. Lamotang made Roth into a hideous chainsaw sword. Now no one cares how their style has changed from youth campus romance to future technology Starship Troopers. Mingfei is more worried about his two battle brothers having no real battlefield combat experience. Fingal's Red Alert and StarCraft Tactics certainly cannot be considered battlefield experience, and the number of enemies is in the thousands. In addition to the phalanx of Chaos Dragons at the rear of the Legion, which are no different from the heretic hostages in Mingfei's eyes, there are also more than a dozen tall metal shadows standing. Those are the same demon engines as the Hell Dragons, but the essence of the imprisonment has changed from subspace demons to dragon-like aliens. Judging from the fact that they have been replaced with wings or multi-barreled hideous cannons mounted on their backs, or have been directly modified into four-legged machines with pure flesh and blood to maintain a blasphemous heretic 8-pointed star symbol, these alien engines are better at ground combat than the Hell Dragons. If ordinary people who have not had a strong psychological endurance and have not seen any heavy scenes witness such an army, they may fall into madness. But for Mingfei, there is nothing else in his mind except to purify all these dirty enemies. Finger, you're responsible for fire cover. Shuzahang and I will find a way to rush up and kill the demon first. Everything is for the Emperor. As soon as Mingfei finished speaking, the booster jet on the back of the Sky Eagle armor spewed out bright flames, driving the armor and the nuclear warheads it carried to charge forward. There is no doubt that this is the most commonly used decapitation tactic of Astates, even though the one to be decapitated is a changeable demon king. Shuzahang did not hesitate at all, and followed Mingfei into the heretic army. At the forefront of the heretic army is the Deadpool, whose body has undergone a mutation. Some of their limbs have been bent into twisted tentacles, hairy claws and other blasphemous appearances. It seems that as an imperfect creation, they are thrown at the forefront of the front line as cannon fodder. Mingfei and Shuzahang's 2 suits of armor almost crushed into the heretics' line. The roaring bombs tore open a road leading to the depths of the Legion until they collided head-on with another kind of Deadpool. Their image seemed to be more perfect, with thick purple-black scales covering their bodies, and a single pupil totem with barbs on the shape of a flame was reflected on their breastplate. The speed of road development slowed down slightly, and the efficiency of bombs in wiping out Deadpools decreased. While retaining strength and not using plasma, Mingfei and Shuzahang began to swing their swords to continue to dig the road at high speed. Shuzahang's alchemical giant sword, which was made of the tailbone of the alien White King Aim-no-Kuma, cut through the bodies of the Deadpools with amazing sharpness, as if they were of Rabjala's mud. And the Jinyu holy sword burning with the fire of faith in Mingfei's hand was completely a super-killing weapon for these Deadpools stained with heretical power. Every Deadpool's body cut by the blade would be burned to ashes by the Emperor's wrath. Even if many of these Deadpools could use word spirits, those weak obstacles could not delay Mingfei's killing efficiency at all. But if they wanted to advance to the Bronze City, there was still a long way to go, and the real threat was still in front, the Chaos Dragons located in the center of the Legion and the huge alien engine behind. And on both sides of the center, a large group of twisted Deadpools with their limbs touching the ground and their heads hanging upside down kept spewing pink fireballs from their mouths, attacking Mingfei and Shuzahang from the air in a parabola. These blasphemous flames seemed to be able to penetrate the metal protection of the armor. Although the golden needle carvings on the surface of the eagle armor blocked the invasion of the flames, Shuzahang's armor had not yet been blessed by the Emperor's holy light, and its surface showed obvious damage. At this moment, Mingfei noticed that the formation of the heretic army began to loosen up. The array of Chaos Dragons and alien engines separated a road. The tall bronze city walls decomposed pieces of metal to form a wide staircase, leading from the ground to the top of the bronze city. It seemed to be actively inviting Mingfei to come forward. Dirty demon. Mingfei was furious. After swinging the Jinyu giant sword and wielding a fiery golden arc to wipe out a large group of heretic Deadpools, he dragged the armor over those heretics who had not yet dispersed and ran straight to the bronze stairs leading to the top. He did not take this opportunity to kill 1 or 2 of those Chaos Dragons that looked like the heretic Astates, or destroy an alien engine. These could be dealt with by the nuclear warheads behind him later, but the Lord of Change must be truly destroyed under the Emperor's wrath. Your Excellency. The Emperor was very puzzled by the Lord of Change's sudden move. They could have watched the 3 people who broke in here without knowing their own strength being directly destroyed and swallowed by the army. I am very kind to give them the opportunity to attack me, right? The Lord of Change Doilos grinned humanely. It would be too boring to kill the most beloved thing of the cursed, and I don't want a corpse. Bang 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 bang, the sound of heavy metal trampling came from far too near. Mingfei drove the armor all the way on the bronze stairs. After seeing the demon sitting at the highest point of the throne and having manifested his original form, he decisively locked onto the other party, and the plasma cannon spewed out a group of dazzling white light balls that hit the demon itself first. But these plasma flames were all cooled and extinguished silently in front of the Lord of Change, and then disappeared. Only the residual heat in the air proved that there had been such a dangerous and deadly attack before, and the demon just stared at him with interest, without any action. Because of the lesson in the Vatican Church last time, Mingfei didn't think too much about why, and emptied his brain directly. He couldn't guarantee whether the guess in his heart was his own or the knowledge forced into him by the Lord of Change to create loopholes in the rules, thus dragging himself into the abyss of chaos. He quickened the pace of the armor, with only the existence of the Lord of Change in his eyes, determined to completely destroy the other party with the wrath of the Emperor. Aren't you going to do something, my champion warrior? Doilos didn't even care about the armor carrying the pointed nuclear bomb that was about to step onto the end of the stairs, and his eyes were still looking at the Emperor on the side. At your service, Lord of Change. The Emperor whispered, like a lazy employee caught by his boss. The invisible domain expanded rapidly, and a layer of hazy grey covered the domain. Mingfei, who rushed to the end of the stairs, felt that the armor was becoming sluggish, as if he was trapped in an invisible quagmire that was time zero. He had experienced the power of this word spirit in the hands of Principal Ange. He didn't think much about it. After handing over the subsequent operational authority of the armor to the living spirit, he voluntarily broke away from the control of the armor. The hazy golden light ignited from his body and turned into wings and auras to break the shackles of the time zero domain. The pure moon holy sword returned to Mingfei's hand from the armor arm, and then he disappeared from the spot, leaving only a vague golden after image. The next second he appeared in front of the ever-changing demon Lord Doilos. According to the will of the Emperor, you will be completely destroyed. Demon. Mingfei roared loudly, and the sword blade burning with the fire of faith stabbed into the animal-like body of the bird-headed demon. Doilos raised his head and screamed miserably, as if he had not expected Mingfei's action to be so fast. The Emperor's holy fire spread rapidly and engulfed the entire body of the demon. The Emperor was stunned for a moment, and purple flames danced in the eyes of the ferocious helmet. Almost the next second, he immediately rushed to Constantine, who was tied to the throne on the left, and began to chant the low dragon script. Mingfei didn't pay attention to him, and all his attention was on the demon in front of him. He had killed bloodthirsty demons and felt the feeling of the demon's life really passing away. Those souls devoured by demons should have been released and rested in the light of the Emperor, but the ever-changing demon king in front of him seemed to be pure as if he had never devoured a soul. Except for screaming, there was no other expression. And, this is too easy. No matter how weak the opponent is, he is also a big demon under the command of the Chaos God. Hectares, you've reacted, dear Cartos. Doilos seemed to have guessed what Mingfei was thinking. It stopped screaming and looked at Mingfei with a humane and mocking smile on its head. It seemed to be unable to feel the fire of faith that could destroy itself. This. Mingfei was horrified and wanted to pull out the holy sword of the moon, but his vision seemed to twitch, just like the snowflakes that appear when the signal on the TV screen is disturbed. When the screen refreshed again and returned to normal, Mingfei found that the moon in his hand and the Wenbian demon lord who was pierced through the body in front of him were gone. There was only a blasphemous dark purple fireball in front of him, and one of the eyes of the fireball was staring at him. And he was putting his palm into the fireball. When Mingfei realized this, it was too late to stop. The rotating purple energy beams shot out from all over the top platform of the Bronze City, grabbing the parts of his body, and trapped him in mid-air. A new scream sounded. From Mingfei's perspective, the other party was a fake empire of the heretic ostatives. The holy sword of the pure moon burning with holy flames appeared at some point and pierced his body. The flames suddenly surged and engulfed him. Someone suddenly laughed heartily, like a child who saw his prank succeed. The king of bronze and fire, Constantine, stood up from the throne. The flaming shackles that bound him dissipated silently. With a mocking smile on his handsome face, he looked at the struggling Mingfei, and purple vortices were spinning in his eyes. It is necessary to remind you again and again, Cartos. An ordinary corpse king slave will never be qualified to be an enemy of a powerful messenger under the wings of the Lord of Change. Mingfei glared, and one of the energy beams sealed his mouth. Constantine looked at the Emperor, who was engulfed in golden flames and restrained by some force not far ahead. Am I right, my champion warrior? Isn't this more interesting than crushing him with the Legion? The Emperor responded with a shrill scream, and the golden holy fire burned the source of his power from the supreme heaven. You made a small mistake, which was to try to betray a change messenger. Although this will bring me a lot of interesting changes, unfortunately I don't have much time to speculate on their results now. Shuzaham noticed the changes at the top of the Bronze City and accelerated to the Bronze Steps. Ah, no, I'm not interested in a fool like you who is even dumber than Kartos. The boy waved his hand in disdain. The scattered heretic army below regrouped. An alien engine wearing blue rune armor rushed up the bronze stairs. Several thick tentacles like spiked whips shot out from behind and entangled Shuzaham's armor from behind. The second alien engine followed closely and dragged Shuzaham down from the bronze stairs. The boy seemed to be happy that there was no threat from the holy sword of the pure moon. He walked briskly to the throne on the other side. On the throne sat the other twin king, Norton. Now is the time to combine power and strength. Unfortunately, I still want to leave it to the Black King. Constantine smiled and put his palm on Norton's face. Mingfei looked at the boy's figure blocking the face that looked exactly like old Tang, and couldn't help but feel a little angry. Even if he knew that the other party was the Dragon King, as the former alchemist sergeant of his regiment, even if he was executed for betrayal, it should be him who should be executed instead of the devil. But I'm afraid Mingfei didn't have the chance to execute him. He could only see the blasphemous light overflowing from that boy. When the light faded, the man in white on the throne had disappeared. The first generation of Dragon Kings were all twins. They controlled the elemental authority of power and strength respectively. Only when the two are combined, the authority of the elements was complete. Like fireflies, the starlight gathered beside Constantine and quickly evolved into a blazing ring of fire. The combination of power and strength seemed to have made him sublime to the extreme. The color of his pupils was almost a red molten gold, and an unimaginable violent force was washing over his body. Rich knowledge and power, it's enough to act as a body in this world. The next step is to find a way to let the main body know where this world is. Constantine's body was changing, from the original boy's body back to the form of the Lord of Change, but there were some characteristics of the alien dragon, such as the body covered with red fiery scales, and the wings behind were burning with flames, looking like a big bird on fire. Toilos was very satisfied with this. It stretched out its sharp claws with interest to point at the Sky Eagle armor, but it was not aimed at the armor itself but at the heavy nuclear warhead on its back. The metal surface of the nuclear warhead was decaying at a speed visible to the naked eye, and at the same time, the uranium element inside the warhead was also rapidly decaying under the control of some force. Under normal circumstances, the half-life of uranium is as long as 700 million years, but now it has only been less than 10 seconds. After trying out the power he had just mastered, Toilos smiled and turned his gaze back to Mingfei, who was struggling in his restraints. Where is your legion, Kartos? I should have asked my champion warrior to tell you to prepare a real legion, but now there are only 3 of you. What can 3 people do? Look at the decaying light on you. The empire you serve seems to have abandoned you. Mingfei was furious, but he couldn't move. The power of faith on his body was indeed a little dim, just like being greatly suppressed in the real world. Mingfei realized this when he entered this Nibelungen, as if the glory of the Lord of Humanity no longer protected him. I'm just a little busy. Someone answered Mingfei lightly. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. Toilo's body trembled visibly, and the tall bird head raised and looked around in horror. The burning bird feathers exploded like a cat that saw a ghost. But around, there was no figure. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, Toilos felt the familiar breath from the ward. It also didn't have time to feel ecstatic. It thought it could replicate the Vatican's operation and take the opportunity to connect the Sea of Souls from the traces of the power of the cursed. A crack appeared in the misty sky, as if it was cut open by a sharp sword. An angel with a holy golden light flapped his white wings and flew out of the crack. He held a holy sword wrapped in a silver arc in his right hand and a golden blood-dripping holy cup in his left hand. His figure was as perfect as a sculpture completed by countless masters of ancient Greece with painstaking efforts. Saint Lendor, the son of the Holy Blood Angel, appeared in this world again. But he was more like a leader. This piece of Nibelungen space was still trembling, and there were more intense fluctuations in the shock and the crack was being torn and expanded further. The next second, a cold and huge steel warship rushed out of the crack. The huge hull almost covered the sky above the bronze city and cast a huge shadow on the ground. Mingfei opened his eyes wide, staring at the steel battleship that appeared above his head, and a long-lost familiar feeling came over him. No one in the world was more familiar with this ship than him. Even without the emblem of a cheerful red heart on a black and white checkered background on the side of the battleship, he could recognize this battle barge. It was the mobile monastery and hall of valor of the Weepers, the mother of tears. Chapter 271 Black Armor Warrior. But Mingfei didn't feel happy at the first time. This might be the conspiracy of the Lord of Change. The most favorite thing for these demons who believe in the ever-changing evil god is to give humans false hope, and then break and crush the despair of enjoying a new life. But from the panicked look of the Lord of Change, the holy Lino and the Mother of Tears that flew out of the cracks were not false illusions. This was a miracle from the Emperor. The Lord of Change also realized this, but compared to an Astartes warship, the most threatening one was undoubtedly the angel wearing a golden mask. From Toilos's perspective, the other party's job was the same as his own. In other words, the other party was equivalent to the great demon under the command of the cursed. In the previous pleasant observation records, this angel's son had already coldly exiled a considerable number of bloodthirsty demons when he went to the real world to save the descendants of angels. In a flash, it estimated several possible outcomes of this battle. Not only were there very few, but any of them would shatter its interesting plan into dust. The next second, Toilos's molten golden eyes looked at Mingfei, who was still bound, and its sharp claws wanted to grab him. It was unknown whether it wanted to kill Mingfei to destroy the Emperor's plan first, or to use him as a hostage to make a deal with the Emperor. But no matter which one, the Emperor would not give it this opportunity. Saint Lena flagged the white wings behind him and swooped down, landing in front of Mingfei to block the dirty claws. Son of Angel, let's talk about an interesting bet, how about it? Toilos retracted his claws awkwardly and said in High Gothic, with blazing fire elements gathering on his body that looked like a big bird on fire. No words came from behind that perfect golden mask. Saint Lena was silent, and responded by slashing at the demon with the longsword wrapped in silver arcs in his hand. Toilos screamed, flapped his wings of burning flames and retreated rapidly. At the same time, several pieces of the bronze city ground beneath his feet decomposed in a few seconds and reassembled into a flaming blade in his other claws, fending off Saint Lena's attack in a panic. The elemental authority of the Bronze and Fire King seemed to be in harmony with the Lord of Change. Flames of various colors changed into a destructive storm to engulf Saint Leno, but these blasphemous powers would dissipate silently within a few dozen yards in front of him. Saint Leno pressed forward step by step, and the Lord of Change kept retreating. At the same time, the huge warship hovering in the sky, the mobile monastery Mother of Tears of the Lamenters, also took action. The huge volley guns on the side adjusted their muzzles downward and aimed at the dark alien heretic legion below, while the particle light spears at the bow were aimed at the tall bronze city. Of course, now was not the time to open fire. Saint Lena was fighting with the heretic demon, and there seemed to be mortals on the top who needed to be saved. The next moment, something fell from the battleship before the shells of the battleship's platoon. Mingfei's eyes widened. Those figures falling like raindrops were actually Astartes. These warriors wore black power armor, decorated with emblems of flames and pure human skulls. Golden red flames spewed out from the eyepieces and breathing fences of their black helmets, which were completely different from the Astartes warriors Mingfei had seen before. They fell from the sky, and the moment they landed on the ground safely, they immediately raised their bolt guns and poured out their anger on the aliens contaminated by heresy. The shining blue flames tore and shattered these demonic blasphemous creations. Some black-armored warriors fell behind the heretic legion's front, where nearly 30 blasphemous engines modified with alien dragons as materials gathered. After being torn off the bronze stairs, Shuzaham had been besieged by these monsters. Although relying on the protection of the alchemical armor and the plasma state Jungian counterattack launched by the array pattern destroyed a four-legged alien engine, the alchemical armor was on the verge of collapse under the firepower siege of the other engines. Shuzaham was even ready to directly detonate the nuclear bomb on his back and perish with these monsters. Until those real Astartes in black armor fell from the sky. Chainsaw swords roared, grenade guns roared, and the black-armored warriors silently and efficiently used their weapons to tear a circle in the blasphemous engine to protect Shuzaham and began to move forward. It was not until then that Shuzaham was shocked to find the huge steel battleship hovering in the sky. The alien engines roared and launched a counterattack. Their hideous weapons mounted on their bodies fired wildly, trying to tear the black-armored warriors apart with fierce firepower. However, The warriors continued to fight without any hindrance, as if these deadly firepower were just splashes of water. On the contrary, the chainsaw swords and bolters in the hands of the black-armored warriors were destroying one blasphemous engine after another at an efficient rate, and even the flames burning from their bodies were a kind of harm to the heretics. Shusaham saw that the alien engine with thick spiked tentacles on its back tried to use the method it used to deal with several black-armored warriors. As a result, its tentacles were burned to ashes the moment they touched the flames on the warriors' bodies. Then the black-armored warriors surrounded it, and the flamethrowers in their hands spewed out raging flames to engulf the blasphemous engine. The same was true for those chaos dragonaires. These demon imitation heretic Astartes were okay at bullying untransformed mortals, but when they met the real Astartes, they were shattered at the touch. The bolters in the hands of the black-armored warriors spewed blue flames and knocked down one after another of these poor imitations. The works controlled by the other party could only delay that time of their own destruction, and it was difficult to cause effective damage to these black-armored warriors. Wow, the Astartes that Lumenfei kept talking about actually existed? Finkel exclaimed in amazement. He was besieged by several Chaos Dragonaires and was also supported by the black-armored warriors. After clearing out the besieged heretics, this team of black-armored Astartes advanced in a less dense formation, like a chariot of destruction, crushing and killing all the attacking enemies. A dull sound like thunder came from the sky, and several bright yellow biplanes flew out from under the huge steel battleship and flew to various locations on the battlefield. Those were the Storm Eagle gunships of the Weeks chapter, one of which flew to the top of the Bronze City and prepared to hover. As the cabin door opened, several Astartes in bright yellow power armor walked out quickly, guarding the surroundings in a well-trained manner to prevent heretic attacks. The leading warrior walked towards Lumenfei, who was still bound by the purple energy beam, and whispered in low Gothic to comfort him. "Don't worry, child. The Emperor will protect you and you'll be fine." After roughly confirming that Lumenfei was not contaminated by chaos, he drew his compact knife from his waist, trying to cut these materialized energy shackles and rescue this child. Of course, if it was confirmed that the child had been contaminated, this compact knife would also give him an alternative rescue. Lumenfei stared at the familiar power armor and the tearful red heart on the shoulder armor in a daze. This was not the illusion that was materialized through the word spirit mirage and mental power in Night Food Field last time, but a real battle brother of the Weeks who may have fought side by side with him. No, these blasphemous energy entities cannot be cut off easily. Let Brother Yisin come, maybe his plasma cutter can come in handy. It must be as soon as possible, we can't let those mysterious black brothers fight alone. The compact knife in the warrior's hand could not cut off the energy shackles that bound Lumenfei. He whispered to comfort Lumenfei while replying to the communicator. At this moment, the hazy golden light on Lumenfei's body suddenly became bright again, and the blasphemous and sticky energy shackles melted rapidly like ice cubes encountering a raging fire, and the light turned into nearly substantial winds and halos behind him. The Weeks were surprised by this sudden change, including the warrior who wanted to rescue Lumenfei. All the warriors quickly kept their distance from Lumenfei, and pointed their bolt guns at him. This was the instinct of the Astartes to deal with the unknown, and in that dark universe, the unknown often meant danger. In this case, their kindness to humans would only be reflected when they pulled the trigger of the bolt gun. The next second, a boy suddenly appeared in front of the Weeks with his back to them. At this time, some warriors should have turned their guns to the boy, but at this moment they all put down their weapons and knelt on one knee to salute the boy. When Lumenfei climbed up from the ground, he happened to meet the boy's calm line of sight. His pupils seemed to reflect the stars of birth and destruction. "Your Majesty." Lumenfei immediately knelt on one knee to salute, lowering his head. This kind of situation that encountered danger and needed the Emperor's personal rescue was not the first time, which made him, who always claimed to be the Emperor's warrior, protecting mankind for the Emperor, quite ashamed. Don't blame yourself. Your strength is just slightly inferior to your courage. The boy didn't care about Lumenfei's emotions and said calmly, "Now pick up your sword and destroy the remaining soul of the crow." Chapter 272 Destruction According to Your Will. Lumenfei decisively calmed down his emotions, anger rising in his heart. This is the opportunity given by His Majesty the Emperor to fight and wash away the shame. After standing up and saluting the boy, Lumenfei quickly ran to the location of the Jinyu Grey Sword. The devil was also afraid of this blade burning with holy flames, and used a despicable trick to transfer it to another heretic. Believe in the blood god of war to gain courage and strength. Believe in the father of plague to gain eternal life and health. Believe in the prince of pleasure to experience beauty and pleasure. Believe in the lord of change to gain insight into wisdom and mysteries. Mingfei had heard similar bewitching words countless times in his crazy and heterodox voice before being executed, and in the unknown whispers when he was thirsty for blood, deceiving people that as long as they threw themselves into the arms of the chaos god, they would receive many gifts. Now it is obvious that these are not free gifts, just like the heretic who was pierced through the body by the pure moon grey sword and was burning. Believing in the Lord of Change means becoming its puppet, chess piece and doll, and dying or living at its wing, or serving as a shield for death. Mingfei struggled to pull out the pure moon grey sword from the heretic who was burning all over, and swung the sword to cut off the opponent's head. Seeing the wound that healed rapidly after the blade was pulled out, Mingfei guessed the identity of the heretic who defected to chaos. The traitorous alien who called himself Emperor obtained the tricky word spirit of Yaki through unknown means. He thought he would have a tough fight to the death with the other party, but he didn't expect it to end in this way. Usurper, I will purify you thoroughly when I come back. New flesh and blood scales were growing on the other party's broken neck. Mingfei himself knew how strong the regeneration ability of Yaki was, and it would be impossible to completely wipe out this heretic in a short time. Mingfei glared at the heretic whose body flames were dissipating angrily. Now the most important thing was to obey the revelation of His Majesty the Emperor and destroy the ever-changing Demon King first. The dazzling wings behind him were facing down, spewing out shining energy like a rocket, flying towards the direction of Holy Lino at high speed. With the Mother of Tears and his own brothers in the weeping, this heretic couldn't make much waves. And the Emperor struggled to move his body in great pain, picked up his severed head and put it back on his neck. After the giant sword that was like a thorn in his flesh was finally pulled out, the power of Yaki was finally able to repair his damaged body. Damn demon and damn Boilos, he did not really want to join Boilos, but in the end he wanted to use this opportunity to fight against the inexplicable power behind Mingfei, and at the same time take the opportunity to find a way to seize the elemental authority of the Dragon King. Maybe in other studios he could have staged a betrayal and backstab, but he joined the changeable Demon Lord, a demon that is essentially a conspiracy entity. The disloyalty and betrayal hidden in his heart will only make the demon see through it in advance and bring it joy with the interesting changes that follow. That crow only corrupted your body with low-level chaos, so it used you as a limiter of the pure moon from the beginning. The fire of faith is not very effective for the bodies of dragons. A boy caught the Emperor's eye. His eyes were like torches, and it seemed as if stars were being destroyed and reborn. He was so ordinary, but so dazzling that the Emperor saw only him. The cursed one? No, it's the Emperor. He immediately knew the other party's identity. The next second, a strong desire to attack rose from his heart. He struggled forward and swung his heavy fist covered with scales to hit the boy. This was naturally driven by the seed left in the heart by the Lord of Change, Arrows. But someone was faster than him. Bang, 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 heavy footsteps sounded, and a bright yellow figure stepped forward with agility that was inconsistent with its tall and heavy appearance, blocking the Emperor's fist first, and then hit his newly restored head with a heavy iron fist. You are different from Ronald. Your only value now is for me to observe the excellent regeneration ability of Yaki. The boy stared at the Emperor's head that was connected to the broken flesh and blood and was regenerating at a high speed. The regenerated cells and the regeneration ability that seemed to come from the rules, all appeared clearly in his eyes. There was no emotion on his face except calmness, and he was as rational as a scholar. At this time, a total of 7 Ostates wearing bright yellow power armor beside and behind that boy raised the rough and ferocious great guns in their hands. After all, I can't let the Empire's bombs fall on the warriors fighting for humanity. As the boy finished speaking, a deafening roar sounded, and bright flames gushed out from the muzzle of the grenade launcher. One after another, the bombs exploded on the heavily armored body of the heretic with smoke tails. Behind that bronze city, on the battlefield between St. Lino and Truthweaver Boilos, the situation was undoubtedly one-sided. A fiery red dragon spread its wings and soared in the sky. That was the form of the Lord of Change after he usurped the throne of the King of Bronze and Fire. Now it was meaningless to maintain the posture of a firebird. Anastates might not be a match for the great demon, but St. Lino was definitely. Even the supreme bloodthirsty demon Cabanto was hammered by it in a head-on fight. The scorching heat and flames turned the world red. The dragon roared like a burning and erupting volcano, and the violent flames gathered into a huge tornado connecting the sky and the earth and crashed into St. Lino. But all the destructive elemental forces were silently interrupted, disintegrated, and ineffective in front of St. Lino, seemingly unable to hurt the essence of St. Lino. Does the power of the dragon race have no effect on the entity of the supreme heaven? The demon or dragon king flapped his huge wings burning with flames and quickly retreated. While keeping a distance from the silent Santalino, the elemental power gathered again on his body surface, and circles of blazing and dazzling white fire rings emerged, and even countless complex dragon characters were engraved on the surface of the rings. It was a terrifying high temperature of hundreds of thousands of degrees, and the ancient authority, heavenly fire burning the world that belonged to the first generation of kings, was about to be released. But the next second, Toilos felt the dissipation of the elemental power, as if someone had forcibly interrupted the release of the ancient authority. The fire ring that should have gathered and then exploded silently dissipated. Its molten red eyes with purple swirls immediately locked onto an insignificant figure on the ground below. It was a young human boy wearing an exquisite black suit. After noticing that it had discovered him, he smiled and waved at it, and then snapped his fingers provocatively. The memories and ancient knowledge of the King of Bronze and Fire floated to Toilos's mind, and it immediately understood the other party's identity. "It's you. You are the one." The boy made a gesture to silence and pointed to the other side. Saint Lena was approaching, silently waving the long sword wrapped in silver arcs in his hand, drawing the simple cross. The last time he swung the sword like this, even the White King of the Dragon Clan was severely injured. Toilos let out a wail. Those catastrophic and destructive forces that were enough to make this human planet tremble were not worth mentioning in front of this angel. The huge cross wound on the dragon's chest gushed out hot blood, which seemed to be raining blood. At the same time, some of that blood dripped on the hot scales on the dragon's body and evaporated into scarlet mist. Then, the dragon's wings were cut off, and its huge body lost its support and fell from the sky. The defeat was doomed from the moment St. Leno appeared. Toilos held his breath and wanted to curse. The cursed one could be said to have no face at all, and directly summon the real body of the son of Angel. Not to mention its imperfect soul. Even if its real body descended, it might not be a match for St. Leno. To be honest, is it my honor to give a little trouble to a being like you? The little boy in a small suit smiled and walked to the ferocious dragon head lying on the ground. The dragon blood mixed with the melted ice water wet his delicate little leather shoes. To be honest, it's not a wise thing for you to turn into a dragon. Even among dragon kings, few are normal. Just look at Norton and Constantine. I understand what the cursed wants. Toilos had given up struggling and stared at the boy in front of him with hatred. Now it can only hope that St. Leno will kill it as soon as possible so that its residual soul can return to the Sea of Souls. Only in this way can the main body know the existence of this world, so that the Lord of Change will know the cursed lot and pluck the string of a new destiny. But when Toilos saw the figure in the sky that drew a golden track in the cold sky and fell like a meteor, its heart as a dragon king had already cooled down. The cursed would never give it this opportunity. The last bloodthirsty demon that was summoned was an example. It was thought that even if it was exiled, it could attract the attention of the blood god, but it did not expect that the cursed would create a weapon that could destroy the entity of the supreme heaven and completely destroy the bloodthirsty demon. "Ah, my brother is here, I'll go first." The boy smiled and waved his hand. His figure disappeared in an instant, followed by a roar. "For the Emperor." The giant sword burning with holy flames fell from the sky and nailed into the dragon's forehead first. A ball of darkness that was difficult to describe in words and reveal the ancient evil aura burst out from the dragon's body. It wanted to break away but was tightly bound by the holy flame on the giant sword. When Mingfei fell on the dragon's body and grabbed the hilt of Jinyu again, the light of the Emperor's faith shone and burned the darkness, not even leaving any last word for the remnant soul of the Wenbian demon lord. "Damn demon, die forever under the light of the Emperor." Mingfei walked down from the alien's body and watched the body that had lost its spiritual sustenance decompose and dissipate at a speed visible to the naked eye. He took a deep breath and was about to flap his wings to fly back to the Bronze City to purify the usurper heretic when he suddenly saw a naked human figure emitting a hazy golden light emerging from the remains of the alien. Chapter 273. Reminiscing with the Weepers. Mingfei was slightly stunned. The hazy golden light on the body surface, which was similar to his own, delayed his purification instinct to swing his sword. After all, the other party drilled out from the remains of an alien body occupied by a demon. In the past, Mingfei had only seen such scenes on those dirty insect aliens. After some insects were killed, several smaller dangerous insects would drill out of their bodies to give people a fatal blow that caught them off guard. Judging from the size, the other party seemed to be a human. Mingfei stepped forward with the pure moon holy sword vigilantly, and saw the face of the naked figure clearly, and his expression suddenly became a little complicated. Ronald Tang, the former alchemist sergeant who had rebelled and fled on Orton, the alien Bronze and Fire King. Whether it was out of Astity's hatred for the aliens, or to be wary of whether the Lord of Change would leave a backup plan, or to give this former brother the last dignity, Lumenfei had reasons to pierce the other party's heart with a sword, and then cut off his head to give him a clean death. Even though he had built a new battle armor for the chapter and left a transmission matrix leading to here before he turned back into the alien Dragon King Norton, and perhaps he was still loyal to the Weeping Angels, there was no such thing as redemption in the Astity's concept. Whether actively or passively, betraying humanity and the Empire would only lead to execution, not to mention that Ronald Tang was still a dangerous alien. But Lumenfei still hesitated, and slowly lowered the raised blade. Since the power of the Empire is protecting it, let His Majesty deal with it personally. I would consider it an act of usurpation to execute it rashly. He stared at the familiar face for a long time, took a deep breath, and dragged the naked and unconscious former alchemist sergeant out of the burning alien wreckage. After confirming with his own eyes that there was no trace of other demons left, Lumenfei's light wings behind him spewed out shining flames, and he carried Ronald Tang straight to the top of the Bronze City. At this time, the roar of the grenade guns at the top of the Bronze City had just ended. The Emperor was surrounded by 7 Lamenters Arstitives. Hundreds of explosive shells blew his body into pieces nearly 10 times, just to allow the calm boy to observe more carefully. "Please let me go. I'm willing to serve you," he begged. It's not that he didn't think of resisting, but the golden armored angel with a golden mask stood quietly behind that boy. The opponent's strength was suffocating. He witnessed the fall of the White King with his own eyes, and also witnessed the unilateral explosion of the changing demon lord in the form of the Dragon King just now. The Emperor didn't think he had the power to match that angel, and the domain of Yarchi was not endless. The speed of his body's self-healing had slowed down visibly. "I have no mercy on the aliens who surrendered to chaos," the boy just replied indifferently, without any emotional fluctuations on his face. "Then why can he?" The Emperor's broken head widened his eyes and saw Lumenfei carrying a naked and unconscious man, that seemed to be Norton in human form. Then he immediately shouted as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw, "I can dedicate all the secrets and knowledge I know about the dragon race to you." The boy ignored him and turned to Lumenfei. Saint Lino stepped forward with a long sword wrapped in silver arcs. "According to your will, the Chaos Demon has been completely purified." Lumenfei knelt on one knee to salute the boy. "Yes." The boy just nodded, as if it was a matter of course, and his eyes were on the figure in his hand. Lumenfei felt the boy's gaze and quickly put the former alchemist sergeant in his hand on the cold bronze ground. "You made the right choice. Although it was not sincere, at least you let him live until now." The boy leaned down and pressed his palm on Ronald Tang's chest. The hazy golden light on the other's body seemed to be inspired or attracted and began to drill into the body. Soon, Ronald Tang's body seemed to light up with a golden lamp, and the light clearly reflected his bones, organs and tissues in the boy's pupils. "Your will protect him. I rashly decided his life or death, which is an act of usurpation against your majesty." Lumenfei was a little uneasy, not quite understanding the meaning of the boy's words. "This is his own choice." The boy shook his head gently. It was his own humanity that determined all this, and the power of faith took the initiative to respond to him. In Ronald Tang's consciousness, he really regarded himself as a human and has persisted to this day. Lumenfei looked at the former alchemist sergeant who was still unconscious beside him in a bit of astonishment. From the perspective of the weaks who have been fighting against Zeg aliens for many years, this is as ridiculous and blasphemous as hearing that Gene Stealer regard himself as a human being. It is ridiculous and unbelievable. But soon, he thought of the Emperor's scythe regiment that fought side by side with the Weepers. When they were on the verge of being eliminated and destroyed, many warriors were infected by Gene Stealers. Despite this, they remained indomitable. Some warriors with physical mutations chose to turn into the flames of revenge and burned out completely in the battle with the Tyranids. The mixture of many thoughts and ideas made Lumenfei's mind diverge a little. In the end, he reorganized his mind and chose to give up thinking. The Emperor's will was in front of him, and everything was decided by him. The alien knowledge and technology he controls are equally valuable. At least now, I can save the effort of training a new alchemist sergeant for your legion. The boy's mouth curled up slightly, as if he was smiling at something interesting. This made Lumenfei look stunned again. But soon the smile disappeared, and the boy's expression returned to the calm and indifferent look just now. "Go and reminisce with your brothers. Unfortunately, if you have been to the depths of the palace, I can still use this opportunity to contact and call for more resources." According to your will, your majesty. Mingfei was very sensible and did not ask about the boy's implication. He stood up from the ground and saw the holy Lena behind the boy and the tall bright yellow figures guarding on both sides of him. The war on the ground was also coming to an end. The heretic legion fabricated by the ever-changing demon lord was destroyed by the mysterious black-armored warrior array. Although the weeps who landed behind also fought bravely, they still could not compare with their efficiency. These black-armored warriors did not utter a war cry from the time they landed to the end of the battle. They were silent and efficient. After killing the last blasphemous creature, they took heavy steps and reorganized into a neat and uniform array beside the front line, standing still like ancient metal statues. The remaining weepers, arstators and mortal-armed slaves took on the task of cleaning up the battlefield. They piled the remaining corpses of the heretic creations in one place and burned them with fire. A large part of the heretic creations were burned to ashes by the weapons in the hands of the black-armored warriors and even the flames on their bodies, so the work was not too heavy. Shuzhang and Fingal were sent to the side of the Emperor sent on the top of the Bronze City by the weeps in the Storm Eagle gunboat. At Mingfei's signal, they each took off their own alchemical armors. Compared with the tall power armor warriors next to them, they felt like children on stilts imitating adults, which was a little unnatural. Mingfei first saluted the noble angel Santalino, and then looked at the weepers arstates guarding him on both sides with some trepidation. He felt very excited. This was different from the illusion that the mirage had manifested last time. They were all real weeps brothers who had fought side by side with him. He quickly recognized the battle brothers who wanted to rescue him by the Gothic numbers on their power armor paint, and asked tentatively in High Gothic, "Captain Cranes?" One of the arstates was startled, as if he was surprised that the Emperor's son knew his name. He hung the grenade gun back on the magnetic belt on his waist, took off his helmet, and revealed a resolute man's face. There were 2 gold and 1 silver service nails on his forehead, representing that he had fought in the weeps for at least 2.5 centuries and had experienced the Badab War and the Atonement Expedition. Although his face was covered with scars and frost from the war, it still couldn't hide the handsomeness of the descendant of St. Gervais that matched the Dark Universe. He walked forward and performed a simple courtesy, his voice steady and powerful. "Captain of the 1st Combat Company of the Lamenters, Cranes Ficts, salutes the Emperor Saint." For a moment, Mingfei didn't know how to respond. Captain Cranes was his predecessor and also his swordsmanship teacher. When he was a new recruit, he taught all the swordsmanship of the Blood Angels personally. But his current identity is Mingfei, a saint with a form close to the Great Emperor, and he has nothing to do with the champion warrior of the Lamenters, Kartos. Now is, what year of the imperial calendar in 41? After a while, he still wanted to ask clearly about the time from now. The 995th year, Saint. Captain Crane's face showed a trace of confusion and puzzlement, but he still answered truthfully. 2 years have passed. Mingfei remembered that it was the 993rd year when he died. In less than a year after he returned to his hometown, 2 years had passed in that dark universe. Of course, he didn't dwell on it too much. The concept of time didn't exist in the subspace. Mingfei looked at the conspicuous bright yellow figures below the Bronze City, and then at the huge Mother of Tears battle barge hovering in the sky, and felt something was wrong. The number of arstates is too small. How many battle brothers are left in the regiment now? Mingfei asked nervously. Including the recruits who are still undergoing the last operation, there are a total of 292 warriors left in the Weepers. Except for a company stationed on the Mother of Tears, the other brothers are deployed on other warships. Less than 3 companies are left. Mingfei felt a little worried. For a ship-based regiment like the Weeps that wanders around the Empire's border market and often fights aliens, the fewer reliable warriors there are, the closer the regiment is to being destroyed and removed from the list. He looked down at the Bronze City again, as if looking for a familiar and respected figure. But he found nothing. Malakin, Mingfei swallowed uneasily, his voice trembling slightly. "Captain, is he on the ship?" "The captain died in battle last year," Crane said with a sad face. The other arstates also lowered their head in sorrow. Uncontrollable sadness poured out from his heart, and the unmodified tear glands shed crystal liquid for the second time as an organ of expression of emotion after Mingfei returned to his hometown. Faintly, he seemed to hear the soft sigh coming from behind that perfect golden mask of St. Lengno. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novel, as there you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. we're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 274 The Weeper's Short Holiday. Although Mingfei knew that death was the norm in that cold universe, and even great primarchs would fall asleep with serious injuries, he still felt a strong sense of sadness when he heard that Chapter Master Mingfei had died in battle. He could become an Astartes and then a champion warrior, all thanks to the teaching and support of the Chapter Master. But he soon sorted out his emotions and put away his sadness. Death was also a gift. Chapter Master Mingfei's mission had ended and he got the eternal sleep he deserved. May the loyal soul of the Chapter Master be embraced by St. Jerome and serve with him beside the golden throne. Mingfei whispered his eulogy for the deceased Chapter Master. The mourners were both moved and puzzled by this. An emperor who had never met him showed that he had a deep connection with the chapter and knew their situation very well. "I'm Cortos Harkins." Mingfei took a deep breath, and after saying this, he first glanced at the boy behind him, ready to add a suffix like friend at the end. But the boy didn't seem to care, and his attention was focused on the humanoid body in front of him. Mingfei then continued, "After I died in the battle with the Tyranids on the Defil and the third satellite, my soul came to this world to continue serving His Majesty the Emperor. He concealed the things about his soul crossing and his home planet. This may involve the secret plan of His Majesty the Emperor, and his tolerance does not mean that he can speak out everything without restraint." Mingfei felt the astonishment and doubts of his former fighting brothers in front of him. It was indeed difficult to accept that an emperor said that he was a champion warrior who died in the previous 2 years of the regiment. If it weren't for St. Lino standing by, I'm afraid they would have raised their grenade launchers to be on guard and angrily denounced that this might be a conspiracy of the Chaos Demon. The leading Captain Cranes looked calm. He first looked at St. Lino with an inquiring look, intending to get an answer, but the golden St. Lino mask hid all the expressions of the angel. Then he retracted his gaze, stood up and calmly took off the single-molecule combat knife from his belt. The size of this knife was equivalent to a short knife for mortals. He looked at Mingfei coldly and took a fighting stance. Mingfei naturally saw what Captain Cranes wanted to do. He waved the Jinyu Grey Sword, dispelled its alchemical field and restored it to the original long and thin Grey Sword, and also took a fighting stance. "Deputy Captain, can you translate what Captain Lu said just now?" Fingal, who was standing on the other side like a minion, was shocked by the development of the situation. He was still wondering whether the space battleships and these big steel cans came from the StarCraft set. Why did Mingfei talk so much and suddenly wanted to start fighting? I don't understand that language. I've known him for so long, but he never mentioned to me that he wanted to learn this foreign language. Shuzaham said calmly, paying close attention to the development of the situation. One of the symbols of the Weeping Angel should come from those true Astartes. Mingfei should not have a life and death battle with them, not to mention that the incarnation of His Majesty the Emperor and the Angel are still here, so it is impossible for him to sit back and watch. The next second, the battle between the two has begun. Although Mingfei's body shape was significantly different from that of a real Astartes, the length of the Jinyu in his hand made up for the disadvantage a little, and the speed of the blade when swinging was as fleeting as lightning. Although the Astartes looked bulky and slow, his movements and reaction abilities were far beyond Shuzaham's imagination. He stood like a rock without moving his feet at all, and the tactical knife was like a flying butterfly, changing back and forth between his palms, blocking the incoming blades at different angles, and each counter-attack was aimed at the fatal part in order to kill him with one blow. This looked like a life-and-death battle. Shuzaham felt again the efficient killing skills that seemed to have become an instinct of the body, which were forged from countless life-and-death battles of blood and fire in the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. He put himself in Mingfei's perspective, thinking about how long he could survive in front of the Astartes with his own fighting power, and whether he had a chance of winning. The battle did not last too long, and Cranes' face changed from indifference at the beginning, to disbelief, and finally to joy. He stopped dancing with the tactical knife in his hand, turned around excitedly and said to the other brothers, "The swordsmanship of the Weeps will not lie. He is indeed Kartos, our young champion." Cranes Fitz witnessed the past Kartos saving the child from the iron axe of the green-skinned orcs, and witnessed with his own eyes that the child inherited his glory and gene seed, and grew up step by step from battle to become the champion warrior of the Weepers. He taught all his swordsmanship to Kartos, and when the familiar style was re-emerged in the confrontation, he was able to confirm the other party's identity. But there was no time for the Astartes to ask and give a hug to the reborn brother. The Bronze City suddenly began to tremble. The boy seemed to have temporarily gained control of the Bronze City, and his palms moved in the void, as if he was controlling an invisible CNC panel. Portals appeared from the bronze walls one after another, and the black-armored warriors lined up on the ground took heavy steps again and began to move towards the interior of the alien city. There was also a staircase at the top leading down. The holy angel walked down silently with his sword in hand. Captain Cranes quickly put on his combat's helmet and led the other warrior brothers to follow that pace of St. Gilno. Mingfei subconsciously wanted to follow, but was stopped. Mingfei, you stay. The boy's tone was calm, like a teacher in his hometown school who called a student to stay after school. Your Majesty. Mingfei immediately realized his negligence. When St. Gilno went to fight, His Majesty the Emperor should be protected by himself. You seem to want to return to your regiment immediately, the boy said lightly. He sat on the throne where the alien Norton was bound, but he stood up again after a moment, as if he was not used to it. Yes, Your Majesty. Mingfei hesitated for a moment and answered truthfully. Why? Mingfei was stunned, as if he didn't expect the boy to ask this. Although his hometown was beautiful and peaceful, after more than 100 years of fighting, he found it difficult to integrate back into the life of his hometown. Just like the killing skills that had become his body's instinct, he still habitually replaced the thoughts and rituals of the Astartes into his daily life. He wanted him to go to college, find a job, find a woman to have children, and then live a short life peacefully like the young people at the same age in his hometown. Mingfei had thought about this scene before, but after learning that there were false gods and aliens in his hometown, he started fighting again. The regiment needs me now, and there are many worlds in that universe whose humans need the protection of the Astartes. My current physical age is still capable of undergoing reconstruction surgery, and it may only take a dozen years for me to join the battle again. The boy listened quietly to Mingfei's narration, and finally nodded. Saint Jareth will be proud of your character. But before Mingfei could show any joy, he said again. But unfortunately, I still need you to stay in this world, Mingfei, with these half-blood humans of yours. Mingfei was stunned, thinking that His Majesty the Emperor wanted to completely eliminate the aliens and false gods in his hometown first. Now with the Mother of Tears battleship and those powerful and unknown black-armored warriors, it would not take too long to achieve this result. And it can also unify the planet under the Emperor. There are still many chaotic places in the hometown that need to be rectified. Mingfei has come up with dozens of ways for His Majesty to quickly strike at the top of the national political system. After all, the Astartes are professional in this, but when he was about to say it, he immediately realized how ridiculous his idea was. The great human master in front of him unified terror in the dark age of strife and launched a great expedition to the galaxy. He needs his own advice. But the boy didn't reveal anything more. He just waited quietly. About 20 minutes later, the warriors who had entered the Bronze City earlier walked out of the open portal in neat queues and steps, and seemed to have destroyed all the enemies and blasphemous facilities inside. The crow is not too dirty, it can still be used after washing. The boy sighed softly and looked at Mingfei. Although I know you are reluctant, but he pointed to Norton or Ronald Tang, who was lying naked on the ground not far away and was still unconscious, restore his title of alchemist sergeant and continue to serve your legion. But his essence is an alien. Mingfei did not dare to say this in front of the boy, and could only salute to show that he obeyed the order. Don't be so absolute. Maybe it won't be long before you change your mind. The boy seemed to see through what Mingfei was thinking. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. Besides, doesn't he also want to be a human being? Shuizhang and Finkel stood for so long, and now they finally had something to do. They stepped forward. First each took off a piece of clothing to cover the naked body of old Tang. After all, it was really indecent to expose a unique and conspicuous male human feature to the air. Then they worked together to move him to the position where they stood, and then continued to stand quietly, waiting for new orders and instructions. There are too many questions and doubts that need to be answered, but certainly not now. The huge steel battle barge Mother of Tears landed from the sky to the ground, allowing people to see the main body of the battleship with its gorgeous Gothic-style buildings, which formed a sharp contrast with the Bronze City. The Lamenters Astartes were all very happy and excited. This might be more exciting and glorious than the fact that they saved a large number of mortals from the aliens without suffering any losses. Fighting with the legendary St. Lino, the young champion of the regiment is still alive and has become a son of the Emperor. As for the identity of the boy, the warriors had guesses in their hearts, but they all chose to remain silent. After all, besides their gene father, the only person who could have St. Lino guarding him was the one on the golden throne, right? So they unanimously and even proudly took the heavy metal boxes from the Mother of Tears. Mingfei recognized these boxes. Most of them were filled with artificial amniotic fluid, which, together with other devices inside the boxes, stored and maintained the superhuman modified organs of the astatives. Except for a few organs grown from gene seeds, such as gene seed storage glands, most of the modified organs were grown and cultivated by implanting fertilized eggs with specific genes of the Mechanicus into slates, just like when an Astates regiment was first created, and then removed and packed for preservation. He looked at the boy beside him with an inquiring look, and the boy said calmly, "You can't expect me to create the gene seeds and organs needed to build a legion with my bare hands without any technology and equipment, right?" Mingfei lowered his head and remained silent. He understood why the Mother of Tears came instead of other combat ships such as the Dawn Reaper, because the Mother of Tears is the monastery and hall of valor of the chapter, and it is also a gene seed bank and a collection of holy relics. He began to feel a little ashamed again. This should be caused by the rich emotions of unmodified humans. The Lamenters Chapter is now sparsely staffed and under-equipped, and not only did he not bring any help to the chapter, but he also had to take resources from the resource-deficient chapter. "Your Majesty, how long can they stay here?" After hesitating for a while, Mingfei asked tentatively. "I know what you want to do, but it's meaningless, Mingfei." The boy's eyes seemed to be able to see through people's inner thoughts. "Before they leave, I will personally erase all their memories of this place. They will forget that they followed the guidance to come to this world. I am not questioning the loyalty of the Weepers. The precious qualities you have honed in darkness and disaster shine among the stars. But I must not give the Chaos Gods any chance to notice the existence of this world. This is also to protect your brothers in the past." Mingfei fell silent again. He seemed to have become a little willful. When His Majesty the Emperor was preparing his great plan to save mankind, he wanted to make some unreasonable demands. "Of course, I still need this battleship and these warriors to do a little experiment now." The boy turned his head to look at Mingfei, with an expression on his face like a soft-hearted father who agreed to his child's request to go out and play. "Before that, it's up to you to decide where you want to take your brothers and what you want to do. Just don't start a war." Some readers say that the protagonist has no self-awareness. Let me explain, not to mention that the spirit of Astates is also undergoing transformation during the period of physical transformation. The protagonist's ability to become a champion for more than 100 years is definitely not based on self-awareness or free will. This is still under the background of the Weepers. If it were the champion of the Black Templar, he would have become the ultimate demon. What's more, in front of the will of the greatest human master in the history of the universe, just obey orders. The last smart kid was called Magnus. Chapter 275. The week's holiday. Shuzaham naturally integrated into this world video, and the initial shock and excitement had passed. He showed a strong desire to learn about these new things and asked all kinds of questions, but avoided the question of why Mingfei was related to all this. Finkel, who thought he was a normal person, was like a supporting role who laughed at the second-year syndrome and was slapped in the face by reality. Now he could only try not to ask in detail and believe everything, otherwise, it would not be reality that would slap him in the face, but those tall and mighty steel warriors. What are those? Gene seeds. Those are the glory and legacy of the brothers who passed away, and they are also the starting point for our transformation into Astates monks. Mingfei introduced to Shuzaham in a low voice. After sending down a full set of modified organs enough to implant and transform 20 Astates, the Weep's warriors began to send down the most precious gene seeds of the regiment from the Mother of Tears. Unlike the heavy boxes filled with artificial amniotic fluid that carry the modified organs, the metal cans used to store gene seeds have the shining blood and tears marks of the blood angels engraved on their surfaces. The warriors held them in their palms solemnly and stepped down from the landing platform step by step. They are not only the glory and legacy of the deceased brothers, but also that continuation of the will of the future brothers. The two tough guys at the back are him warriors. Do they have any special duties? Finkel noticed that the power armor worn by the two Astates at the end of the team was somewhat different from the style of the other warriors, and he also became serious about learning. The one in front is the blood priest of the regiment, who is mainly responsible for rescuing and treating injured combat brothers, recovering the gene seeds of fallen brothers and comforting brothers with mental trauma. The one behind is the priest of the regiment, who commands the death company of the regiment, and will also help the priest brothers share the burden of comforting and motivating. Finkel took a deep breath in awe, not noticing the heaviness of Mingfei's tone, as his attention was completely attracted by the two warriors. The Astates walking in front was wearing a white robe over a bright yellow power armor, holding a golden holy grail in both hands that seemed to be made of a skull. The power armor of the Astartes behind was completely different, except for the golden winged blood drop mark on the chest. The overall color was black, and the most chilling thing was the skull-like skull helmet, with a captivating red light revealing from the skull's eye sockets. In one hand he held a tattered battle flag with obvious traces of apparent blood, and in the other he held a heavy black metal scepter. This refreshed Finkel's understanding of the two professions of nanny and priest. Neither of these two brothers, who were more than 2 meters tall, looks like someone who needs protection. This is indeed the case. Mingfei has the most say in this. The Holy Blood Priest is equivalent to the pharmacist position of other regiments, and the Lamenters Regiment often fights with the evil aliens such as the Tyranids, so there are naturally few opportunities to quietly carry out seed recovery work after the war. Therefore, this Holy Blood Priest brother often fights his way out of the aliens to rescue the injured brothers, or forcibly recover the gene seeds from the bodies of comrades surrounded by aliens. In addition to inspiring the morale of the soldiers and admonishing the recruits, the most important thing for the regiment's priests is to lead the brothers of the Death Company who are trapped in the Black Rage to carry out suicidal tasks with fanatical and passionate slogans, so that they can die gloriously in battle instead of being executed as a brainless and bloodthirsty beast. You have 2 terror days, Cortos. I allow your behavior, but I don't allow you to interfere with the progress of my plan. The boy said calmly as he watched the weak warriors deliver gene seeds and modified organs into the Bronze City. Understood, Your Majesty. I just want to give my brothers some support within my ability. Mingfei bowed his head and saluted, promising that he would never mess around. The boy nodded lightly, turned around and walked into the Bronze City under the escort of St. Lino. The weaks were asked to stay outside. Although they were a little discouraged, they were also very happy because they finally had the opportunity to reminisce with the former champion of the chapter who had miraculously resurrected and became the Emperor's saint. Almost every warrior gave Mingfei a reunion hug and sincerely expressed their hope that the chapter leader would be like him, and be able to be resurrected on a planet and continue to fight for the Emperor. If I really encounter such a thing in that universe, it can only be a conspiracy of the devil. Mingfei thought sadly. He did not explain too much about the reason for his resurrection and the existence of his hometown, which may involve the Emperor's secret plan. In the conversation with his former brothers, he learned about the current status of the regiment. The reinforcement of the Astartes warriors could not keep up with the losses of the regiment, the recovery rate of seeds when rescuing mortals from the mouths of Zerg aliens was low, and several brothers were swallowed by the Black Fury. Supplies, equipment and ammunition began to be stretched again. Doom and darkness still entangled the weak regiment, or that universe was sinking into darkness. No one could be spared, and all the Emperor's warriors were struggling and saving for hope. Now Mingfei could not change the current situation of the regiment, and he only had a day and a half. And His Majesty the Emperor made it clear that the memories of the weeks would be erased before leaving, and the idea of letting the weeks borrow the light of the Emperor to find the Mechanicus to replenish supplies was also ruined. They could only relax their brothers as much as possible in these 2 days. For example, the scenery in their hometown was quite nice, and it should be comparable to the garden world in that universe. Should I go back to the academy and ask the canteen to prepare something, and then you take these tough guys back to eat and treat them properly? I know this trick. At this time, Fingal came up and whispered in his ear. Mingfei's eyes lit up. This was a good idea. The clean and uncontaminated delicious food in his hometown would probably heal the brother's mood. At least when he first returned to his hometown, he was slightly shocked when he ate the food cooked by his aunt. It was the kind of deliciousness that could not be compared with energy bars and Astartes nutritional porridge. On the first floor of the Holy Blood Hall of Castle Academy, Vice Principal Flamel, who had been anxiously hesitating back and forth, saw the alchemical matrix on the ground light up automatically. His face changed and he was immediately as if he was facing a great enemy. When he was about to let Eva sound the highest warning and run away, 2 familiar figures appeared from the light of the teleportation array. Shuzaham and Finkel, they both lifted a person covered with white cloth and walked out of the teleportation array. You won? You killed the Dragon King and all the demons. The vice principal was surprised and happy, and the 2 elite students looked like they were not seriously injured. I guess so. Shuzaham answered simply. Isn't this your humanoid Norton? You captured him alive. Awesome. The vice principal looked around. Where is your leader? And where are your Gundams? Don't stand here and talk nonsense, old pervert, Finkel said unhappily. Use your authority quickly. First ask the cafeteria to prepare good wine and food for 1,000 people, and then purchase food for 100,000 people and send it here. By the way, it's better to go to the Chicago hospital to get a few hundred liters of fresh blood, preferably pure blood of type O, not mixed blood. You surrendered to the Dragon Clan on behalf of Castle College. The vice principal widened his eyes in shock. You scum who sells people for glory. ? Finkel looked confused. Why else would you prepare so many dishes? Even if your captain and Angie's banquet were to eat together, it wouldn't require 100,000 people. And that blood again, the vice principal yelled. But he couldn't close his mouth right after that, because the light of the teleportation matrix lit up again, and Mingfei and a tall warrior wearing heavy armor emerged from it. The vice principal immediately felt a cold gaze shooting out from the other's scarlet helmet eyepiece, examining him, and then it softened. Before he could ask first, Mingfei spoke first. This priest brother and I are going to treat Principal Ange. Please ask the vice principal to drive away irrelevant personnel there and prepare a quiet environment. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.